when they fired on Fort Sumter. The federal government didn't attack the Confederate States even when they were in rebellion. They waited for the Confederate States to attack them. Once the Confederate States fired on Fort Sumter, that gave the federal government the authority to go in and to try to suppress the rebellion. We don't have any type of intention on doing anything like that, right? And so I don't think the federal government has any authority to do that. But if there is a tyrannical government that's controlling the federal government, and they're going to do whatever they want to do outside of the Constitution, that's the purpose of the states having their own militia force and their state defense forces. And again, like I said, we need to be active in all levels of military. At the federal level, we need Black Americans also in Border Patrol. These are really important positions, just as important as being elected to office.
Absolutely, great answer, great information. Black. I'm glad we have state power, man, in our corner, man. Because while he's young, he understands, what we're trying to do, and he has the skills, man. So yeah, so I'm very we're fortunate to have state power in our corner, man.
Yeah, I agree 1000%. He signed up for social. We got to get our folks signed up on social and, start engaging and everything. It's a really nice platform. I was going through my timeline. I had a conversation with a young Black woman who in her primary in Delaware, I think it's the 13th state, state representative, 13th district. So she won her seat, or she won the primary, I'll say. And then she's, she'll run in the general election in November. But she won with 669 votes. Her competitor was, I believe, like 680. So she won with, 20 or so votes. But the vote turnout, and this is a primary, is less than 1,400 total votes. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and again, these are state representatives, but I was just like, wow, congratulations and everything. But the reality is, in that state, the voter turnout is so low. Even the 300,000 number that we talk about is probably overboard if we're going to run insurgent candidates under these other umbrellas. And then through that, she may be connected to the Democratic Socialist of America, the DSA. So they responded in the text. I'm gonna put this stuff in the jumbotron, and they're like, oh yeah, we're open to, and you're gonna really appreciate this. Whoever is running that account, this is the Democratic Socialist of America of Delaware. They started talking about how, oh yeah, Delaware is the perfect state for a Black majority because of the population, the low population numbers, blah, 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 blah. But then they tried to spin it to Mississippi, saying how the land is much cheaper. I mean, these are all credible points, but to try to spin it away from Delaware is a little disingenuous. But that's what I'm saying, truly, all of it. It doesn't, all of it. It doesn't really matter. But I'm gonna put those up there because that was really an interesting conversation. I wanted to invite the young lady on, but I kind of went over her page and I said, well, this crowd can be rough. I was in a space last night, and my God, that was a rough crowd. They had a couple of they had some woman on who was a part of the BET thing where they did a whole thing, and then they had some other guy who's running for Congress or something. He's running for something somewhere, and it was just brutal. I was like, wow, and they hung in there. They hung in there. They took all the hardball questions and seemed to, stand in there. But, it's like they're Democratic operatives. And so their whole thing is you got to vote, you got to vote, you got to vote. But they're never telling Black Americans what they're voting for and what they're going to get in return. So it's just like, the reason there's so much apathy and so many people are not voting is because they're not getting anything for their vote. And it's very interesting.
Hey, Block, have you noticed we have this new technology on this app here, where it actually we call that caption. It actually when you speak, it actually writes down what you're saying. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, that's always been there. That's always been there. The caption.
Oh, okay. This is my first time. Well, I know I was in a space about 4 or 5 days ago, and that was my first time ever seeing that. I didn't see this last week in that last space.
Yeah, I think it's a feature that you can turn off and on in the menu up there. When I'm on the browser, sometimes I put it on because some spaces I can't. It just won't let me stay in the space unless I'm a speaker. And so sometimes I gotta when I'm in a space like news toters is the one that does it a lot. I have to do it on the browser and then I'll put up the caption with that. Matter of fact, I think on that one it might be automatic and you have to turn it off, but yeah, it's always been there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, so a lot of things happen. Those pull-ups are going on, and I try to post them every chance they come across my timeline. I'll try to post the pictures. There's some video out there. Looks like somebody posted this video. I didn't get to really see it, but they asked Stacey Abrams in Georgia, you know, is she for reparations or when are Black Americans getting reparations? And he says her response was no reparations. This is Stacey Abrams in Georgia saying no to reparations.
For her to say something like that, she's controlled by the Democrat Party, the white elites of that party. Yeah. It's the Democrat Party, their agenda. I mean, they want to do as little as possible to help Black folks. I mean, I don't think Black people their problems are part of their agenda. They just want the white people that control the Democrat Party. They just want to be sure that they are the people in power in that party, and Black representatives. They just towing the line of the white majority of the Democrat Party. So that's why I don't believe in the Democrat Party anymore.
I agree. What is there to believe in other than the Reds are evil. They're the worst. We're evil too, but we're not as evil as they are. Basically, I mean that's what they've been pushing at us. Other than Obama with the hope and change, it's been all the lesser of two evils, to be honest. I remember when Clinton was the first Black president, they had him playing the saxophone and he smoked weed, but he didn't inhale. He didn't have sex with this. It was like, come on, man. Come on, G. Then he's the one who gave us NAFTA, which put just the nail in the coffin of any manufacturing base for the country and particularly for Black American workers. Um, set the whole country back decades in terms of manufacturing. Um, yeah, crazy.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. To me, NAFTA, you're talking about helping countries like China, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, all those countries, they benefit from NAFTA. Or even Mexico, uh, you know, uh, so many countries, you know, America used to be the majority. They used to manufacture majority of the cars back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then they decided that, hey, we're gonna let Japan, sell their cars in America. I mean, I don't understand that. And then in the 80s they let Korea, sell their cars in America. I just don't understand that. I mean, why would you give competition to your big three, Ford, Chrysler, and General Motors? I mean, why will you give those companies that employ millions of people competition? And America was for many years was the largest. I remember seeing the thing, but like 50% of the world's cars were in one country, the United States. So I just don't understand it. But I mean, I understand why they did it. They did it because they was hoping that it was some type of reciprocity, reciprocal. I can't pronounce it. Reciprocal. But anyway, they hoping that if America opened up their market to the foreign country, then the foreign country will open up their market to American company. But they see that it doesn't happen, man. It doesn't happen. So yeah. How you pronounce that word? Reciprocity. Yeah, reciprocity.
Yeah, I think there's another angle, and so there's that, there's that part, but there's also the military angle, the military industrial complex. So I believe that these wars, there's the whole thing with the money. I looked at Vietnam and the contractors and the Afghanistan contractors and the way they were over, like, just milking the federal government, insane corruption, that they were charging for weapons and whatever else. Just they're making money over fist. These one speech interpreters, I think they made $4 billion over the course of that war. Just ridiculous amounts of money getting thrown around. But I think the other aspect is they want bases around the planet, and they want to be able to strategically be able to strike at Russia, China, whoever they believe is going to be an enemy of this global NATO alliance, where is ultimately they want that one world government. So I believe these wars have been strategic in that sense, so that again, they're in position, they got troops on the ground, they got arsenal in position, and they can move against anyone at any time. And that's why, that's Putin, for what it's worth. He's smart enough to realize that. He's been saying that this whole time, kind of using it as an excuse, but nonetheless expressing the fact that he doesn't want NATO on his border, and is trying to use the Ukraine as a buffer zone or whatever from that. But I mean, I really think it's more military. There's always money involved, of course, but I think it has a military component.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep. So So again, for the people in the room, I see people coming in and out. I know that that is a function of the Twitter space, not letting people stay in the room. It is what it is. We are on YouTube. I'm gonna try to find that link and put it up in the jumbotron. But we have social up and running, soxial.com. The first post has the share link. If you click on that link, it'll get you right onto the platform and you can sign up and start interacting with the people. There's a bunch of communities that we've created, and there's just a lot of content. We're getting a lot of content up on there really, really fast. DJ Sedge One is really active on there, and we're just trying to help other people get on and get active, and sooner than later we'll have the marketplace up, and then we hope to get some content creators active on there as well. But I got to mention that as often as I can, just so we keep funneling people towards the site. Me, I got my phone. It lets me hold 99 windows open at all times. Sometimes I got to delete windows just so I can do a search or whatever. But it's very easy in today's world to have social open, have Twitter open, have Facebook open, have Instagram open, and navigate, throughout all these different social media platforms, and not miss a beat. So please get signed up for that when you get an opportunity. And to the topic, the people who abuse and neglect us are never going to help us. Those people are the colonizers, the Democrat Party, the Republican Party, the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, whatever party it is. If we don't control it, these people are never going to help us. If anybody disagrees with that statement, please feel free to come up and give your opinion. It's a safe space. I just from analyzing these people for the past few years and trying to understand them, they are self-preservationistic. Everything they do is for their own benefit. And so anything and everything they're going to do, it's going to benefit themselves in their minds. Otherwise, they're not going to do it. And they spent the last 150 plus years keeping us out of competition, keeping us out of the job pool, keeping us out of competing with them in education opportunities and contracting opportunities, and just every possible opportunity that there is in this country, in this society. They have worked to keep us out of it. And so the reason why I created this space is because a lot of our political initiatives and movements seem to be focused around trying to convince the people who abuse and neglect us to help us in some way, shape, or form. It seems to me that that is how most of these movements are crafted and created, and how they physically move. And it's just a thing that I've noticed. It's becoming a little more apparent lately. And so I encourage us to start thinking of ways that we can do for self. We can fix our own problems. I mean, that's the reason I'm sure Black American Homeland came up with the super majority region of states. It's definitely the reason I came up with the Black State of America. And it is a self-powered, self-determination, sort of a movement that doesn't need any outside help. We just need the people who are willing and able to move and make it happen, to move and make it happen with really no help from anybody else. It's just on us. It's us taking full responsibility for ourselves, and then, being willing to move, vote, and govern. I mean, at the end of the day, that's really what it boils down to: move, vote, govern. And keep our eyes open for all what may come inside of that. So, if anybody would like to come up and speak, feel free to grab a mic. I put some stuff in the jumbotron. I'm kind of going to go through those one by one. I really like this post. It's from the Tubman House Center for Reparative Justice, I believe. And they say American freedmen do not hate immigrants. And I really do love that sentence because that is a very powerful sentence based on, the current FBA this and tether that and everything else that's going on with that. So that's a very bold sentence. I wish it was in capital letters. American freedmen do not hate immigrants. What we do hate is the very tangible impact immigration has on our community. That goes for all waves of immigration since our emancipation. None of y'all can debunk that. Immigration is harmful to American freedmen, period, in all caps. And with a exclamation point. So that part needs to be underlined. It is the intention, which started in the late 1800s and lasted well into the early 1900s, of them bringing over poor Europeans, was for them to keep the country white. The eugenicists of America intentionally brought over these poor Europeans in order to keep the country white. The issue was, as eugenicists, the original British, the British Europeans, the blue bloods, they didn't think the rest of Europe was pure white. The Italians, the Greeks, the Germans, etc. So they thought they were of a lesser stock, and that's a quote. So they really weren't like gung ho about making these people white. That's why it took them a few decades to get the whiteness. They had to go through the process. Today, it's very clear. I mean, there's still millions of poor Europeans. Like, Ukraine is a country full of poor Europeans, but most of Eastern Europe is very, very poor. But they're not shipping them in. They're not bringing them in the way they were doing 100+ years ago. Today, they're bringing in South Americans, Mexicans mainly. Mexicans are like 90% of the people that they bring in, but it is a mix. There's a bunch of Ukrainians and Russians on the Mexico border. I just saw that story. They're letting the Ukrainians in, but they're not letting the Russians in currently. For whatever reason, they're not letting the Russians get in, but they're letting everybody else get in. And I'm watching videos where people are climbing walls with, I mean, I can't. It got to be 48. Well, let's go, because each of those, it's that what is that? That barbed wire. Each of those barbed wire rolls look like they're about 3 to 4 feet, and there's 4 of them up and down that wall, and they're just sliding down them underneath that barbed wire like it ain't, like it's butter, like quite literally, in camouflage. I mean, everybody that I saw in that video had camouflage on, and I mean, that's an invasion. There's no other way to look at it. Quite literally, an invasion in camouflage, and it's just a tragedy. It's a tragedy that this is going on. But there is the reality that they can assimilate into white society within a few generations, and many of them already have and already are. You got the Ted Cruzes, I mentioned them last time, of the world, who do assimilate right into that population. So I believe that they are okay with this Mexican invasion. I don't think they have a problem with it, and that's the left or the right. Doesn't matter, the left or the right. It's political theater. They're flying people to Massachusetts, Martha Vineyard. They're busing people to Chicago. They're doing a whole bunch of things that seem kind of weird, but in reality, I think it's all coordinated. I don't care what these people say. This is an intentional designed to get more people in here, to push Black Americans further down, replace us in the voting, replace us wherever they can replace us, in the job market, in housing, replace us in social services, you know, and essentially have us on the outside looking in.
Hey, we losing you. We losing you, Black.
Oh,
Hey,
not again.
Look, okay, look. I used to live in Australia, right?
Not
I lived in Australia
again.
for about 4, 5, 6 years total, and
Every week they do this, man.
Australia, you know, it's a big country, right? The country covers like 3 million square miles. It's about the same size as the continental United States. However, it has no borders with any other country, right? So it's basically a sea coast, you know, it's coastlines, right? And I remember, you know, talking, you know, speaking with many, you know, with many Australians, right? And they fear, you know, Asia, right? Look, they had a very small population. Back in the early 90s, they had like 17 million people, you know, when I went there. And now the population is like 26 million. But they fear bringing in a lot of Asians from like Indonesia, the Philippines, China, Vietnam, Thailand, Japan, Korea. They don't want a lot of those people coming to Australia because they know that these people, you know, they can multiply their population pretty fast, right? And they can have super majority of Australia and control of Australia very quickly. So Australia has the strongest, the most difficult immigration laws in the world, right? Not only do they try to keep non-whites out of Australia, they try to keep whites out of Australia. If you're not an English speaking person or from that England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland sphere, right? It's very difficult. Like it's very difficult for Italian, for the French, for the Spanish, for the Russian, for the Polish, for those people to move to Australia, right? So Australia, they want to keep their country white and they want to keep their country English. What do you call the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant? They want to keep Australia, like a WASP type of environment.
WASP.
And
yes,
that's
sir.
why their population is still 26 million. But that country is big enough to hold at least 200 million people. So if Australia can control their immigration, America, they can control their. That's my point there.
Agreed. Yeah, Australia. Wow. So that 25 million numbers is actually surprising to me. I would have thought there would have been a lot more people there. How's my voice sounding now?
I can hear you clearly now.
Okay, awesome. Just needed some time to rest. Okay. Yeah, let me get to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, this look at that country. I mean, the British people from the British background are, I say, about 60%, 70% of the country, while in America, right, people of the British, English are, Black Americans outnumber the English speaking population. The Germans, I showed you that map. It was like different colors, and it showed the different ethnic groups, right? And the Germans are the largest white ethnic group in the United States.
Yes, they are.
The Irish are the second largest, and I think the English are the third or fourth largest white ethnic group
right
in the United States. So yeah. Well, yeah, Australia is a very interesting country, very small population. About 90% of the population live in Sydney, Melbourne, Perth, what's the other city? The Gold Coast, which is Brisbane, Adelaide. About 90% or 85% of the country live in those major metropolitan areas, where you got few people that live in the outback and in the rural areas. Is really interesting. You can go for days without, you can drive for days from Sydney to Perth. You won't see a town for days. I mean, it's a very interesting place.
Wow.
I land there.
Okay, that's crazy. It's crazy. So a lot of that outback is like wildlife preserves or whatever, right?
Farms, sheep farms, and desert. Actually, that middle part of Australia that probably covers maybe a 500,000 square mile, which is about 1/6 of the country.
Wow,
is basically all desert. Like very few people live in that area. Yeah, so yeah, most people live in the coastal areas of Australia. But I think that country still can hold about 200 million people. If they really, really wanted to, they can have a mass of people move to Australia. And but the thing is, they know most of those people will come from China, Japan, Philippines, Thailand, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Burma. So they don't want that. So
interesting. Are there any? I'm thinking about. Are there any mountains or volcanoes? Like how is it like with the sea level or whatever?
What's interesting about Australia, right? Their coastline doesn't seem to be like they don't have a coastline like Florida, where everything is we call it the land is sea level. It seems like Australia's coastline is a higher like 20, 30, 40 feet above sea level.
Nice.
And
interesting.
And mountain, they have very few mountains. Actually went snow skiing in their main mountain area is called Thredbo. That's their major city. It's like what's that city in Colorado? But it's a major. I mean, that's like the only place where it snows. And I think the mountains, the highest mountain peak's like 7,000 feet high. So it's that's the only mountain. They don't have a lot of mountains in Australia. The country is extremely flat, and also I say the country when it comes to forests, I say the forest area probably cover maybe 20% of the country, but it's all around the coastal area. Yeah, I need to look at my figures again on Australia's forest area, but I think it's about 20% of the country.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna read this. So I had this back and forth with the Delaware Democratic Socialist of America account, and again, it was an interesting back and forth, but it's because I had posted, or I actually told her congratulations. Her name is Deshana, She won District 13 in Delaware as a state representative. She won the primary, so she still has to face off in the general election. She won with 669 votes. Her competitor had 645 votes. Some of these elections are very, very, very close and very little turnout. 669 votes is very little turnout. That state has like 700,000 registered voters from what I remember. That's sort of where the number's at. I don't know how many's in this district. But I gotta believe it's more than 1,400 roughly, just looking at those numbers. So a lot of people just aren't showing up for primaries, and that's when most of these candidates are vulnerable. But so I congratulated her, and then I said, Delaware elections are a cakewalk. They truly are. It's some of the lowest numbers in the country when it comes to people actually showing up to vote. But so here's what the Delaware Democratic Socialist of America account had to say. If you want a black majority state, here would be the easiest place to do it by numbers. By far, we're the only at-large congressional district with a significant black population. So that makes me think that they're in the Wilmington area, because that's where a lot of the black population is centered in Delaware. It says the downside is we're also one of the densest states, so land is a lot more expensive here versus the South. They go on to say if your movement has more money but fewer people, here is 100% the move. More people but less money, Mississippi would be a better target. An acre of land here costs 12 times what it does in Mississippi, and it's mostly vastly inferior for farming if agriculture is something that interests you. And then whoever, I don't know why I'm saying she, but whoever this person is, they actually post a map of how much an acre of land costs in each state. So this is actually a pretty good resource here. I don't know how up to date it is or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it gives you an idea. It says Delaware is 57,000. That's probably about what I've seen. I've seen 50,000 a lot when I see those empty lots. So that's pretty good. And then Mississippi, you know what? For whatever reason, Mississippi is blanked out on here. Oh no, I take it back. Mississippi is 6,000 an acre. Alabama, for some reason, is not listed here, which is interesting. But she says you only need about 750,000 black people to come here to get the majority. Now, that's because most people, when they first think about this strategy, they think about total population. So she's talking about 750,000 people, or this person is talking about 750,000 people, but it's only because they're doing a population to population comparison. That's the mistake a lot of people make. And we look at the voters. We don't care about the overall population because most people in the population don't vote. And some people can't vote because they're under the age of 18. So it's not about population, it's about voting population. And really, when it comes to primaries, that number is almost half of what it would be in terms of if we had 100% voter participation. Most states, it's like 50%. And in a lot of these primaries, sometimes it's under 20% of actual participation in these voting primaries. So I say to her, in fairness, Black America should already have full Black majority in all of the Southeast states. The only thing that has prematurely stunted our natural growth is the unnatural genocidal abortion campaign of the Democrat Party. There is no cost we have not already paid. And then, of course, she goes into something about Black women should have the right to abortion, blah, 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 blah.
Hey, Black, you losing it again.
Oh, dang it. Okay. Okay, on that note, I'm going to drop out and drop right back in. I see we have some good people in the space. Anybody who would like to come up and speak, please feel free to grab a mic. The and yeah, I'm gonna go out and come back in.
All right. All right. This is Black American.
Teaser, weasel, bezo. They always taking me out.
No, actually, that map of prices per acre per state, that's pretty interesting. I would love to see that.
Yeah, which it's the fourth one from the right. The fourth, if you know the fourth dot in the jumbotron from the right is the one, where you can see the map a little bit, and then it says if your movement has more money. That's where that's at.
Okay, let's see it.
So we talked about Stacey Abrams in Georgia. Well, Tiffany Cross on her show had Roland Martin on and a couple of other folks, and I was just like blown away. So this clip starts off with, and this is Tiffany Cross saying, "Black men are voting for Kemp." Now, Kemp is the white governor in the state of Georgia. So she's shocked at that, and she's like, she's saying it in a way to say, "Oh my God!" So here's what they're doing: they're setting up the loss that Stacey Abrams is about to have to blame black men. This is what this whole segment is about: how they can blame black men for the loss that Stacey Abrams is about to have. She's been doing this whole campaign, reaching out to black men, and people are thinking she's ineffective because it's her, a woman, talking to black men. Roland Martin and these other dudes they got on here are like, no, she needs surrogates. She needs black men to talk to black men, which sounds like it sounds like a good strategy. Black men talking to black men, okay. But here's the suggestions. So first, this guy, he says two things that are just so crazy. He says there's a segment of the black male voter population where telling a lie is a cool thing. Then he says if every black male comic had a routine on Herschel Walker, that would be enough right there. So this is that whole Malcolm X with the entertainers. They kept suggesting different entertainers, different comedians that should go and talk to black men about political issues. And when someone brought up the fact that uh some political minds, they were like, no, it can't be politicians, it can't be politically minded people talking to black men. It's got to be entertainers to convince them to vote for Stacey Abrams. Man, this is who, and it's sad because these people have not figured it out yet. They are on the same mental programming, the same system that they've always used. They haven't figured out why it's not working, and they're still trying to force it and make it work. It is really bizarre, very bizarre. The comp got your hand up.
Yeah, I had a quick question. I don't know much about the Mississippi region or anything like that, but how does transport and trade work in that region?
Transport and trade.
Because they have a river, they
Mississippi River, they're on the Gulf Coast.
Downstream and all that stuff, just regulate.
Yeah, the Mississippi River. Oh yeah. Oh no, I was gonna say Mississippi River, I believe, is the most active inland water system in the country. I mean, they are in the Gulf of Mexico, so there's that. But I do believe the Mississippi River has the highest, in terms of dollar amount, in terms of transporting goods and services into the interior of the country. I don't know how Mississippi, if they generate income off of that. I don't think there's like a Like
I mean, there's many states that run up and down this Mississippi River, right? Like, you know, I mean, I don't know all the states off the top of my head, but there's many states that run up and down that thing.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you got Minnesota, you got Iowa. I think. I need to look at the map. But Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee.
Missouri. Missouri runs through the Mississippi River runs through Missouri, Iowa, all the way up to I think Duluth, Minnesota. And Duluth is actually on the one of the Great Lakes. So basically, I think the Mississippi runs from the Gulf of Mexico all the way to one of the Great Lakes.
Is it going downstream or up?
Yeah,
from the.
I went ahead and put it
at the river.
Sorry about that. I went ahead and put it in the Jumbotron, one of my tweets about where the Mississippi connects to the Great Lakes and a lot of the trade that actually happens on the Great Lakes.
So so Mississippi is a very important river transportation access to the South. Very important.
Thumbs up. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I know Judge Joe Brown being in Memphis, he talked about the Mississippi River as, I don't know if they have ports or whatever they have there, but he mentioned that as something that was, you know, a reason why that Memphis area is so valuable was because of the Mississippi River.
I mean, it got to be just as valuable as the railroads, right?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, many products go up and down the Mississippi River.
Yeah, in the space last week, a woman who was from the Detroit area was talking about the Great Lakes and talking about the trade. And she was sort of relating the reason that they're pushing Black Americans out of that area is because of all of the trade. She talked about the fresh water too. But a lot of people don't know that there's a lot of groundwater in the US. There's actually a lot of underground water. They call it groundwater, but so you can't see it, but it's there. So that's why a lot of rural areas can just dig a well and have water and all of that. So
now look, going back, just comparing Australia to the United States, right? One of the problems with Australia is that it doesn't have a lot of rivers, right? There's no rivers that's flowing throughout the country, right? So inland trade in Australia is very difficult because they don't have any rivers. You know, and also underground water is a problem in Australia as well. So that's why the people. That's the reason why they have a small population, and most of the people only stay on the coastline.
Makes sense.
Of Australia.
Okay, I have one more question. Okay, so like what's the major control between, because the Mississippi runs from Canada to Mexico, right? If you want to take a straight route, am I correct, or is there something that
the Gulf of Mexico? But not Mexico.
Yeah, Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, to the Gulf.
It doesn't connect to a foreign country. It connects to two bodies of water. One of them being the Gulf of Mexico, and the other one being looks like Lake Superior up north.
And that doesn't connect to Canada?
Yeah, Canada, yeah.
Well, yeah. It can not directly, but indirectly, yeah. Because once you're on the Great Lakes, you can ship to Canada, or even if you're in the Gulf of Mexico, from there you can ship to pretty much most of South America, or you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I remember this post. That is a great
Okay,
post.
that's all the questions I had. What's it called? I'm gonna go ahead and drop down a listener and just listen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, State Power. That's a great visual of the lakes and the shipping that goes on up there. That's a really good visual up there.
Yeah. Now also, you do have the rivers, but you also have the railroads that that connect the South with most of the country, and you also have the highways. You got Highway 20.
Yeah,
I
highways,
think
rail,
40, 10. I'm
highways,
just trying to remember
water.
this off my head. Highway 20, 40, 10. You got 85, 95.
95, big.
I think 75.
Mm-hmm.
You have all these federal highways that
Oh, we're
connect
building a
the
highway.
South
49.
with most of the country. So when it comes to
Is that in
transportation,
Mississippi?
we have it all in the South.
Arkansas, 49.
I was saying with the Black American homeland, right? You can actually travel to the 8 states, without going into any other states, right? You can start in Georgia, in Atlanta, Georgia, go through South Carolina, go through North Carolina, go through Tennessee, Arkansas, go down to Louisiana, then back to Mississippi, Alabama, back to Atlanta, Georgia, without going outside the region.
And one of the things I like about this the 8-state region is that all of them, I think, with the exception of one, has access to the sea. But like we said, even Arkansas has access to the sea through the Mississippi River. But all of them, actually, with the exception of Arkansas, have coastline.
Yeah, the 7 states, you correct. With your 7th state, correct.
Yeah, they're actually, there's a proposed I-49 that's going to connect Kansas City, and it's going to drop down into Arkansas, connect Shreveport and Lafayette, and I guess may possibly eventually get to New Orleans. But this is like a new interstate that's going to connect those 3 states down there.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Black, I wanted to ask you a question about, in the trucking business, right? Okay, when you travel from different states, right? Each states have their own maximum speed laws, right? I mean, or I haven't been in the states or traveled through the states in a couple of years, but what I'm trying to say here. Okay, let's say you traveling through Pennsylvania, going to the northern states, right? What are the laws when it comes to man, I actually had a great question, but I can't remember that question. When you travel from state to state in your truck, right? What are the speed laws? Are there different speed laws? I mean, I know there are different speed laws, but what are there? I guess I'm asking you, what are the speed laws in the different states?
Yeah, that's a good question. So way back when, Ohio and a few other, they call them dual speed states, trucks were governed at 55 miles an hour in the entire state of Ohio. And so most police officers will let you get away with 5 over. I think that's written into most state laws, where they can't give you a ticket unless you're 5 over the limit. Ohio now is 65, I believe, or maybe even 70. So they got rid of the dual state for commercial trucks. Down south, out west, in some of the mountainous areas of the country, they still do have truck speeds much slower. especially going down and most downhills. If they're mountains, they want you to be at like 25 miles an hour, sometimes slower than that. If you remember he was a foreigner. He was Latin. He came flying down a mountain and ended up killing like a bunch of people. He was going way too fast, and that company had a bunch of problems with issues like that. But yeah, no truck driver would go barreling down the side of a mountain because you're just not going to be able to stop the truck. The brakes heat up, they lose power when they heat up, and then no matter how hard you press on them, they're just not going to stop the truck. It's too much weight. Um, but yeah, so and then I know from what I remember in some of the southern and western states at night the speed limit goes up. So it could be like a 10 mile an hour increase, 5 mile an hour increase, whatever it is. Some states are like that. So if it's 60 during the day, it could be 70 at night, or 65 and 75, something like that. Um, but for the most part, it's basically the same, except for on hills and mountains is where the change goes. And then sometimes they don't want trucks in the left lane, so you'll see a lot of those signs where they don't want trucks in the left lane. And I got a ticket for being in the left lane one time, which was total. It's always BS. Two highways were splitting apart, and I was right at the point where they were splitting apart, and that left lane restriction should have been over. The guy gave me a ticket. I think I went to court and tried to fight it. They might have reduced it, but I think I still paid something. But it's been a while since I had any type of tickets in the truck. But yeah.
So you're saying that there's no more speed laws on the streets?
The last part got jumbled up a little bit. Could you say the last part?
There's no maximum. Like I remember back in the 80s and early 90s, it was 55. But now you said some states are 65, some states are 70.
Yes, some states are 70. Trucks can do 85. Some can do 95. These trucks are bigger, stronger, faster, and a lot of these trucks are automatics now. I drive an automatic truck. I would never drive a 10 speed, 18 speed, whatever, because it's too much work. And you're already at work. Ain't no sense of working while you're at work. If you can just drive the truck, it saves on your body wear and tear. You know what I mean? So they get basically the same mileage. That was always the excuse why they had manuals, because it was better on gas mileage. But today the automatics get just as good gas mileage. So yeah, you could. I mean, in if so, like in Pennsylvania, I think it's 70 in some parts, and so you could do 75 and probably never get pulled over. Down south, it might be 75 in some areas. You could probably do 80 and not get pulled over. So yeah. So the other thing I found now, this man, hmm go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out when was this speed limit when was that changed?
It could have been the state of Ohio was probably 10 years ago. I've been driving since 98. And for the most part, Ohio was like the only state where there was that difference. Every other state, it was whatever the speed limit was for the most part. So as states have increased their speed limits, it's the same for all vehicles. But like I said, some states you're not allowed to be in the left lane, and that's not everywhere across the state. It might be inside of cities, or if there's like long stretches of highway for whatever reason. They have their reasons. It never really made sense to me, but just sometimes they don't want trucks in the left lane. But some of these trucks are moving faster than cars, to be honest. So it don't make a whole lot of sense, but that's just something that they use to set up like a trap so they can ticket you, basically, is how I look at it. Yeah, but so looking at that I-49, there's also a proposed I-69. I don't know how far they are on this. I'd have to look into it. It's saying it's going to connect the Canadian border crossing at Port Huron, Michigan, which I believe that's way up in like the top of the state, with the Mexican border near Brownsville, Texas. So they're creating an international highway to go from Canada through the United States down into Texas, I-69. And like I said, I don't know how far they are on that, but that is something that's out there. Can almost guarantee ain't too many black contractors on either of those highways getting none of that money. But if we controlled Arkansas, we control Louisiana, we would make sure that we had some control over those contracts and getting that contract money to build that interstate highway for sure. There's no question about that. The comp, you got it.
What's it called? My uncle used to be a truck driver for Swift.
Oh yeah, Swift.
And he would talk about driving all the way up from California, from Sacramento, all the way down to New York.
Oh God.
And I believe that is the what do you call that freeway? The 99. So does that go all the way from California all the way to New York?
So the numbers that are odds go north to south, and the numbers that are even go east to west. So I know I-80 is a route that a lot of people take from New York, New Jersey over to the California area. He was talking about I-10. Those are more southern, and I think the way those are. So if you're on I-10, you're probably in the southernmost highway, and when you get to I-80 and even I-90, you're in the most northern part. So there's like a system to how they numbered them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The I-80.
Yeah, I-80. I went to California one time when I was training, and we dropped down into Texas and then went across that way. And then when we came out of California, we went up towards Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, and then we came back across probably I-90 or I-80 up there in the north. And so if it's one person in a truck, they can drive 11 hours a shift. That's about 600 miles. I think that's over 2,000 miles. So legitimately, that sounds like something that would take almost 4 days to do, 3.5, 4 days. If you're a team, you can do it in half the time because the truck really never stops except to fuel or whatever and take a shower or whatever. So that's so part of the reason why they want these automated trucks on the road is they're not gonna. I don't see any chance of them running them in cities around condensed urban areas where there's a lot of traffic, but out in the highways where it's really just nothing but cornfields, that's where they're going to run them, and they're probably going to have them at like 40 miles an hour. And in my city, one of these companies, they have I think they're called like locomotive or something, but they have a system where the driver in front is pulling one, or well, no, he's not even pulling them. I take that back. He has an automated truck behind him, and I think they can have up to 3. So whatever he does, these automated trucks behind him will do the same, even though they don't have a driver. That's one system. Then you're going to have the fully autonomous trucks. But like I said, unless they have a driver, they're probably going to be very restricted on the speed, and they're probably only going to move. They'll probably have drop lots or warehouses set up, and they can move in between major cities where there's not a lot of traffic. They might only be able to drive at night. That's another thing that I've thought of, because the public, once they kill a van full of people, it's just going to be over. The public's not going to tolerate it, and it's going to be an issue with that. They can't find drivers. A lot of these older boomer generation drivers are going to retire in the next 5 years. They are going to be in a world of hurt looking for truck drivers. It's going to be very, very difficult. That's another reason that they're bringing in my opinion, a lot of these, illegals is for the things where they know they just can't hire people. And there's a lot of money in trucking, to be honest, is really good money. So I would suggest anybody who has nothing else going on to really seriously consider it, because it's really good money.
Yeah, that was a lot of good points. I just, from my experience, I drove from California, through half of the states, I would say, because the farthest I ever gone was Texas, and then up Oklahoma to Illinois, and then back to California, going through those upper states. So, like, I've been through the lower states, the middle states, the upper states, but, I never went as far as those places. So, I just say that I go, I only been through half of the state. But, one thing I realized, and I was just wondering if it was just me or just my imagination, but, most of the stops at, truck stops where they have a market, a gas station, all that stuff, I realized, like, a lot of those places, they, American flags, all that other stuff, very, I guess, what you would call patriotic. But all those stops off of the highways are
real
like,
patriotic.
by number, they're divisible by 3 for some reason, like 36, 39, what's it called, 6-3, or anything like that. Anything that's divisible by 3, I realize it's like, that's where all the exits are. Can you explain why that is? Or just tell me that it's just me?
Yeah, so in the past, states really had their own numbering system, and usually it was, I want to say they went east to west. So the number 1 exit would be the furthest east, and then they would just go 2, 3, 4 across the state. But in Pennsylvania, and I believe this is something that they're doing across the whole country, they changed it to where every exit number corresponds to the mileage of wherever it's at. So instead of going by number, so let's say there was 100 exits, there would be 1 through 100. But now it's not like that. It'll be whatever the mile marker is what the exit number is supposed to be. And that's for the state of Pennsylvania. I don't know if that's how it is across the country, but it seemed like they spent tens of millions of dollars to make that change for a reason. And I believe that they wanted that to be a uniform system across the country. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, America is extremely, extremely organized. I mean, they put a lot of effort to standardize everything. Living in third world countries. I talk about they need to standardize this, standardize that, but they just don't care about doing any of those things. But in America, it's like they're extremely I mean, everything has to be standardized and everything has to be I don't know what word to use. I mean, say it again.
On code.
Everything has to be coded. Everything has to be standardized. Everything has to be.
Oh man, look at this. So I'm looking at this map. Yeah, that's 69.
Reference to I mean, it just
doesn't exist yet.
I mean, it just organization and unless you go to another country, especially a third world country, where everything is chaos, But in America, everything is organized. It just very
organized chaos. Organized chaos. Yeah. America has organized chaos pretty much. So I looked at an interstate map, and that I-69 does not yet exist. I-49 obviously doesn't exist. And the way they're going to have to weave that I-69 from the tip of Michigan to get down to Brownsville, Texas, man, and that's got to be, I mean, just guesstimating, it's over 1,500 miles. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. A lot of construction. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, just to connect those, because I guess they're sick of, because you probably got to take multiple interstates to make it easier for those drivers to just go from Canada to Mexico, without it being too complicated, I guess. It's very interesting.
So we see the signs and the symbols before us. We just need to make the efforts to take advantage of the knowledge that we know.
I like that assessment. I agree with that assessment. So we talked about Mississippi in 2022. They had the opportunity when they did this redistricting to create 4 equal-sized districts, so that there could have been 2 black majority districts, there could have been 2 white majority districts. Instead, what they did was they created 5, and only 1 of the 5 are black majority districts in the state of Mississippi. This is what I posted a map that was, I think it was from matter of fact, here it goes, 1966, when they did have 5 districts, and none of them were black majority, although just looking at the map, they could have easily created 2 majority black districts, just looking at the map that they have here. So this is what happens, and to the title, the people who abuse and neglect us are never going to help us. This is who they are. The history is what it is. It does not change. This is from 1966 to 1922, is almost 56 years.
So what during that time prevented our people from making certain decisions?
Well,
during that time.
So I believe it's either the legislator or the governor who controls the district map. And then I know in this past, because it's based on the census numbers, there was a lot of lawsuits in courts to try to, fix whatever they did. And if people didn't like it, some of them won, some didn't. During this time, the U.S. government had control over, I believe it's 9 southern states, could be 7, of their voting districts, to ensure that there was a minority district. So that's why we got the representation that we do have, is because of that provision in the Voting Rights Act, but it is one of those things that does expire. They have to renew it every so often. I think recently the Supreme Court decided that it's unconstitutional at this point because so much time has passed since Reconstruction or whatever, whenever it was instituted. So it's like they're still able to sue in court and they are getting victories, but it's not based on that Voting Rights Act anymore. It's more of an argument saying we have this amount of population, we should have a majority black district or whatever the case may be. But we see in Mississippi, they're still manipulating it to their advantage no matter what. And that's just what these people are going to continue to do. Any opportunity they get to tip the scales in their favor and to keep the scales in their favor, that's what they're going to do every single chance they get.
Hey, look, Black, I remember 6 months ago, 1 year ago, some followers asked would a Black American homeland or would a supermajority Black state have gerrymandering type of policies? And I said, heck yeah. I mean,
oh yeah,
we have to learn from those from history,
right?
To see how they control the state, and I think we have to use the same. I mean, some people probably don't like the gerrymandering, but we can use gerrymandering to our advantage.
Absolutely.
I don't know how
to its sword.
That.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. The thing that I've been saying is it is likely because 40%, 30%, 20% of the population is going to be some other race or some other group, that they will likely have a constitutional argument to say, we need one district so that we can have representation. And that will probably likely be the case. But yeah, with the gerrymandering, you certainly can put them in a box and essentially say, okay, you get this one district and we control everything else, for sure. And then I think the districts are based on, it's either 725,000 or 750,000. They can change that number. I think it's changed over time, but there is it's somewhere in the 700,000s that a district had. That's like the estimated population that they have to be, and then across the state, they kind of got to be pretty close to that number. Is what I remember. Yep. So let's see what else.
Even though a state like Wyoming that has only I think 500,000 people, 550,000, they're actually guarantee a representative in Congress.
Right. Yeah, every state has 2 senators, and yeah, they have every state has 2 senators and at least 1 representative for sure. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about Congress a little bit here. This is some gentleman created a thread, and I'm gonna go through the first couple parts of the thread. Chris Josephs, he created this thread where he looked at DC politicians and what their investments were and what committees they sat on that oversaw some of these companies. So the first couple I just want to hit on so we understand who these people are, because these are who these people are. This is not going to change. Everything they do is to benefit themselves. It is for self-preservation. and it is for their own benefit. They're extremely narcissistic in that way. All their fear is based around making sure that not so much that they survive, but that their legacy survives and that the white race survives in this country, on this planet, whatever the case may be. So this was a New York Times investigation, is what it says. Politicians trading stocks. They found that 81 Democrats and 101 Republicans filed 3,700 trades and $100 million in possible volume. Many had 100% winners, with some perfectly timed. So we know the stock market, and Black American Homeland knows it better than anybody. This is basically insider trading, which is illegal. It's a crime. They should be brought up on charges. This is what these people do. They have access to information. They use the information to advantage themselves. This is why people go to Congress, and when they're done, they're wealthy, because they use this insider information for their own benefit. Of the 182 politicians, 90 plus sat on committees that directly oversaw the companies they traded. 49 were Democrats, 44 were Republicans, which is 18% of the Congress. I'm going to skip past that one. I'm going to get into this one. Although Pelosi was not included in the report, let's start with her. Between 2020 and 2022, she had 35 plus trades. The volume of her trades were $65,600,000 worth of trades. She's wealthy. She's very wealthy. She's been in Congress a very long time. And then it goes on to name a bunch of these people, all the trades they made, all the money that they made. The corruption corrupts absolutely. These people are pure corruption. These people are never going to help us. This is why the argument that, and this is what I first heard when I got on Twitter 2 years ago, and then when Spaces popped up, I think that was December when they first popped up. People were like, "Oh, we're gonna raise money. We're gonna buy politicians. We're gonna buy politicians." It's a fantasy. You're not gonna buy these people. You're never gonna buy these people. They have access to money. I've talked to people who are intimately aware of what goes on, and they literally have access to hundreds of millions of dollars every single day. There is no buying these people. Like, that is a fantasy that we have to reject, throw away, get rid of, and move on to the thing that we can actually do for ourselves. Period. Point blank. Our brother Native Son, I got a bunch of these immigrant posts because that's a hot topic. So he says, notice no governor is sending them back, in capital letters. And that is the most interesting part of us seeing. So DeSantis supposedly flew some of these illegals to Martha's Vineyard to create a big stir in it, and it's created that stir. But however, they weren't from Florida, they were from Texas, because that was my first question. I was thinking, well, how are these people are getting here by boat, and there's enough of them coming over by boat that he's got to ship them, fly them to Martha's Vineyard? Well, no, he was paying. The governor of Florida was paying to ship illegal immigrants out of Texas to Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts. And the governor of Texas said he has no idea what's going on. Right? They're promising them whatever, jobs, money, housing, blah, 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 blah. And people are making the mistake of comparing that to the Freedom Riders, where they were using domestic terrorism against Black American citizens in the South, promising them a bunch of jobs in the North, and buying tickets, and just sending people up here with no opportunities. Um, it is a very disrespectful for them to compare what happened to our ancestors to what's happened to a bunch of illegal people who should be turned around at the border and sent back. But Joe Biden's policies are opening the gate and letting them come in. So this story talks about how the Border Patrol is completely overwhelmed with illegal immigrants and has had to release thousands onto the streets of El Paso, Texas. In all of these cities, they talk about the shelters are full, although there's homeless people. There's still homeless Americans on the street. The shelters aren't full of homeless Americans, obviously. I posted a thing where in somewhere in California, they had drug sniffing dogs going up and down these homeless encampments. They found 2 guns, 70,000 in cash, fentanyl, bunch of other crap. They end up arresting a bunch of people. But obviously, they're not filling up the shelters with American citizens. So let's be clear about that, because they keep talking about how these shelters are full up. So because the shelters are full, they have to send them to these luxury hotels, which is total
Yeah,
BS.
they're handing out cash. What's it called? Hotel vouchers to all the people that are apparently homeless.
Well, these are not homeless. These are illegal immigrants that they're doing that for.
No, we know that and all the other stuff, but
Yeah.
that's what they're doing. The governor just signed some type of bill that through the state of California, because he thinks some 30-day flood is supposed to come in and it's supposed to be a natural disaster and all that crap. Which, I don't really believe in. I mean, knock on wood, if it does happen, if they know something we don't know. But, we're about to get flooded out, which I don't see how, that could happen naturally. But, they've been warning us for the last 20 days of this disaster that, apparently for some reason starts somewhere around the 24th.
Oh.
Of September.
Oh, can I get my mic back? Okay. You know what? The 2 things you said interesting. So one, I saw a post in Alaska where Alaska is getting pounded. There's a major tropical depression, hurricane, whatever they call them over there, in Alaska. Now, I don't know how the weather systems work up there. I don't know if it comes down Alaska, comes down the coast, and eventually hits California, or if it just keeps going east across Canada. I know the Asian countries had some bad weather a couple of weeks ago. So maybe on that side of the country, it's that season. I'm assuming, from what I remember, September is the start of hurricane season in the Atlantic. So they're probably going to start getting hit on that side of the country as well very soon. But
but we're on the Pacific. Like, most of the wind and the way that they do things down here is they push all the wind and everything, the mountains and the rain goes up north up to the Sierra Mountains, where it snows, and then that snow defrosts and stuff goes back into the aquifers that provide people clean drinking water.
Nice.
It goes from south to north for the most part. It's kind of like from a south to a northeast type of push.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting.
But they do a lot of cloud seeding out here. We see it every day. Most of the clouds aren't, manufactured by nature is we see airplanes all day making all these X's and, you know, lines in the sky.
That's
that,
everywhere, bro.
you know, fan out into
It's
clouds
all over the
and
country.
stuff, and it blocks out the sun, and then it, you know, all the moisture starts rising and stuff to form these clouds, and you could see them fan out. Like it starts out like a small little skinny line, and then like it fans out into a giant cloud.
Yeah, that so some people call them chemtrails, contrails. That is definitely happening all over the country. There's plenty of times I look up and it looks like a checkerboard in our skies here. So I know exactly what you're talking about. The 24th though is the reparations hearing, task force hearing. I think is the 23rd and 24th, from what I remember. You know, you mentioning him. We do have the information about CJEC wanting to call up the governor's office and ask them to veto this bill that is going to attempt to change California reparations.
Well, that's just to speed up the process. So the bill, what it does is it extends the reparations to 2024, if need be so. But we're sitting here saying that we don't need an extension. We already gave a 500-page report that nobody is willing to read the whole book. Okay. Except for one person that does it every Monday or Tuesday or whenever he does it, which is Chris.
Right.
He's the only person that does that, but nobody else is willing. I mean, this is stuff that we already read in history books. We already know what's going on, and, you know, they need to pay up. It's like, you know, why do you have to do a study for something that even as old as Gavin Newsom is, he should already know, because they're the ones who wrote the legislature for the academics that we learned as kids. So, you know, what's the holdup? What are you trying to do? Like, you know, are you really trying to put us up there and look like, you know, we're sitting there advocating for reparations, and you're trying to make us look like, you know, like the people that betrayed everybody, because they will put black faces in the front of this. Oh yeah, you know, oh, they're going for, but then when it fails and shit like that, we're the scapegoats. Like, you know, that's not gonna happen on my watch. As far as I know, I could walk to the Capitol. It only take me more than 20 minutes to get there. So, you know, it is, you know, they kind of got a gun to the head almost. But, you know, the more pressure we put on them, you know, we're trying to get them to make the right decisions before they make, you know, we're trying to give them a chance and stuff like that before they end up hanging themselves.
Yeah, and another important part, the extension, but also the ability to change members of the task force. And again, I don't remember if it's done by committee or if some person can change it, if the governor can change it. But that was,
as the people didn't choose the task force. The task force was chosen by Governor Newsom. Those are the people that we have to deal with as Black Americans to present our case to the Department of Justice. That's who they work for. They work for the Department of Justice in California. So, you know, when we go up there with our reparations claims that they add to the report is written by the what's called the task force that takes all of our accounts, everything that we say. And that's why we try to get people to put their input, call them, and all the other stuff, so that we can have a very extensive report that, you know, lays to our claim for the most part.
Yeah, so I'm confirming.
They don't speak for us though.
Right. I'm confirming these dates. This is from Camilla Moore, who's leading the California task force. The dates are Friday and Saturday, 9:23, 9:24, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day is when they are having these meetings.
Now think about this: like the state of California is closed on weekends. I don't know if you know that. I mean, I think that this in every state, that's usually what they do. Some states they might be open on the weekends and all the other stuff, but why would you try to extend something from the weekday, which is the last of the weekday, to Saturday, where you don't have no politicians walking around, ain't nobody care about the news, they're off from work. They don't have any interest in anything else except for what they're doing on the weekend. Like, who does that? Like, I wouldn't even, there's never been no meetings from the state of California on weekends, but then on this particular weekend. Like, what is so important about September 24th that you have to do something to disrupt everything else that's going on?
So they say you can join them digitally. You got to go to their website to do that. But my guess is that a Saturday gives, because both days are public opinion days where people can go in front of the mic and basically tell their story. But I believe it's to give people who work during the week, 9 to 5, the opportunity to come in and actually speak on a Saturday so they don't have to take off from work or whatever, and they can possibly make it on a Saturday to get their testimony into the record. So that would be my guess.
So they're only leaving it up to people who are Black Americans to come on a Saturday while everyone else has their day off to explain something that, we already know, uh, something that we don't need to progress forward, and, we could get this settled right now, or you going to throw the whole country into the Civil War. Like, what are these people trying to do?
I don't know. A civil war requires state versus state. So we're hearing a lot of that rhetoric about civil war. Um, there's not going to be a civil war, at least not yet, not no time soon. There could be insurgencies, guerrilla tactics, some individual groups, whatever the case. But we're far away from any level of it being anything close to a civil war. We're already, we all say our population, they have been at war with us really since we got here. And the fact that they keep killing us in the streets, in our beds, in our homes is proof of that. The water situation in a lot of Black urban areas is proof of that. The economic oppression is proof of that. There's a lot of things, a lot of people talk about genocide and the 5 UN definitions of what meets genocide, and our population meets all of those. So there is an active war against us. We have not been engaging in war against them, but this civil war talk is really just political rhetoric and hyperbole, and them trying to scare Black voters. I mean, at the end of the day, everything that comes out of the Democrats' mouth to me is just a scare tactic, and I don't believe I everything they say to me. I do the opposite. I believe the opposite of whatever they say, because truth be told, they've never really told us, anything from just a straightforward perspective. It's always got a spin on it. It's always manipulation. We are very intelligent people. We can handle the truth, but the truth is not in these people. That's just the reality of it.
So they promised something, and they got everyone's hopes up so high about something that they believe is going to happen, right? But the first time in history, and you don't think that some people are going to buckle when that promise is broken?
Your phone is so low. It sounded like you said, "Do I think people are gonna buckle?"
Yes, when a promise is not fulfilled.
Oh, okay. Good question. No, absolutely not. Like, here's what I believe. I wrote it in my book. There is a strong possibility that Black Americans can end up back in chains, in bondage, enslaved in this country. And there is absolutely very little that anybody's going to do about it. All they would have to do is take out the whatever they perceive as the threats, either through incarceration or straight up death. And then you'll have a population of people who will fall in line. Um, so man, there's two posts I want to share. I'm gonna go to the second one. In Houston, this is a family. This is a family. They're living in the home. This is their home. They've been paying rent, whatever the case may be. Maybe they got behind because of the pandemic. They were part of a program that paid their rent in full. The woman sold the property to the city, is what she says. She sold the property to the city. This family, it's a mother, a father, a child, maybe several children. There's someone who's in a wheelchair, I believe, who's a diabetic. They sell the property out from under this Black family. This person who's documented is she's got a big she's got a big social media presence, but she does a lot of these neighborhood stories, and she's interviewing them. They call the police to come the next day to figure out, hey, what's going on. The property owner has cut the wiring so that the property doesn't get electricity. They've took out the gas meter so that the property doesn't get gas. The property doesn't get water anymore. It's uninhabitable. She sold it to the city. The very next day they come in and or the next day or next week, whenever, in the timeline of the short TikTok video, it looks like the next day. They demolished this home with all of their belongings in it. They had locked them out, boarded up the house. No one could get in or out. I'm thinking to myself, if my shit's in that house, I'm getting in that fucking house. I don't give a. They're sleeping in their cars. They said they hadn't washed in weeks. I'm thinking, I'm going in that fucking whatever. I'm going in the house. I'm getting, if I have a relative who needs their insulin, I'm getting in the house one way or another. These people are beautiful Black people, but they're paralyzed to do anything, even when their home is being taken from them. If that doesn't explain to you how quickly we could slide into enslavement in this country, nothing will. Because if anybody had a reason to fight the system, to retaliate in any way, shape, or form, it's the man of that house who's standing there just as bewildered as all of the women. They demolished the house with all of the belongings in it. The whatever, the next day, next week, whatever the timeline is, and the people are left to sob because of the fact that all of their shit that was in that house has been destroyed by the government, and there's nothing that they can do about it. This is the world that we're living in. People talk about, oh, I'd be in the streets, I'd be doing this, I'd be doing that. No, you wouldn't. Quite honestly, they've been gentrifying and tearing down buildings and pushing people out for at least 4 or 5 decades. Nobody's been in the street shooting and doing nothing or retaliating in any way, shape, or form at all. They push us here, they push us there, they push us out of here, they push us out of there. They've been pushing us around this country. Really, really. I mean, that whole Great Migration was them pushing us out of the South. They've been pushing us all around this country at will, and there's been nothing that we can do to stop it. And the people who have stepped up over the years, they slaughter them or they incarcerate them for their entire life.
And there's nothing we could do about it.
Oh, God, bro.
I mean, there is something we can do about it.
Holy shit, bro. Please. Oh, God.
But
yeah, there's a lot
going to take
do.
the effort of all of us. Not one person can fight the government. Not one black person. See, a lot of time we fall into this trap where you got 50 million black Americans, right? They depend on a few people to fight for them.
That's
but
true.
The thing is, all 50 million black Americans have to fight together. I mean, we can't let the few black people in position to fight for us. We can't. That's not possible. That's too much on a few people.
Those are the contrabands, the self-emancipators, contrabands of war, the ones who are willing to die to fight. Those are the ones who have to step up. Now is the time.
So, am I the only one that believes that there is a war going on that's not televised, of certain actions happening within this country, mysterious stuff that's happening, that there's not another front that's being fought that we don't know about?
Well, it depends on how
you... People that's actually in a battle,
right?
That's in a war, and they actually do the things that is necessary. Anything you can think that a government can do, possibly use the same strategies against them. Wreck their infrastructure, bring down whatever it is that brings their economy up, messing around with their money, messing around with their false teaching on TV and stuff like that, like using BT and all the other stuff to further put our people in despair. Like, those people fighting on those type of fronts. Like, the war is already started, whether people want to see it or not. There are people dying in the streets. There are people out there fighting. They won't tell you about it, but, am I the only one that doesn't think that, that's going on?
Hey, look, the Black Authority always say we are at war.
So,
yeah, I think...
yeah.
It's not it's not the typical type of war, but it's a war.
It's not a war.
And we just have to figure out how to fight this war.
It's a slaughter. So here's what I'm gonna say to that. They have been at war with us. That is true. I agree to that wholeheartedly, and that's never going to change. They will always be at war with us. But exactly. I define war as a conflict between two parties where they are both actively engaged in the conflict. We have never been actively engaged in a conflict, at least no time in modern history. In the 60s and 70s, those black men and women were actively engaged in the conflict. We are not.
I mean, last time I checked, there were a few police officers that were being killed.
Okay, I don't know if, let's say for instance, you
ones that actually, deserved what they got.
yeah, but let's say, I mean, this is really hypothetical. Let's say 100,000 were eliminated, or 1 million were eliminated. What difference does that make? That doesn't destroy the system. The system
No,
is,
it's just small gestures of, possibilities of things that could happen.
yeah. So in the jumbotron, I've got a Black Hawk. I used to post this as a GIF, but there's a 27-second video of a Black Hawk helicopter firing on a practice target. Okay. And these are just helicopters. We're not even talking about actual.
Did he cut out, or is that my internet? Can anyone hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Here we go. So in the jumbotron, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the left. Helicopter shooting at target. The projectiles look crazy. This is a 27-second video for anyone who believes that we are fighting a war against the United States. There is no way, and I'll say this emphatically without any hesitation, there is no way for us. We could have all the AR-15s we want, we could have all the ammo we want to win a war against this country in a direct war. It is so beyond the thought of reality that it's laughable when people suggest that it's possible. It is not possible. It is a suicide mission, period, point blank. And the only way that would make sense, if you're thinking you're going to take out some strategic targets and hurt, in whatever way, shape, or form you think you're going to hurt this country, but it's going to be extremely temporary. I mean, so temporary that it's going to come and go in such a quick spurt of time. The problem is, when that's done, you've awakened a very tyrannical system that can quickly move to dismantle and decimate anything that you are attached to in a very, very, very quick manner. So the way they deal with white domestic terrorism, even Islamic domestic terrorism, is nothing compared to the way they will deal with black nationalistic terrorism. It's night and day. Watch that helicopter, get an idea of what you would be dealing with. And again, these are just helicopters. We're not talking about drones or any type of jet fire where you won't even see them. They'll just, drop a missile and blow up the whole neighborhood. You'll never even see these people. They'll send a missile from a Navy ship somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico. Like, it's insane to even ponder the thought that this is even possible. Um, so the best strategy, the only real legitimate strategy, to be quite honest, is to gain control over state authority, state power, so that you can have similar weaponry, similar capabilities at some point in the future, so that you can defend your population from what would be an onslaught if it ever came to pass, but so that you are in a defensive posture. State power talked about remaining an ally with the US. That goes without question. Like, there's nothing about anything that we talk about is where we're trying to become some rogue nation or anything like that, because again, that's just suicide. At the end of the day, you look at Afghanistan. They spent 20 years there, $20 trillion, killed hundreds of thousands of people. But that's not even the biggest death that's possible, because now half the country is eating one meal every other day. Like, they could quickly tip into a point of starvation that would kill millions of those people over there. And they don't have to fire a single bullet. Like, it's just, sometimes I don't think we understand the scale of what we're dealing with when it comes to people saying, you know, we can fight a war or we're at war with these people. We've been getting slaughtered by these people. We are not at war with these people. And they don't fear anything from that perspective, because that's all they do is war. That's all. This country is a warring nation. If there were people on the moon, they would be flying planes to the fucking moon to try to take that over too. That's what this country does. To be perfectly honest about it. So, yeah. The good thing in this post, I talk about how a black state government can provide authority, training, and chain of command. Black majority state has the right to build a state defense force military that is under the governor's command, not the National Guard. In this particular news article, talks about the states that have their own armies not under the control of the commander-in-chief. That is our best option, where you have chain of command, you have legitimate soldiers who are loyal to your state. They've taken an oath to your state. They are going to defend the people of your state. That is where we need to be if we want to have any conversation that has to do with anything about, you know, the United States and whatever. Because, yeah.
It was controlled by authoritarian rule, right? That's what you're saying.
I didn't get the first part of it.
I said, so you're saying that it's all controlled by authoritarian rule.
I'll say the United States government deals with the Black American population in a tyrannical way. Yes, I agree with that statement.
Okay, so you know, if say per se someone comes along, right, and says that, you know, you better not do that by any means necessary, right? And you know, you got them by the throat, or this is gonna happen. You give them an ultimatum. You say, hey, you do this against these people or those people or this and that and the other, this is what's going to happen. Do you think that the United States wouldn't bow down to any other authority other than white supremacy?
United States bow down.
Bow down. What side?
When it comes to white supremacy, I think the United States is the most powerful. I mean, look at Great Britain, France, Italy, Spain, Germany. I mean, we could
Yeah. Okay. So let me. Oh, I didn't realize I had that on the whole time.
Weak nations, but
you know, the thing that is greatest about being Black Americans is that we hold the strongest power you can imagine currently right now. Whether you believe we don't have that power or not, we actually do. Whether they try to shut us up and they try to not let our presences be known or anything else like that, but you know, we as Black Americans, we do have the most powerful people behind us in this motion currently right now. And if we do not take up the opportunity that we currently have, it can all go to waste and it can all fall down
Give
the
that
drain
a shot.
very fast. You know, the only thing that we ask is that everybody just unite and just get on the same page. And the people that we know to be criminals that disrupted the whole system, whatever it is, people reparations, we need to collect that now. And we need to go out there and show force that we're not playing around. These people don't even want to let go of slavery. They don't. They want to institute it. They want to keep it going.
Amen to that, bro.
One way or another.
They do.
So why are we not playing by the same rules? You know, by my standards, I'm all for slavery. I'm all for enslaving people that are in debt to other people. I'm all for, retribution and everything. I don't know about anyone else, but, if they're going to put it on you, why wouldn't you put it on them?
I just passed out a bunch of mics because the room's been kicking people out the whole night, and sometimes when you're a speaker, it allows you to stay in the space, but it kind of is what it is. And so I tried to give everybody a mic, just so we can. Matter of fact, the co-host it kicked the co-host out, which rarely ever happens. But Twitter is what Twitter is. So Miss Rella suggested we do this on social, and I agree. I can do a live stream on there already. I haven't had a chance to integrate the spaces or the audio chat rooms yet, but I can do a live stream with video and everything. So we do have the live stream on YouTube on our YouTube channel for those who may not know about it. But it's if you click on my profile, the YouTube link is there. There goes Black American Homeland. Yeah, this is the second time he's got kicked out. And every Saturday when I start this space, when I try to, it gives you the chance to add people. Every time I do that to start the space, the room kicks me out of the space and I have to rejoin the room, even though there's nobody in it yet. It's been doing that for like a month now. So they've been throttling in our space for whatever reason, and it just is what it is. But we're having a lot of fun at social. A lot of really good people are already over there posting, commenting, and we got a bunch of communities set up. And so it's just a thing that's growing. We're keeping it on like a positive vibe. For the most part, it's all Black American content, and we're just trying to have a contrast to the vitriol that seems to be what makes Twitter drive or makes Twitter move a little bit, and just trying to give out positive information as much as possible on social. So the link.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, that's the second time I kicked off.
I just said that. That's the second. I know. And that's what the spaces have been doing. We got to get you on social. I'm gonna send you a link. I haven't had a chance to go through all the people I'm following and all the supporters to give the link out, but I will be doing that. It's gonna take probably a week or so because there's a lot there. But if you get the invitation, please sign up. As I said earlier, most devices you can have multiple windows open. So if you got a Facebook, an Instagram, a Twitter, you can have all of those windows open. You could have a social window open as well and start interacting on all of your socials so that,
social though.
I'm the founder of it. I had Blabbar about a year or so ago, well, for a year, and I ended that back in April, I believe, when Elon Musk started talking about buying Twitter. And then seeing that there still is a need for a Black American centered platform that gives us some opportunities, and so that's why I put social together. There is an app, and I've been using the app, and the app does work. And the app is actually really cool because when you post links from different websites, when I do it on my phone's browser, it's a little clunky. Sometimes you got to post it a couple times for it to actually post there. But on my laptop and on the app, they just go right up. So I think there's something going on with the browser that I use on my phone, but um, it's actually pretty cool. Yes, the app. When you download the app, it says Mighty Network, and the logo does say Mighty Network. But when you click on the if you're a member and you click on it, it takes you right to social. So I did notice that too, and I didn't even try it until today, and it looks great. It's got all the functionality and everything. So there's a lot of people to follow. There's a lot of communities, and we're gonna be adding features pretty quickly here. So sorry for that commercial break.
Apple or Android?
I have an Android, but from what I understand, it is on both iOS and Android. So if someone has an Apple phone and can try it, I'd appreciate it. But I have Android, so it's working.
Does it work on iPad or MacBook?
Let's see. Oh, come on, Mike. Oh, the mic won't work. Damn it, my mic's not working. Okay, yeah, I have a MacBook Pro, and so I don't have the app version. I think I have Chrome, and I have Safari, and I think it's on Safari that it's working. So in terms of the web browser, but I don't know about the app version of it. I haven't downloaded the app on this laptop yet. Oh, the mic wants to work sometimes it doesn't. So I'm gonna go to another post. So I say we've been screaming this for a while. Black Americans, please GTFO out of Texas. I got a lot of family living in Texas. Over the past few years, a lot of my folks have been moving into Texas, but the Democrat strategy has backfired. Most of these Mexicans in Texas are voting Republican. This news report says Texas Hispanic population now outnumbers Anglos, meaning there are more Mexicans in Texas than whites. By default, there are more Mexicans in Texas than Black Americans. By default, when you become the majority population and you can vote, you control the state. We got Eastern Texas, slowly but surely that's going to be slipping away, and some of us saw this coming a while ago. We need to kind of catch up to this information and understand.
Wait, it's what's it called? Texas part of the new what's it called? The Black America?
No, come on, Mike. Oh
you
man,
mean Mexico? You talking about you mean La Raza?
Is Texas the state? Is that part of the new Black America?
He's talking about Black State of America.
So like in the South and everything, the regions we're supposed to be.
Why is my mic like this?
No, Texas is not part of
Texas
the
is not a part of it.
Land or supermajority black states.
No, Texas is too big. Texas too big. Way too big.
Okay, Texas is going to be a supermajority Mexican state.
Mexican state, bro. No question.
Fine by me, just as long as they don't push up into the Black American states.
I like the way you said that, and yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah.
You know what? Some of us, we've been making negotiations with certain people and stuff like that. And, sometimes even as Black Americans, we got to give up certain things or sacrifice certain things
yes.
just to make things a little bit more orderly, just because of the circumstances that we're in. But I'm willing to give up most of the West Coast to the Hispanics and stuff like that.
Yeah, they already got it, bro.
They're willing to work with us and split up the states and stuff like that. They can have the West Coast, part of the Midwest. They could all go ahead and take that back. But just leave us be when we move and stuff like that. Don't force us out of the West. Don't go against our people or anything, or we'll take back that contract. But some of us out here on the West Coast, we've been talking about these negotiations with the Hispanics and the Mexicans, and I could imagine that some of them are related to the cartels and all the other stuff.
That is true.
But whatever it is that they do, they got to make it quick and swift. We don't have time for people deciding what they're going to do, what they're not going to do. If you want it, take it now. Let's push us forward and get this over with.
Hey, you know what? Look, I wanted to say that the way they control Black Americans is through the states, right? The federal government, look, is very hard to break federal laws. Most crime are prosecuted on the state level. Therefore, for them to control Black Americans, you have to break state laws. And commit state crimes, and then they can put you in jail, prison, or whatever. In a super majority Black state where we control the state, right? Hopefully, these Black Americans are outstanding citizens in a super majority Black state. Therefore, the federal government wouldn't have a say or on when it comes to crime, what kind of crime that the Black Americans break unless they commit a federal crime, and it's very difficult to commit federal crimes. It can be drugs, robbing a bank, white collar crimes. But 97% of crime are done on the state level. You gotta understand what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excuse me. I was just gonna say, because the state controls the judicial system.
State.
No, I'm. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so in Detroit, and this is the Buttigieg, the transportation guy, who was running for president. So they're gonna pour $105 million into Detroit. I guess I want to say it was 375. They basically built an interstate that destroyed a Black neighborhood how many decades ago, and they are now going to remove this interstate because a number like 375 tells me it's either it's like a spur. I think the loops start with even numbers. Those are the circles, donuts that circle cities, and then the spurs have the odd numbers. So it's likely that this is 375 or something like that. So they're going to now return it back, quote unquote, to its original state of being. which is like a slap in the face because of all the destruction and mayhem that they already caused. And now, this many years later, they're trying to, in my opinion, I wrote this in my book. In my opinion, to be perfectly honest, as they see Black Americans moving towards the South, they know what that the implications of that are. That means that we will become a majority, we will have political control. And I wrote in my book that as we started to move in that direction, they would literally start paying people, and I mean us when I say people, to stay as a minority scattered across this country in certain parts of the country. And so I believe that this is like the first evidence of that, where just as easily $105 million, they could have relocated 10,000, 20,000 people, Black Americans who want to move to the South out of that Detroit area for better actual opportunities, um, where they can participate in the governance of their state a little bit more, instead of them taking like quite literally. So they're going to take this $105 million. More than likely, the lion's share of that money is going to go to white contractors or foreign contractors. And then what? They're not going to give away free space to Black Americans to lease and start up businesses, or is there a loan plan that's going to support this return to its old glory as a Black American economic center? It doesn't sound like any of that's involved. It's just like the holidays and everything else that they do. Um, and I'm trying to think of what that word is. The symbolic victories that they basically try to give to us with no real substance of it underneath. And I really believe that that's what this is. So it's really bizarre. Because when we looked in Michigan last week, the Black population is declining in the Detroit area, the state of Michigan as a whole. And they could have relocated most of the Black people out of Flint, Michigan, if they wanted to spend some money. If they really, really cared about Black people, in my opinion, they could have did that 4 years ago, to be perfectly honest. But this is just a plan to make it look like they're doing something. But who's going to get the benefit of all this economic activity at the end of all of it when it's all said and done?
Hey, you know what? Hey, Black, I believe that if the northern states, right, if Black American leaders go to the northern states and say, hey, we want to leave Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, Indiana, Wisconsin, and we want to go south. However, we need assistance. We need some kind of subsidy to move south. Will you, as a state of Michigan or Illinois, will you be willing to support Black Americans to move south? I believe if you really, give this choice to a majority, to a northern state, and they think that you're serious, I believe they will be willing to put money, into a movement where Black Americans want to move south. I think they'll do it because I believe that the majority white state, they want their cities back. They want Detroit to be mostly white. They want Chicago to be mostly white.
That could be true.
They want their cities back. So
that could
if
be
Black
true.
Americans are willing to leave those cities, I think they would support that. What do you think?
In light of everything, in light of that democratic socialist conversation I had, where at the end of it, they're like, we want to destroy white capitalism, which I was like, whoa, that's shocking. Now, knowing they're socialist, I know where that's headed. But the fact that they put white in front of it, I was like, wow, okay, you're talking my language. But yeah, in light of the fact that there's so many news reports, and I just posted one on social about the black reverse migration to the South, the black migration to the South, the next great migration. It's the secret is out. Let's put it that way. And so it is quite possible, based on the fact that there are so many of these news reports, that there could be the possibility that that could happen, to be perfectly honest. And so I guess the bigger question, like what has always been for me, is the willingness of the people to actually make that move. Like, who's willing to move? Because in my opinion, when we are ready to move, nothing is going to stop us. No one's going to stop us. So um yeah, I would be very interested to see how that would go. We got a new speaker, Trouble from Birth.
Good evening, everybody. How you all doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, because my phone acting a little janky, so I had to pull you up on my computer as well so I could see. I wasn't I couldn't see who the last speaker was that was making a suggestion about negotiating with Hispanics for the land. Now, I would like to start off by saying I'm not against the move, that the movement that you have. I've actually posted it on my other social media accounts as well, just to get the conversation started on Facebook, because Facebook conversations and Twitter conversations are two totally different conversations.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
My problem is this here, as far as negotiating with Hispanics. Black people, we have a movement right now, and we're trying to, make this move to the South because we want to have a majority in the Congress or whatnot. And I live in the South. I'm here in South Carolina. And so if you all think that it's going to be that easy to get and take over with these crackers down here, I want you to know that it's going to be a fight.
Okay.
With white people talking about Civil War every time you turn around when something goes down that they don't like. I believe before we start some type of negotiation with Hispanics, we better see what's going to go down with that first. Because in certain parts of the country, there might not be any land to take on certain states. I am from the state of Kansas. I was born and partially raised there. So I kind of got irritated when I heard him say, okay, the Midwestern states, because wait a minute, don't give nobody my state. Kansas is in the middle of the United States. So we also have to consider climate change.
I'm not worried. When people say climate change, look, I don't worry about climate change. Look, I live in the Philippines, right? The Philippines is affected by climate change more than any other country because it's a country of islands. There's 7,100 islands, right? And there's like 100 islands that are going underwater. Look, the United States is a continent, right?
Ain't no climate change going to affect us.
Areas like Louisiana and Florida that can
more than any other country
that can go under sea level. But the thing is, right? America has the engineering, the capabilities, and finding out solutions to fight when it comes to rising sea level. So it does, as a man, as an understanding how we can fix problems, how we can find solutions. Climate change is not something.
Oh man, the people are flooding out of the room. Twitter's kicking people out left and right.
I'm about finding solutions. Yeah.
But if we're here in the South concentrated, do you think that they will put those resources to use for us?
Yeah, well, we have to. Well, when we take control of several southern states, right? then it's our responsibility to find solutions, right, to protect our, to protect our coastline. We can do that.
Yeah.
We have engineers.
Right.
We can find solutions.
Right.
We can do that ourselves.
Yeah, the federal.
It's not about like, do we have to? I mean, we can go to the federal government and ask for suggestions and things like that. But I think when we take over several states, it's our responsibility. We are responsible for those states. We have to use our creativity, our skills to do everything within our state to take care of everything. If we have a problem with drinking water, then we have to find solutions to figure out how we can have clean drinking water for our people in that state. We're not dependent on the outside people no more. We have to do it ourselves, right? And I believe that we have a lot of smart people within our population, and we can do it. Look, I've been to a lot of third world countries that don't even have close to the amount of educated people that Black Americans have, and they can run their country. Black Americans can at least run some states. I mean, we're not dumb people.
Right, we're not. And to be honest with you, I wasn't talking about as far as taking over the South was concerned. I was more or less speaking to when, and I don't know if he was the person who had suggested it, as far as negotiating with Hispanics for the land. I don't think that any type of negotiation necessarily means to just have Southern land when there are a lot of good, because another thing is you have to think about agricultural wise. There are a lot of states that have good soil and good land as far as being able to farm on.
Right.
So that
right now we don't have to
as well.
Right. Look, man, right now we don't have to negotiate with the Mexicans right now because they don't control any of those southwestern states right now. So we don't have to negotiate with them. However, once they take supermajority and control of Texas and California, then that's when we have to start negotiating with them. And hopefully, and we have our state. So we have our Black states. The Mexicans have their state. Now we do government negotiation. We're not negotiating with Mexicans on the streets. The Mexicans are not negotiating with Black people on the street. We doing a diplomatic government to government. U.S. They have their senators. We have our senators. We have our governors. They have their governors. We have our congressmen. They have their congressmen. That is where the negotiating is gonna be at. It's not gonna be no street level negotiation. So, you understand that, man?
Yeah, I understand.
Hey, so let me thank you for bringing up climate change, because that does come up, here and there, and it's a valid question. The thing of it is this: the country is a whole, and each state is a part of that whole. So the federal government has responsibilities. We will have our state budget. We get a federal matching budget, and sometimes in a lot of these southern states, they actually get more funds than what match, the funds that they generate on their own. So sometimes the federal funds are a very significant part of the budget. However, there are still federal funds, FEMA, and like in Jackson, Mississippi, for example, the federal government has been giving the state of Mississippi federal funds to fix the water issues in the state. Just the state has intentionally decided in a very tyrannical way not to fix the plumbing and the sewage in Jackson, Mississippi, but they've been fixing it all over the state. So that's why we need control over the state. So when the federal funds come down to the state level, we can actually distribute it to the people who need it most. And that will be the majority black citizens. Also, a black majority state doesn't mean it's 100% black people. It just means that there's more black people than every other group. So when we vote, we win. Every time we vote, we win. And we got to be very smart about that, because in Detroit, they had 9 candidates. Most of them were black, and some Indian guy ended up winning because the black vote was split like 8 different ways, roughly. So we got to be very smart about that. However, outside of anything like that, there's going to be 20, 30, maybe even 40% of the population that's not black American. The federal government has a responsibility to black Americans, and they have a responsibility to the other Americans. So they will continue to send the funds. They can't stop sending the funds. If there's national emergencies, the federal government steps in. If they do not step in, then we would take them to court, because they've stepped in every other national emergency. That's their job. That's their responsibility. But like he said, natural disasters, they come and they go. It does happen. It's a part of life, no matter which part of the country you live in. There is the potential for anything and everything. In the middle of the country, there's a lot of tornadoes, and a lot of tornadoes do a lot of damage to a lot of people. A lot of homes get destroyed because of tornadoes in Kansas, as a matter of fact. So, there's really no quote unquote safe part of the country from Mother Nature, because Mother Nature controls the whole planet, basically. So, yeah, we can't let nature be the reason that we don't take control and get really what is our birthright as Black Americans, to have self-governance on this land in cooperation with the United States federal government. As far as that Hispanic negotiation talk, that's oh God, I have no desire for any of that. If what Texas and California produces is, if they produce something that we absolutely need and must have, so be it. But it's not like a foreign country. I mean, we're still a part of the same country. We can buy and sell and trade and travel in and out without there should be no issues when it comes to that. So I just don't see a problem arising in any way, shape, or form when it comes to that. It's just a matter of us getting political control over as many states as we possibly can, as quickly as we possibly can. And as far as the whites with the Civil War, we talked about that earlier. So, white men have been domestic terrorists probably their whole entire time on this land. They always will be. That's never going to change. They can't produce a civil war today because they don't have state power. These governors are not going to go to war with the United States. These individuals who want to go to war with the United States, they're just domestic terrorists. They're insurgents. They're guerrilla war. They want to practice guerrilla warfare. So be it. The federal government, the state governments, they have enough agencies to deal with that situation. Once we have control, we will have the agencies under our control, state level, county level, local level, to deal with those people in cooperation with federal authorities when and where it needs to be done. So, yeah, a lot of these concerns are very valid concerns, but in a real world situation, they're just situations that we're gonna have to deal with because they're real world situations, but they're not paralyzing. They won't stop anything. They don't shut us down. They just cause us to be vigilant, which we always need to be vigilant. We always need to be prepared. And that's just a part of it. So, the overall grand scheme of things, we will be in a much better, safer, more profitable and prosperous situation when we have Black majority states versus the way we are now, which is scattered. with no political power, very little economic ability to, uplift our people, to educate our people the proper way, and to protect. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, you want to protect our people, and we can't do that in an integrated society, because the society is designed to assimilate our people or destroy our people, one or the other. There's really not a huge gray area in this integrated society for Black Americans. That's just the way it is. Unfortunately, or fortunately, or however you look at it, but it is to our best advantage to concentrate our population and have the capabilities to defend our population. Go ahead, Black American.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that of course, we don't want all 50 million Black Americans living in the South. The way I put it is that if we can have like 80% of our population in 8 or 9 states, and then the 20% in the other 42 states, I would be happy with that. That's like a hedge where we don't have everybody all 50 million of us in one region. Just 80% in 8 or 9 states, and the 20% in the other 42 states. I think that's the best way to do it. And she said something about the white Southerners. They're going to be very tough. Oh yeah, we already know that the white Southerners, they are very patriotic people, and they love their state. I mean, the Confederacy, man. I mean, to me, the whites in the Confederate states are the most loyal people to their state. But the thing is, right, if we can overwhelm them with Black Americans, right? I mean, to them, they will have no say, because we overwhelm them. We flood the southern states with Black people. There's nothing they can do. They can't hide. There's no public area where they are free from Black people. There's no private area where they're free from Black people. I mean, wherever they go, the grocery stores, to the to the mall, to public schools, the streets downtown, wherever they go, they're going to see Black people. So yeah, we want to invade all their public spaces, so they won't have nowhere to say, hey, this is a white only area. They won't be able to say that. So yeah, I land there.
Yeah, so I need a co-host really, really bad. Because we know the room. We know how the room likes to. I'm inviting more people to speak, trying to keep people in the room, because the room has been kicking people out all night, and we do not want that to continue. So if you get an invite to speak, you don't necessarily even have to speak, but it'll help keep you in the room, because people are dropping like flies in here, just because it's the way they do. So if you do come up to speak, feel free to jump in. The topic is the people who abuse and neglect us, which are the Democrats, the Republicans, the Libertarians, the Green Party. It doesn't matter. The whatever party they're under, the Tea Partiers, whatever, they abuse and neglect us, period. And the second part of that is they are never going to help us. And the reason for the space is, I've noticed it for a while, but this past week it became really, really overly apparent that a lot of the strategies that are employed seem to be based around the idea that we can convince these people and or pressure them into helping us. And I just don't see why anybody would believe that that is achievable. They're not going to help us. They're just flat out not going to help us. It's not in their genetic code. It's not the way that they are constructed. They are narcissists, psychopaths who are all about self-preservation. And there is no room within that makeup to help us, the people who they've been oppressing our entire time here. And there's always this person there's always these individual people that people kind of point to and say, oh, what about this one? What about that? Yeah. Were they willing to die? An ally is willing to die, is willing to sacrifice all. If they don't meet that level of willing to help us, they're not really willing to help us. They're getting something out of it for themselves. So I only respect sacrificial allies, because at the end of the day, those are the ones who are going to go to war in defense of, your people. So I see Michael, I believe, and he's a good speaker. So I'm passing out mics. Sometimes it's just to keep people in the space. They've been kicking people out, and it is what it is. We got the YouTube live channel going. Someone suggested we get the social going, and we're going to do that. I'm going to do everything I can so that next Saturday we are on the social streaming as well. So if you haven't joined social, please do. The link is in my profile at the top of the profile. The YouTube link is also at the top of my profile. Shepard, you got it.
Hey, what up, man? I don't disagree with you at all, fam. I mean, everything you said is spot on. I'm a black nationalist, so to me, there's two wings of the same bird on the same bird. One wing may be flapping, a little beneficial to us down ballot. The other wing may not be, or it may appeal to some sensibilities about how we feel about human life and abortion or gun rights, but it's still flapping another direction. So both wings is really just trying to get the whole imperialistic country to a destination that never included us in the first place. We just exist in this dichotomy of white supremacist interests, and we've always figured out a way to be and manifest, the best of us within all of this pressure. It's like we live at the bottom of the ocean or some shit in America, and it's all this pressure on us, but somehow we just got better lungs now. We swim faster. We are, built different to withstand it. Even if you look at the downturn in the economy and the prices being higher, black people always have, paid higher prices in our community for gas, for basic services, for food. We're used to this. We create an underground economy because of this. We don't hurt as bad. White folks jump out of the windows when Bitcoin took a dive, and when NFTs all got rugged, a few months ago, and they lost all their money on Solana and Sol and all of this other type of currencies that they invested in. Black people would never kill themselves because of some financial, downturn. We're just built in this country different. We agree on more things, even though we squabble sometimes, black, we agree on more things than we don't. That's why I still come in your rooms. That's why I still fuck with you, because we agree on more than we don't. The title of the room is Neglect Us. I'm not going to really co-sign a neglect, because that's like a custodial relationship, like with redevelopment and housing, how
they have total control over the last 5 generations of black people, or 4 generations, 75 years of total control over our lives and all of the rules. And we're just in these chicken coops repopulating, and they make money off of our poverty and still selling us in redevelopment and housing. So I don't like the word neglect, but I totally understand what you're saying and agree with you. Nobody's going to fight for us like we're going to fight for us. You know, we go back and forth with the Lumumba and you know, Africa, the African city, and the plans from Queen Mother Moore and the separatists, the black separatist organizations that, you know, wanted to get away the same way that y'all are talking about, and even before that, you know, we tried to get the fuck away. Places I guess in British was Sierra Leone, and for Black Americans it was Liberia. We've always tried to get the fuck away from white society, and every time we got the fuck away, what happened? They chased us down and burnt our shit, flooded our towns, and I really feel that, you know, if any plan is to work for Black Americans escaping and consolidating power, then, like you put in your plan, there has to be a security apparatus that protects us, and you illustrate that with your state police and state organizations and stuff. Me personally, I can't fuck with nobody who's cheering Breonna Taylor's death. I can't fuck with no party that's cheering, you know, George Floyd's death. No party that votes and wears T-shirts that saying "I can breathe." Just from a personal soldier kind of mentality, I really can't fuck with Republicans because of the social justice and the extrajudicial murder that they co-sign. That, you know, that's in direct conflict with, you know, my beliefs of you know, protecting each other. So, you know, with that I led, you know, it is what it is, man. You know, we gotta figure out a way to overcome our differences without, you know, tearing each other to pieces. And, you know, I really ain't got no problem with you. Peace.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm gonna give you abuse and neglect. So in Martha's Vineyard, DeSantis flew some Mexicans from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. It's a whole big thing. In DC, they've been bussing these illegal immigrants in. They are talking about creating an office of migrants. Matter of fact, I think the DC mayor already did create an office of migrants. Contrast that with the fact that DC, Chocolate City, has never had an office of Black American issues ever. Right? So this is a whole appointed office with a budget that is now there to handle all of the issues and concerns of an illegal insurgent population into the country, to be quite honest. But this one is much more direct. In Houston, I talked about it earlier, but there's some folks on YouTube. I DM'd the video. This is part 2. Part 1 got deleted for some odd reason. It's a minute long, minute and 21 seconds. Essentially, this Black family who was living in a rental home, could have been public housing. I'm not sure. They could have had HUD, whatever, Section 8, but they're living in this home. The woman who's doing the interview, she's like a local neighborhood reporter, who does like these neighborhood stories. And it's a mother. She has a young child in her arms, I believe, and there's a father, you know, a Black male, probably late 30s, tall, physically should be capable. The houses are boarded up, the doors are locked. They cut the electrical service to the house. They got rid of the gas meter and the water meter, so the house does not get electricity, gas, or water. They essentially rendered the home uninhabitable. On the porch is a person, one of their family, an elder, who looks like he's in a wheelchair. I think he's missing a limb. He's a diabetic. His diabetic medication is in the house. They lock these people out of their home, and all of their stuff is in the home. Their food is in the home. Their belongings are in the home. They're sleeping in their car. In the video, it goes from night to day. They show how, and they don't show the physical demolition of the property, but they show the after effects of the property being demolished. In the first video, the black mother of the family says they locked us out. She's explaining all what happened. She's saying that and I know about this program where the counties, well, the federal stimulus got the states, and states got it to counties, and eventually counties got the money to tenants to pay their landlords for any back due rent. So this is, it sounds like this is the process they went through to pay off their back due rent. She says the city bought the house from the property owner. So the city owns the property. The property owner no longer owns it. The city or the property owner rendered the house uninhabitable and then demolished the house. This is an entire black family in the Houston area that no longer has a home. They got small children, got diabetic members in their family. They have no access to the medicine, the food, the clothing. You see and hear them sobbing in sadness from the fact that they wouldn't let them go inside and get their belongings before they demolished their home with everything in it. This just happened in 2022 in this country, in Texas. So when I related this story earlier, because someone was like, "We're in a war and you don't see us fighting back," and I used it for that example to say, if you're not going to fight back when someone's coming to take your home and all of your belongings, you're never going to fight back. It's not inside of you. This is how, and this is why I wrote in my book, I believe there is the potential that Black Americans can end up in bondage at some point in the future because there doesn't seem to be a will to fight back. Once they get rid of the ones who will fight back, everybody that's left is subject to the will of these narcissistic, psychopathic people.
May I?
Yeah.
So I was in Baltimore during the Freddie Gray incursion. I won't call it a riot because it was more like a war. If y'all don't know, they put Freddie in the back of a paddy wagon and gave him a rough ride, which means you're running over bumps and potholes and you're hitting your head, and they broke his spine. They really fucked him up. It was a peaceful demonstration, and the kids set it off. The 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds, they're the ones who started throwing the bottles and the rocks and had the courage to confront the police who were, cordoning off the older people and kind of being rough with the older people who weren't really, trying to really fight. So to your point, if there is going to be pushback, it is going to come from the youth. You see it in Palestine with the kids throwing rocks at tanks, the Israeli tanks and all that apartheid shit they doing in Palestine. You see it in Africa. You see it almost everywhere. You saw it in Hong Kong when them was all kids. Like universally, the pushback has always been. Even when they kill other white people at Kent State in the 60s for protesting against the Vietnam War, those was kids. I mean, so it's always going to be the youth that, so we do have some hope. I just want to interject that so we won't seem so hopeless.
Yeah, you're right. It's the revolutions start in the young population, the young generations. There's no question about that. However, You know, you talked about this movement. This movement is designed to avoid that, right? So that we don't get into an extremely hopeless and very desperate situation to where we have no choice but to engage in some type of active opposition towards these people. If we simply move smart, vote smart, govern ourselves smart, we can avoid really all of that, you know, at the end of it all. Black American Homeland, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, we want to avoid any confrontation with the police. Look, the police is the only agency that has the power to arrest people and actually shoot and kill you and put you in prison, right? Or put you in jail. We don't want to interact with the police. We can interact with politicians, the mayor, the city council, the state representatives. We can interact with them. They don't have the power to kill you. They don't have the power to arrest you. So we want to deal with those people. We don't want to deal with the police. The police are first line people. We want to do, so we don't want to deal with those people. So we have to find a way to, and this is being very organized, right? When you're organized, you're not dealing with the police. You're dealing with the people in power. So that's the best route to go.
I think the police that we have, we need them to be like-minded, like the white supremacists infiltrating the police departments and the military. We need the black police that we have a similar revolutionary mindset that is lacking. We have strong black sheriffs all across the nation and municipalities that are elected constitutional officers, and their oath is not to the municipality, it's to the Constitution. That's why you saw during a lot of the back and forth with Trump's people and Democrats that Trump had sheriffs on his team that are constitutional officers that were actually, leading the charge with a modicum of authority because they're constitutional elected officers. So we need kind of the same kind of, protection within the system. And just like in Nam, when them brothers came home and from Korea and formed the Deacons of Defense, and the brothers came from Nam and formed all these revolutionary groups and knew how to, use weapons and tactics, they were a force multiplier because now they could actually teach kids structure and things. So, I don't think we want to deal with the police, but at the same time, I don't think there's ever been any move for black people in America that hasn't come up to a confrontation on a highway, on a road, on any way. You look at the freedom marchers, the freedom riders. Their last stop was Jackson, Mississippi, ironically, and they all got arrested and sent to Parchment State Prison by the police. So whether you're peaceful or you're not, or you don't want to deal with the police, if you go on an open highway, if you do anything in defiance, anything they don't want you to do, unfortunately, you're either going to need federal protection like the freedom riders needed, or you're going to need equal police protection from black sheriffs and black police or black nationalist groups. So.
Yeah, so our race is a race to get political control over one state and then duplicate those results in another state and then another state and then another state until we maximize our potential with our voting population. Even the roughest rednecks in the South, some of them are, and I wrote that in the book, some of them have that, over my dead body mentality, but most of them are, they're just going to leave. They don't want no problems. They really don't. They talk, they huff and puff. But they ain't blowing nobody's house down at the end of the day. A lot of them just like to talk, and really they got wolf pack mentality, so they like to talk to pump themselves up and get the group together, and and get in those large groups, and that's when they got massive muscles because they're in a group. But you get them alone, you get them separated, and it's a totally different. They want to explain themselves and be friends, and everybody get it's a whole different thing. So I'm not concerned on that level when it comes to the individuals. The police are what they are. Um, but we're not doing anything illegal. We're simply moving to vote. That's really what the plan is. We're moving to vote, and we're being strategic about it, and we're focused on certain areas. And so I'm gonna go over this Delaware post that I posted, and I got a back and forth about if I've been sending out mics. I saw a couple people that are back in the space. I know the space is kicking you out. If you grab a mic, you might, most of the speakers are able to stay in the room a lot longer. Twitter does mess with our spaces. I was about to curse, but what's the point? It's been going on for too long at this point. We're on YouTube Live, and we'll be on social live. I'm gonna try to do that next Saturday. So, if you haven't got a social account, please do so that we will have a chance to interact there as well. But so there's a young black woman in Delaware, the state that we focus on. She wants to be a state representative, and this is in District 13 in the state of Delaware. I believe it's in the Wilmington area based on the responses and the back and forth a little bit. She won in the primary with 669 votes. She won a primary with 669 votes. She only had one challenger. They got 645 votes. That's it. Less than 1,400 votes total in a state district to become this district person representative for the state of Delaware. That tells me that the turnout was very, very low. In most primaries, the turnout is very, very low. So this does follow that pattern. I congratulated her. I try to stay in touch with what's going on in Delaware as much as I can. Try to follow different people in the state and different large accounts. So out of this exchange, the Delaware Democratic Socialist of America Party, their account responded to me. And if you know anything about the Democratic Socialist of America, Bernie Sanders is probably their most known member. He's a Democratic Socialist. And so they're like a Tea Party version for the Democrats, essentially. So I just want to kind of go through the exchange a little bit here. So, and this is just really out of the blue. I said, so I guess she looked at my account, or this person looked at my account. They quickly assessed what the account is for and what the account is about. So this person replies, if you want a black majority state here, speaking of Delaware, would be the easiest place to do it by numbers, and by far, we're the only at-large congressional district with a significant black population. The downside is we're also one of the densest states, so land is a lot more expensive here versus the South. The next post, she talks about if your movement has more money but fewer people, here is 100% the move. So if you got a lot of money but not a lot of people, coming to Delaware is the way you want to move. But if you got more people and less money, then she pivots us from Delaware to Mississippi. Interesting. Mississippi's on our map, so it doesn't matter. We're going after all these states. But however, she targets Mississippi. Okay, great. She says an acre of land here costs 12 times what it does in Mississippi, and it's mostly vastly inferior for farming if agriculture is something that interests you. So she's saying Delaware is not a great agricultural state, although I know there is agriculture in the state of Delaware. The southern part of the state is basically farmland. There's a lot of farming going on. They grow boiler chickens. I think that's their number one agricultural product, but that's neither here nor there. She has a map that shows the average cost of an acre in each state, every state but Alabama, for some odd reason, and I can't see California either on this map. But at any rate, Delaware is somewhere above 50,000. Mississippi is somewhere around $5,000 to $6,000. So there is a significant difference. We've seen that. We've looked at the land acres for sale, so it matches up, and it's a legitimate point. Then she goes on to say, you only need about 750,000 or 750,000 Black people to come to Delaware to get the majority. Mississippi would need over double that. Feel free to reach out to us if you're interested. Now, here's what's interesting about that. She's talking about raw population numbers, not voting numbers. And we know that the voting numbers are not even half of that. It's actually less than half of the number that she or this person is talking about.
Hey, Black, you back in that
Damn it.
It can barely hear you.
Okay, let me see if I move the phone and you tell me how about now. I'll get real close to it.
Okay.
Is that better? Little bit, or I need to drop. I need to come out and come back in.
Okay.
That good? Good? Not good?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna make Trouble a co-host because I need to, just in case, to drop out and come back in. So please grab the co-host, Miss Trouble, if you're still actively with us. And DJ Sedge One just came into the room. I could have made him a co-host, but I need two. Okay, let's see if he'll take it.
See, now I can hear you now. I can hear you.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Clear it. See what they do? See how they do? Oh man, see how they do. So God, Twitter is, oh my God, it's such a tragedy. So did you hear the part where she talks about we need like 750,000 people, and I'm saying nah, not really. Those are raw numbers. Yeah, so she talking about raw numbers, and when you look at who's actually voting and how much the voters actually show up when they get 20% turnout, numbers much less than what she stated. So we know the numbers, and we are good. We're good in Delaware. We're good in Mississippi. We're good in Arkansas. We're good in Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Louisiana, and Maryland. We are good, and yes, we need to control all of those states, not just the ones that they think are good for us to control. We need to control them all. So then we get into this conversation about abortion, because when she talks this Mississippi talk, I say, in fairness, Black America should already have full Black majority in all of the Southeast states. The only thing that is prematurely stunted our natural growth is the unnatural genocidal abortion campaign of the Democrat Party. There is no cost we have not already paid. Now, she goes into, the typical Democrat spiel. Black women should continue to have choice to abortions, but Jim Crow racism, economic mismanagement, and forced sterilizations have 100% robbed several southern states of Black majorities: South Carolina, Louisiana, Mississippi, Virginia, Maryland. And so she does, at least, or this person, I don't know if it's a male or female, I keep saying she, they do acknowledge the fact that these are white society created unnatural issues that have stunted our natural growth. But of course, they hold on to abortion because that is their thing. It will always be their thing. This is why they will never help us, because they want to kill our children before they have the opportunity to exist. You there, Black American Homeland?
Oh yeah, I'm just listening. What I'm going to say. I would like to know who this person is. I would like to follow this person because I'm just listening.
Oh wow, you heard that?
I hear an echo.
Man, did you hear that? I know everybody heard that delayed echo that was like 10 seconds or 30 seconds late. How crazy is that? Holy shit, bro.
That was scary.
Oh my goodness gracious, man.
Okay, what was I saying? Yeah, I would like to follow this person. What that person mentioned was something I've been talking about for years. And I kind of lost my chain of thought.
Yeah, so they're just the state. They have this account. They're saying they're the Delaware arm of the Democratic Socialist of America. It's a national party. They run candidates under the Democrat Party, like the Tea Party runs candidates under the Republicans, or the MAGA runs candidates under Republicans. So they're a national party. I don't know if they have individual candidates who run as strictly socialist, but I'm gonna try to find the one where she talks about dismantling white capitalism, which, being a socialist, that's not out of the realm of possibility, but the fact that they put white in front of it is a little interesting.
Yeah. Now, the one thing I'm against, putting the Black American homeland with associating Black American homeland with socialism.
Oh, absolutely.
I really don't.
Absolutely.
I really don't
No
support
question.
socialism.
Right. Nobody does.
Um,
Nobody does.
Some of the things that I advocate for and propose might have a little socialist element, but I am against socialism. I'm a capitalist. However,
1000%.
I believe for Black Americans to catch up with the white capitalists, we need some type of government
group,
a government, implementation, government. Oh my gosh, I can't think of the word. When the government, when it goes in to try to help, what do you call that? I'm lost for words. Government implementation and government. I just can't think of that word, but we need, help of the government to try to assist Black American corporations and firms to compete with, with the white corporations and the white firms. So that's like the most socialist I will get. Business. Trying to help Black businesses compete in the Black American homeland. That's the closest. But socialist policies, like to be honest, what are socialist policies? Social
that's a good question.
Is that socialist?
No.
Because
that's a social program, but that's not socialism.
Black American, a American agenda for over 50 years, or actually since before World War II. So,
No. Socialism is state. Yeah.
Yeah, Black. I land there.
Yeah, no. We ain't nobody. Nobody's a socialist. I think, I don't know if. Oh, that's right. You were in that space, but you couldn't talk. In our business space, socialism came up, and I said emphatically that we are capitalist, and because there's this guy who's been in a lot of Twitter spaces, and he's been bringing up socialism as a talking point, no matter what room he's in, no matter what the topic is, and we kind of had to run him off a little bit, but.
Oh, that's Andre.
Yeah, Andre. He's running around with these socialist talking points, but no. And it's likely the Democratic Socialists is likely that that's what they want to talk about, but that's not what we're here to talk about. It's interesting that they even engage me because I didn't. I assume it's a young black woman in the state of Delaware. I assume she was connected to the Democrat Party, but when you look at her page and you start seeing certain signs of different things, it all adds up. It kind of makes sense. But I want to read the rest of this. So to the response of her saying, abortion's got to continue, or yeah, she continue to have the choice, but then she did name some real reasons that she said 100% robbed several southern states of black majority. So that was like a half truth. I'll give her half credit on that one. But I say when half of Euro America population via the choice to have abortions in quotations results in 50% of white America's population no longer existing, which is what happened to the black American population because of abortion. We can have that convo in a less disingenuous way. We will fight for every square inch of authority till the end. Hashtag no permission required. And then this account, Delaware Democratic Socialist, says this. There are 100% economic pressures and inequalities leading to more black women having abortions, which we seek to eliminate through an equitable distribution of economic, political wealth, power to the black community by overthrow of the current white capitalist power structure. So I just thought it was an interesting exchange. One that I thought was going to go down a road of them really, really trying to harp on the socialist talking points because that's what most of them do. But it kind of went in a oddly seemingly understanding way. We are going to overwhelm all of these political parties. I looked at those numbers because there's like 20 different political parties in the state of Delaware, and Democratic socialism was not one that stood out to me. Other than the Democrats and the Republicans and maybe the independents, the rest, it was like a couple of thousand. So maybe 5,000, 6,000, whatever it was. The numbers they just weren't anything for me to, pay attention to be honest. So, yeah, they don't have no power in the state of Delaware. More than likely, they're running under the Democratic umbrella and getting their candidates through as Democrats. But as a political whatever, they can't stop anything. All they can do is sit back and watch us move in and take over. And that's really the way it needs to be, the way it should be, because at this point, we just got to claim what we can claim. We got to claim what's ours, take that power, and do the right thing finally for Black Americans. I'm going to try to. Okay, here we go right here. Yeah, here's the state of Delaware and their parties. Yeah. Oh, no, there's something called Socialist WR. I don't know what that means. They don't got no. They got 100 party members. I don't see Democratic Socialist on here. So I don't know if they're registered under a different name. There's a lot of parties, but like I said, the only ones that matter, Democrats, Republicans, and they say no party, but I gotta assume that's independents. All the rest, 2,000. One has 10,000 members, and that is the Independent Party of Delaware, and the Libertarians have 2,000. Everybody else don't even get into the thousands. So I got to assume, again, they're running as Democratic Socialists under the Democrat umbrella, but the numbers that we know we need and the way that they've been voting, they still won't matter at the end of the day, because they just won't have the votes. What's up, DJ? You in the building? Sometimes the mic works, sometimes it don't.
Yeah, what's good, everybody? Black State of America. What's happening? Everybody's coming off the job.
Okay. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, we hanging in. If you're busy, I'll wait a little bit. Just wanted to talk about social a little bit with you, go back and forth on that. But we got another new person here, Sean Renee. I'm gonna invite everybody in the room up to speak, and you can definitely chime in if you feel the need to. I miss trouble. So yeah, what happens with our spaces on Twitter is they intentionally throttle the spaces, they mess with the volumes, they kick people out, they make it very difficult for us to hold these spaces on here. And this has been going on for a few months now, where it's like today is probably one of the worst days. Where I've seen them kick out at least 50 people, if not more. And then some people are saying they can't even get into the space. So that's just what it is. That's why we got social. That's why we put social up, so that we can have an alternative to this. I still see people are getting deplatformed off of Twitter, suspended off of Twitter, whatever the case may be. So okay, look, they just kicked the co-host. Gotta have a co-host. Otherwise the room will collapse, and then can't even get it back. That's what they do. Yeah, so we'll keep our eye out for these Democratic Socialists, see what they're talking about. Like I said, I believe Bernie is one of those. If someone asks me to describe socialism, to me it's like fascism, where the government kind of controls industry. They might even own the main industries, and then through that they ensure that people can work. But that doesn't mean that anybody gets wealthy. It just means that the country, the government gets wealthy, not the people. And that's what socialism essentially is. But in most socialist countries, they have oligarchs, which are the elite, which is no different really than America capitalism. It just means that the people stay really, really poor, and they really can't ever become wealthy. Whereas in a capitalist system, most of the people are poor to middle class, but there is the opportunity that somebody can, go from nothing to something when it comes to wealth or whatever. And the government doesn't necessarily own industries or own corporations in capitalism, but the government is intimately involved in the way companies grow, and kind of picks losers and winners in a lot of states, and even on the federal level with their contracting. So I always say, in order for socialism to impress me, it has to prove that it can stand up to capitalism, and it hasn't been able to prove that yet. Even the Chinese and even the Russians, for this matter, are really dependent on capitalism to survive. The Russians sell gas, and they have a robust energy economy, and China sells everything else under the sun. To be perfectly honest, that's the only way they were able to build up their economy and build up their military. So without capitalism, the buying and selling and trading of goods and commodities, neither one of them would have survived, or at least would have been, as poor as they were at one point in time. So, go ahead, Dollar Bill.
Nah, I'm just letting you know I'm here. I can speak now. Whatever. What's going on tonight, everybody?
Okay.
See you, Black America Homeland. What's up, my boy? What's up? They'll see you there. Trouble. What's going on, everybody? Know those. What's up, sis? Shizm. What's up, sis? I can't see that. Both sides. What's good, my boy?
What's up, DJ?
All good, dog. What's the word? How everybody feeling tonight?
Everything good. Just having problems on this app. I've been kicked out 3 times.
3 times.
I actually wasn't sure if y'all saw my thing up here all night. I forgot that I actually clicked into the room because I was having problems then, while it working. So it's like, I'll catch you later. You know what I mean? But when I came back, I looked at it again. I said, oh, shit, who the hell is that talking, yo? I'm looking around in the store and shit. Oh, that's my phone, yo. Damn, yo.
Hey, did you hear that 30-second delay on
I actually heard when you said that. That's when the phone clicked back in.
my
I said,
goodness,
oh, shit,
bro.
somebody's spying on Black, because I told you that before. That
yeah.
You hear the 3 clicks. That's the old school tap method right there. You know what I'm saying? If you ever had a rotary phone in your house and used to stay up all night and shit, you know what I
mean? Back when I was a teenager and I was involved in those activities, I remember you would always hear your voice echoing in the phone. That's how you knew it was tapped. There's no
right.
question about it, for sure.
Right. So, hey, man, I pretty much heard what you said as far as speaking on the social. And, I guess you're pretty sure you don't spoke on most of it already, but hey, y'all, this is why we're trying to get our own thing going on. So that way we don't have to worry about these WPIs, white public institutions, shadow banning us, blocking us, suspending us, all for saying certain words like Negro, Black, reparations, you know what I'm saying? So, at least up here on social, thanks to brother Greg Black State right here, you know what I mean? So, we could come over there and just do our own thing. Hey, man, start what you're doing. Go make an account. I got 3 over there already. Probably about to make a couple more just for the fuck of it. You know what I'm saying? Because I got different things I got going on. So, at the end of the day, I think this is the best option for us because I've been doing social media for well over a decade as far as doing my own SEO, which is basically search engine optimization. So with that being said, I've basically just been, what's the word basically I'm looking for? Just building up my own search type criteria where it's I don't think I could park here, can't even fit. Just building up my own search criteria as far as just constantly sharing stuff. So now when you search DJ Seg 1, I'm pretty much popping up on the first 10 Google pages. So that's what's up like that. Hold on a minute, doing a little park move, Second. Hold up a second. Alrighty.
Yeah, one thing I didn't know DJ puts out beats, and so man, he's got some really amazing beats. He's definitely skilled in that area, and so I've been loving listening to some of those when they pop up over there.
For sure, appreciate it too, man. I got a lot of content that I don't even want to put out because I know I'm not getting paid off of it. You know what I'm saying? But this is the one reason why I stay with the physical media in the street. CDs, DVDs. Got CDs, DVDs for $1, y'all. Got all your favorite content, house, hip hop, R&B, reggae, whatever it is you're looking for. Movies, still selling physicals. I know a lot of folks on like, oh, I got everything on my phone, but the digital shit is trash. That's what the garbage at. You know, that's why music is weak too, because you're not even getting the full feeling. Bass, treble, mid, high, low. You ain't even getting the full feeling because nobody really got speakers like that in their house. They have the full-fledged mix. That's why I always, whenever I like post a track up online, hey, yo, turn this shit up, yo. Turn it up, you know what I'm saying? So that way you can hear without tracks like that. I take my time to mix those type of records and shit. So it might take me about a year just to do one record. Because I'm working in their house by myself. So, and I'm looking for artists. I'm looking to teach anybody that want to learn how to do music. I'm an audio engineer by trade. I got 30 years on the books, dog, real shit. So, and I own my own manufacturing company as far as, the press, CDs, DVDs. So if you need that, hit me up on that level. But, we got our own thing going on. If we just take what it is we're doing right now, as far as us being the actual content creators of all this social media shit, these WPIs will crumble overnight, man. Only thing is we got to really figure out, and I see we just going to have to start grouping up with certain folks, like, hey, obviously, I do music, so if you're doing music too, come on over here or whatever, If you do banking and finance and business, go over there with those folks. If you're doing medical and emergency preparedness, go over there with those folks. Doing politics and reparations, go over there with those folks. So that way we can start clicking up and getting these industries. And, like I said too, Black State, we need that fashion industry over there on the social immediately or whatever the topic or community is going to be. I wasn't sure if you had a chance to look at the B. Smith thing.
B. Smith.
For those that know. B. Smith. Rest in peace, B. Smith. Great Black American chef.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I looked over it, but I didn't get the chance to watch the video part. You know what I mean? So I did look over her website and saw that I guess she was like a model or something at some point.
Right. Yeah. She done a lot of her life. So it's just something I was thinking about instead of like, naming the rooms just like whatever the room, like you said, ball sports or music biz, naming after somebody. So people could be like, oh, James Brown room, let me get up in here. Oh, damn, there's a whole bunch of stuff pertaining to music, Black American music, how to make music, how to make money off of music. See what I'm saying? Same thing with the cooking, Oh, we got the B. Smith room, we just celebrating our ancestors or whatever, Okay, we got home style, home ec, what I mean, cooking, gardening, stuff like that fall under that category. So, it's just something to think about, as far as like promoting and sprucing up the website and making it more appealing to our people. And obviously, we're always here to teach because we're all teachers up here. Just about everybody in this room, taught somebody something because somebody taught you something. So, now it's time for us to collectively start teaching our people because we got an opportunity, technically wise, what I'm saying, or technology wise to actually start, hey, look, this is our thing, we can start increasing our own wealth economically. As long as we ain't trying to be, everybody ain't trying to be the chief. We're gonna need a whole bunch of Indians, to start being the worker bees, because that's pretty much what we are. So those that, when you had that Go Test space last week or whatever, hey, you see how many folks is coming up. Hey, look, I got this business with the diaper, Hello Puppy, shout out to her. I got the candles, and the magazines and the t-shirts, whatever it was we was doing, you know what I mean?
Right.
Whatever it is folks are doing. If we just really start economically supporting each other, and I know that's still kind of hard depending where you're at, but again, look up Maggie Anderson, R Black Year. You can look her up right here on Twitter, y'all. Maggie Anderson, R Black Year. So shout out to that sister. She the one that got me on my path. It's just, trying to buy black as much as possible. You feel what I'm saying? Which is, not to say I don't support my peoples, but I rarely go out, so I don't ever have a need to buy anything. But, gotta just start spurging money on your folks. Because it be these little businesses like I got too that can be using the upper hand. You feel what I'm saying? As far as support. I tell a lot of folks I know, hey, look, you ain't buying this CD, DVD for to go pop it in your player because you could just scan this QR code that's on this disc and get the same information from the digital. But I encourage you to go get that DVD player and put a system in your house so that way you could get the full wavelength, all the bandwidth
the music
of this mix.
Crazy.
And how it's engineered and you can hear all the bells and whistles of this track. So, that's the type of stuff we on right now, Black State. And anybody down there, hey, like I said, I'm not sure where you posted it at in the Jumbotron. I'm sure it's up there somewhere. Social, y'all. You know what I mean? That's our wave right now, because a lot of folks ain't got our best interests at heart. And, we got to just really start moving in a different type of direction, a different wave, and being on one accord. I know everybody ain't going to be on one accord, but hey, man, I'm moving in whatever direction the righteous wave is moving into. So, that's what we got to do, y'all. But I'm going to yield down for a second. I got to go do something real quick, but I'm listening, y'all.
Hey, DJ and Black, we have Nordos in the house. And I think this is the same young lady that was doing the pull up in Los Angeles. I like that young lady, man. She got it going on, so I like her. Yeah. Is that the same lady that was doing the pull up in Los Angeles?
Yes. I pass mics out every 10 minutes or so. So, and it may be a thing where they're not letting people grab the mic, or people are not taking them. But some people have.
Yeah, she don't have to.
Some people have remained in the space. Others have been kicked out. And again, that's just Twitter's thing. But to DJ's point about hearing all of the music, so I love blends, and blends are basically, well, let me go back. I do love blends. The original blends would be a song blended with an instrumental. And so you would hear both beats blended together. And to me, that's what actually makes a blend a blend. Today, what they're calling blends are really acapellas over top of beats, but I would consider that more like a remix. So whatever the case may be, I listen to a lot of those blend DJs on YouTube, and I was listening to one today, and what I noticed when one song came on in particular, the acapella is just, it is what it is. It's going to be more like a treble type of thing in terms of the EQ. There's not a lot of mid range there, definitely no bass. But the track itself, the music itself was so thin. It didn't and that's the thing about the mix, was there probably are like 20, 30 songs on this one particular mix. And they're all good blends or remixes, depending on how you look at it. But one song had incredible bass, really like boom, 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 nice. Then you get to the next song and the middle is completely missing. And then you get to the next song and there's no middle and there's no bass. It's all treble. And then some of it, some of the songs, the vocals were too shiny, too bright, and they were a little irritating to the ears. So when you turn it up, you got to turn it down just so you can listen to it. That's what DJ was just talking about. I know a lot of people that are in the music industry or have been around music. You get an ear for what music is supposed to sound like. The other interesting thing that I noticed was a lot of singers are singing to the original music, and their pitch is sort of camouflaged within the original music. But when you take that vocal as an acapella and you put it on a different track, you actually get to hear the fact that they really cannot sing. And these are professional singers who went into the studio and had their vocals tweaked. And when you put their vocals against a different track, now that's not everybody, but some of these songs, and when they do these blends, it's music from the 60s. I heard something from Marvin Gaye on top of like a 2020 beat or whatever. And so the blends are amazing, and it's awesome to hear like different periods of music come together like that. But sometimes you can hear the pitchiness in someone's voice, or the fact that they were off, like they just weren't in the right notes, or whatever, or the right pitch. And so it's just an interesting thing when you have the ear for it and you hear all those, which they sound like mistakes or errors or whatever the case may be. But a good just a good EQ, you know, could have corrected a lot of those errors. They could have brought the bass up a little bit. That would have hid a lot of what was going on with the vocals. They could have brought the mid range up. That could have helped. And that's what they tell artists. No matter where you record, you can record just about anywhere, in your car, in your basement, in your attic. It's really about the final mix. And if you go to a good recording studio, they're actually mixing your vocals and the music as you're recording, so that you don't have to spend a lot of extra money doing a final mix. But most people don't know about that stuff, but it is very, very, very important. And the thing about computers in the digital age, you can actually see, you can physically see, you know, where your vocals are at in a mix. You know, where the bass drum is at, and all, because like he said, they're just sound waves. They're supposed to look a certain way. And a good engineer, a sound engineer, studio engineer, can actually make and improve the sound of your music just based on the visual look of the sound waves, of different instruments, and whatever the case may be. So yeah, people make pretty good money doing that. If you own a studio, you know, obviously you can make pretty good money if you get the buzz and start charging, you know, reasonable rates or whatever. Um, but yeah, I like the idea of like having a Michael Jackson community. It's got to be a big. These got to be like super mega stars, that, or like just universal, so that people, you know, they just got hundreds of millions of fans to where it makes sense. And so I do like that idea when it comes to those type of personalities, like even a Malcolm X community, or something like that. Sounds like something that would work. As we get more members, you know, we can certainly do that. I know about the fashion and the film. Those were two suggestions that were brought up. So anybody that would suggest a community, you know, I can create the community, make you a moderator, you become a moderator, and you could start inviting people and have some, just about, you know, total control over the community. So there's hosts, and then there's moderators, and then there's members. Those are the three levels. The thing about the host is there is, private information in being a host. And so at this point, I'm keeping that, you know, close to the vest, because it's very important for me to protect people's information. But if there's someone who has a nice platform, a good following, and they want to have their own community on the social platform where their supporters have full faith and trust in them, I'm more than willing to, you know, we'd have to set up some type of agreement, as far as like you taking full responsibility for their private information. Because I don't want, you know, I just don't want to be in that sort of a situation. But it's just very extremely important to me to protect people's information. As we get to a marketplace, I think they use Stripe, which is it's a lot of websites use Stripe as a payment processor. And so that's all encrypted data information. We'd have no we'd have no access to that information. But when it comes to people signing up and things of that nature, I kind of am very strict, I guess is the best word to put, in terms of people's private information. So that way I know it's all in one hand. There's an interesting thing that occurred with a national celebrity in the sports world. He's a coach of a basketball team. And over the weekend, or over the last few days, I guess, someone went through his likes, ironically, and they found a lot of, they're calling them horny likes. And interestingly enough, of course, what do? They come out the next day, they say, oh, the account was hacked, blah 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 blah. Well, there's a couple of videos of these different likes on this account. It may be like 7 or 8. It's not like hundreds of likes from what I can tell. I never did a search on this person's account. But you can just see in the scrolling of the likes that some of them go back to like April, and some may even go back a little bit further. So it's like, did someone really hack your account when this is like 4 or 5 months later? It's kind of questionable in that sense. But if you like what you like, um, people just think he didn't realize that the likes are public information. And it's one of those things where it just is what it is. You like what you like. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to hold anybody to liking a post or whatever, because sometimes you just like stuff because it's on the timeline and you're just scanning down and you see something, you like it, don't really invest a whole lot of time in it. You're just kind of moving on, swiping up and down or whatever. But that's where that whole, for me, privacy is very important in terms of people's privacy. So um yeah, that's just a long thing I had to get out there and on that level. But to reset the room, we are talking about the people who abuse and neglect us, which are all white political parties. Sense of separating them, they're all the same. There's really no difference. That they're never going to help us, and I'm sometimes I'm a little dismayed when I see initiatives that seem to be geared towards changing people's minds in a way that they will help us. That seems to be um, the motivation sometimes, and I wish the motivation was more about what can we actually do with the resources that we actually have to then produce what we want to produce for ourselves, because that's when you take matters into your own hands and seek to produce results for your own community, for your own self, and everything along those lines. So I've always been geared towards just making it happen. If that means I got to work 3 jobs, if that means I got to work 70, 80, 100 hours a week, so be it. But just doing whatever it takes, whatever I got to do to get the job done. That's really been how I've operated through life, as much as I possibly can. And I just don't, I kind of know these people. I've the past 4 years getting actively involved in this, I've really tried to study as much as I can how these people think, how they operate. 20 years in a truck, I listened to right wing talk radio until I couldn't stand hearing the voices of the radio host, and that's Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Michael Levin. Um, there's a bunch of them. What's the dude who moved to Texas? Glenn Beck. I mean, when you're in a truck, you're traveling across the country, you usually got church, which is white church, which is very boring at times, right wing talk shows, and country music. That's pretty much what's on the radio in the middle of the country. And so once you get outside of a city area, that's what you're stuck with. And every once in a while you might get sports, which I do. I do like sports radio. Um, but yeah, you get a lot of right wing talk. And like I said, I listened to that shit so long that just hearing Sean Hannity's voice is like nails on a chalkboard to me. I hate the fucking sound of his voice, his whiny ass voice. But I know how they think because I've been listening to them say the same shit that Trump's been saying the past 4 years. They've been saying that shit for 20 plus years. So this is who these people are. Like, this shit ain't gonna change. The only difference is the Democrats on that's the Republican side of it. On the Democrat side, they just say whatever they think people want to hear. They say whatever they think we want to hear. That they're not gonna do none of the shit that they say they're gonna do. It's all symbolic. It's all symbolism. This returning 375 in Detroit from an interstate highway where they destroyed a black community back to a black community 40 years later or however long it's been is symbolic. It's not to really benefit the people of Detroit, definitely not to benefit the black citizens of Detroit. If anything, it's going to benefit the foreign population in Michigan. And obviously the white population, they benefit from every fucking thing that they do. But it's very symbolic. Shit is not going to go the way that they're portraying it and painting it as this is for the black community, $105 million, blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, they're gentrifying people out of their neighborhoods. Foreigners are moving in. It's the same old story all over the country. Doesn't matter where you go. It's the same story all over the country. And I don't trust them. I don't know why anybody would trust them. I don't know why anybody would trust them to pay out money over a length of time. If they're going to pay the money, pay it all at once, pay it in a very short period. And but don't trust them to go beyond one administration. Ever. These people cannot be trusted. Period. Yeah, but that's my rant for now.
Hey, Black, look, man, I appreciate you, man, holding this space. You've been doing this consistently since the first of the year?
Yeah.
December,
when they
first of the year?
I think it was December.
I mean, man, that takes a lot of dedication, man, and
this is the year.
I appreciate that, man. Look, I remember when I first came on, I think sometime in late January, but, I was kind of like, I don't know, I don't like, speaking to the public, but, but I told myself that, the things I'm going through, I think it's time for me to
talk about
to convey my message to the people. So I started coming up in around February of this year. So, but yeah, man, I appreciate you being so consistent and dedicated to this space, and yeah, I appreciate you, man. So yeah.
And I appreciate you. Thank you so much for showing up every week. I was excited the first time you came on, because we got a lot to talk about, of course, bounce ideas off of each other, and yeah, I mean, it's just like we're in transition. The whole thing was when the spaces started, I was like, wow, this is a great opportunity to really lift up and heighten the advocacy and the education for this year, because my plan is next spring to be in Delaware, if not sooner, but to take this time to really try to get the message out, get the word out. And I know we've been effective. I know we've been moving the needle, moving the bar, because I see people talking about it, and initially it was a thing where whenever I would see someone talk about it, we would engage and try to help, the conversation a little bit. But there's so many conversations about this at this point. I can't even engage them all. And only when someone like directly adds, this account, or they send a DM or something, that's the only time I can actually engage with conversations that are going on, because they're just going on everywhere at this point. And that's a great thing. That's a really, really, really good thing. So we've definitely been pushing and pushing and pushing. And before long, I mean, because I think that was a Brookings Institute story that I posted on social about the Great Migration back to the South. Let me see if I could pull it up real quick. But the fact that they continue to talk about this in the mainstream media really, really helps the cause, because it's like that predictive programming, psychological conditioning, where they are conditioning that population that she's still in the room. Miss Trouble was talking about. See, by the mainstream media talking about this great return to the South, this great migration back to the South, it's actually conditioning white America to be accepting of it. Yeah, this was a Brookings story from just this Monday. A new great migration is bringing Black Americans back to the South. So by them continuously putting up these stories every so often, which they've been doing consistently for like a year or two now, it's conditioning the population to understand that this is happening, so that they will accept it. And because there's nothing they can do about it, they might as well accept it. The few who will try to resist, or the few can't afford to move out, we know ultimately they'll die off at some point. I mean, it just is what it is. They're gonna die off. And we'll already have control by that point. There's really nothing that they can do. And life goes on from there. But it just is what it is.
Look, if they can't stop illegal aliens from coming into the United States, from crossing the border.
Oh God,
I don't know how they're gonna stop Black American citizens.
I love that.
From mass migrating to the South.
I love that, man.
I mean, we're citizens. I mean, that's our basic fundamental right to move from one state to another state. They cannot stop us.
I absolutely love that correlation, because that is so spot on. Bullseye, hit the target. There's no argument that can be made against that at all. Yeah, I love that. I was actually looking at jobs in Delaware on Indeed the other day. And yeah, so I mean, at any point in time, I could, I mean, as long as I maintain my CDL or whatever, I could pick up, move to anywhere in the country, anywhere they got highways and trucks. I can move and at least be able to pay my bills or whatever, But yeah.
Hey, Black, you see that podcast I tweeted yesterday about this Marlon Aldridge? He's a professor, and he kind of summarized my African American Homeland book on his podcast. This happened around, the first time he did it was 2017. And then he made another podcast sometime, I think February 2018. Did you get to hear that whole podcast?
No. What does he talk about?
Well, basically, he just talks. Like what I did was,
okay. No. Oh yeah.
I put a lot of
I know what you're talking about.
Black paper African American Homeland on the website, right? I didn't put all my information, but I put like maybe 60% of the information. And basically, he went through. He summarized the whole my whole book in his podcast.
You know what? I listened to the first 15 minutes of it.
Right.
And I was like, because he mentioned blackamericanhomeland.com, and and he was he was he was kind of discussing it with himself, and at first I thought you might be a guest at some point, but he was like going back and forth with himself and sort of like questioning, and then he had to reread one part and was like, oh, okay, now I understand, whatever. So I was like, wow, that was really cool. I am going to finish listening to it.
Yeah. Now what happened, right? He sent me back in 2017, I think even 2016, he sent me some information that he wanted to do an interview with me. And I said, look, man, I do not do interviews, right? And but he said, well, look, I'm going to give you my number. If you change your mind, please contact me. All these good things. And but anyway, he decided to do a podcast on his own without me, which was pretty cool. He just talked about my book. Well, that was really good. I listened to it a few times, and some of the things he said, I said, you know what, I'm going to change this. Like he mentioned something about one of the things he didn't like, but he mentioned something about secrecy. I don't think I used the word secrecy. I used another word like oh my God, I can't think, man. What's another word for secrecy? Oh my gosh, man. Sometimes I get these
covert secrecy.
These I'm lost for words, man. Wow.
I don't know. I always hear back channel on Twitter.
Yeah, but I didn't use the word secrecy. Like he said, he didn't think that doing all this in secrecy will work.
It's impossible.
Believe me, I didn't use the word secrecy. I just say, look, we don't have to advertise this to the world that hey, we're gonna try to move to we're gonna reverse migrate to the South. We're gonna keep it to ourselves. Use word of mouth. And and just come conversate among each other, and that's how we're going to that's how we're going to move to the South. But I knew it's secrecy. I know that was impossible. We can't do it in secret because they have all the infrastructure in place to know if Black Americans are moving here or the Mexicans are moving there or whatever.
Right.
They know all these things. So
right, absolutely.
But yeah, man, just the guy, he's a professor. I forget what university, but I've been trying to get a hold of him in the past couple of years, but man, the guy, man, I think he's gone. I don't know. He's just hard to get in touch with. But he said it's been hard to get in touch with me. So, well, yeah, please, it's on my timeline. Please, listen to that podcast, and it's a Black Talk Radio, and he did the first one in 2017 and the second one in 2018.
Yeah, awesome. I will absolutely listen to that. Matter of fact, I'll try to do what I can do as far as searching him out and see if I can, connect somewhere with his either like an address or something. Maybe you can write him or whatever. But it was very enjoyable and kind of surreal too, because I know you talked about your book, you talked about your website. I didn't know the name of it, but
that's called African American Homeland.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I didn't use Black American Homeland at first. In the first, of course, I used it in my Twitter space, but in my writings, when I wrote it, I didn't use Black American Homeland. I thought, African American Homeland was a little bit more, what's that word? A little bit more
official.
More official, but I noticed around 2013, 2014, a lot of people were against that word African American.
Against it, yeah.
So that's when I started using Black American, Black American Homeland. So
right. Yeah, that was a good choice for sure, no question. DJ,
but I'm still trying to find a official name. I mean, that's the hardest part. I'm trying to name the region. I'm trying to figure out what is a great name, a great name for the 8 states, 9 states, southern region. I mean, the name is just official name is so hard to come by. I tried Appalachia. People don't like that Appalachia. So I just put that aside. I'm gonna try to figure out something. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Okay. DJ's got his hand up.
Hey, Black American Homeland. I know it's probably been a minute, this conversation. I'm about to reiterate to you. So I understand what you're saying about, not being the one wanting to be the guy to speak up in public, take the center stage, on kind of the FOH guy, the front of house mix that just want to be in the middle or somewhere in the back. So again, if you remember the conversation, what I told you, you got to put yourself out there, bro, and let Charles Blow know that, hey, look, that's my content that I gave you, bro. You know what I'm saying? That you pretty much riding a wave, even though, he don't owe us you or anything. We understand that, because if you show somebody something, you just showed it to them. It ain't like you could expect compensation back from them. But that's not what it's about. But it is about respecting the person to give credit to. Henceforth, the argument about what Fat Joe is saying about Latinos created hip-hop or created 50% of it. Nah, you would have to show me the Peruvian hip-hop, Salvadorian hip-hop, you know what I'm saying, of the 70s. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, you could give credit to those that may have had an individual hand in it, and they might be Puerto Rican and Dominican or Haitian or whatever descent, Jamaican, whatever, right? But that's those specific people. You can't say the whole Jamaica created 50% of hip hop, because we all know that's a lot, Fat Joe. You know what I'm saying? Busta Rhymes, when you're saying America ain't got no culture, everything that is entertainment wise, which I call a family business, that's all our shit. So when it comes to the education side of it, so is us too. And that's what you come in at from an educational standpoint. You're going to have to start doing some, I don't want to say marketing, because that costs money, but at least start doing some promoting to say, hey, look, this is the Black American Homeland. I wrote this book, XYZ When, you know what I mean? And start putting yourself out there. Create a Facebook page on it. Create a like page. Create a group about it. Connect the group to the like page. So now you start getting the algorithm working. When people come in like the like page, it will also recommend the group to them. So that way we could be more private. Like if you just go on Facebook. Same thing with Black, create a social account on all these other platforms, because that's what these other platforms do, to promote their platform. So, we need a social Instagram. You feel what I'm saying? The social Twitter, obviously we got that. Facebook, I know you think you made that up the other day. Social TikTok and all this other stuff, even though I encourage our folks to stay away from TikTok, but you're the plan to make a point. You got to put your work out there. So when history, when the children of the future look back, they're like, hey man, how the hell we get here? Your name got to come up, bro. Charles Blow could get some type of credit as far as maybe like pushing it to the forefront of it, if he be even doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't hear him speaking about what we speak about every Saturday up here. So it's like, you got to start making some headway as far as pushing Black state of America, because our people are technically down there already. I know, being up here in New Jersey, we had a mass migration between 2010, when I moved back to Jersey from the DMV area, till 2020, I guess I'll say, where a lot of our folks either moved away, passed away, some folks locked up, whatever the case may be. So, at the end of the day, we're spread so thin up here, it don't even look like black people used to run North, bro. Black people used to be in Harlem, the Brooklyn, you know what I mean, the Bronx. It don't even look like that up here anymore. So it's like, what the hell is the point of hanging on up here when these democratic cities are just ushering in these illegal immigrants, and nobody seems to be wanting to bat an eye. So the only logical thing we can do is what we up here talking about right now, take our black state. But similar to our pull-ups, what happened, it's going to be a hard thing to get people to understand what reparations is because we're not on board collectively. But I think something like Black State of America could get us on board collectively. And I think we need our Black State of America to even obtain our reparations because we need some state power. You know what I mean? Shout out to state power wherever you're at. So, we need our collectiveness so that way we can obtain our reparations. So, again, I got my own little infrastructure, bro. If you want to get with me in the background, I know you all the way in flip lane. You feel what I'm saying? So, I'll give you my personal number. You call me, and we'll start working out some things as far as, like, physical media to start yielding the rhetoric of Black State of America down to the street. That, shout out to brother Greg Blackstate. He gave me a little C money to start our little reparations DVD. And I pretty much done get given all of them out. I think I got about maybe 10 copies left or whatever the case be. Some folks supported it just to say, hey, look, that's what's up. But at the end of the day, you can't sell reparations, but I sell it in a way of speaking. You feel what I'm saying? Because I got salesmanship. So I can sit up here and sell you reparations and the reasons why we need reparations and why you should buy this reparations DVD to help educate yourself and your family and your friends that you might be talking about reparations film, but they giving you their butt to kiss and say, you're a bum, get a job, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Government ain't giving you shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of stuff I'll be going through every day on the day, bro. Every day on the day. So, so when you go to sleep tonight, just try to start thinking of a way to promote this shit, bro. The ideas is out there. It's easy. I don't think it really could cost us a lot of money, with the ideas and the things that I've been doing as far as physical media and just moving in the streets. I got 1,000 contacts in my phone. I can just relay information at any given time, bro. And this is why I be on all these social media chats. Folks see what I be doing, but the folks down in the street don't see what we're doing as far as this reparations. And that's the one argument that I do see, whereas that, again, just to, say this little bit of information, if it's 8 billion people on the planet, only half the people on the planet stream. So out of that half, there's only 1 billion and 1 paid subscribers throughout cross platforms, Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube Music. They share 1 billion and 1 paid subscribers. So how many of that is our people? Definitely not many. You're talking a very minute percent that buy into the system at $9.99 a month. So if 4 billion stream and only 1 billion are paid subscribers, the other 3/4 is us. We skipping the ad. We bootlegging the movie and shit. We doing everything under the sun not to pay for this stuff, yo. But the whole narrative that me and Black State understand is that, and maybe I'm pretty sure you do too. Hey man, we got to be capitalists at the end of the day. 100% capitalist mindset, business mindset. I got some SBA plugs that I've been looking at. I actually did an SBA course, Small Business Administration, for those that don't know. For like 2 months, wound up getting a free laptop, some business information as far as reading material. And, when I'm ready to fix my credit up a little bit more, I could go for my loan and they'll help me fill out the paperwork and everything. So these opportunities are out here, man. It's just that the folks just don't know, and then plus, like I said, again, we're too busy being worker bees that we ain't got time to research this information, man. Got to get up for work in the morning and take the kids to school, man, and come back and do it again. It's just no time. But if we could find a way to take this information and make little business cards, if you get 1,000 business cards for $20, you know what I'm saying? Get it. Bought a case of paper, print paper. It cost me $35, bro. Okay, the ink on the other hand, that's some money, but I got to work around that. You know what I'm saying? And it still costs, but it's a workaround to save some bread. We could at least double and triple up on our ink just by buying it used, but still wrapped in new. It might be outdated ink, but it still work as long as it's in the shrink wrap packaging. So that's what I've been doing. Folks have just been donating money to me as far as I pull up here in Jersey again. And, just pressing flyers. I've been giving it out to the bums on the highway. They be out there begging. Yo, fam, I ain't got no money for you, but hey, we pulling up for this reparations. They be like, damn, word. Hey, I hope to see you there. Hopefully it just ain't the excitement of me saying reparations, but our people understand what's up when we say these words, man. We just need to present this information to them. So, like I said, back to the DVD thing again. Created a DVD, little mixtape compilation, five talking points. With the Black State of America, reparations, immigration, CPS issues, and me with the entertainment side of this thing, because I call this entertainment shit our family business. We created all the fucking funk, jazz, bebop, hip hop, rock, bop, doop, dop, dop, whatever you want to bop it. You know what I'm saying? It's all our shit at the end of the day. But our folks don't understand that we need to gatekeep this shit. This is why you got a Fat Joe out here again saying, yo, yeah, Latinos created 50% of hip hop, primo. Nah, Busta Rhymes, America ain't got no culture. Like, damn, who you talking to specifically in America? The white folks? Now, you said the white folks, okay. You know what I'm saying? We cool with that. You know what I'm saying? Even if you said the Asians and other folks, okay, we cool with that. Don't say us, though. Or don't just blatantly say America, because the world has evolved around America the last 500 years. Everybody know to come over here or want to be American. That's why they flooding in this country, bro. But God, I yield there, bro.
Hey, absolutely, man. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I would definitely try to get in contact with you and see what we can do, man. I did try some things in the past, like I remember in 2011, I did a email blast. I hired this company to send out I think it was 1,000 or 5,000 emails. I did. Just a little bit of of my writings, and I did some cold calling to different people. I did a few things. But one thing I am thinking about doing is I would like to hire a billboard. But I'm trying to figure out, should I do it in a northern state or a southern state? But yeah, I would like to pay for a billboard and try to
promote what exactly?
Promote the the super majority black states like that. That can cost a bit of money, but about I think 5,000 per month or something like that. But yeah, I'm thinking of different things. So yeah, man, I keep in touch with you, man. Yeah, go ahead, Black.
Okay. Man, so I was just scrolling on the timeline and they showing Gambia. Is that a West African country? It kind of looks like West Africa.
Yeah, it's next to the Senegal.
Yeah, so they're saying that the British men go there and they got pictures of them with little kids, little African kids, for demonic sex tourism over there. I know I'm pretty sure I've known about them doing that in Asian countries, but I mean these are little boys and little girls over here in the country of Gambia.
Now, look, Gambia actually for many years was known for British, European women going to Gambia to hook up with the Gambian men or the men of the Senegal. But that's the first time I heard that British men are going to Gambia for the young girls and boys. Wow, that's horrible.
Horrible. Yeah. You said it. Horrible. Yeah. They're talking about the poverty and some economic collapse that has this created this environment. Man, it's just a tragedy. It's just a tragedy. All out tragedy.
Gambia used to be a British colony, so Britain is not helping Gambia at all. They're not doing any type of investment in Gambia. I mean, Gambia is not a big country. I think they have less than 2 or 3 million people.
I mean, Britain can easily help that country, but that's not, that's not part of their game. They not, they're not in there to help people. They only there to
exploit,
take the resources
mm-hmm.
of those countries. That's the only reason they're there.
Exploitation of everything. Yeah, this is who these people are. This is who they've always been. They were doing this 400 or 500 years ago. A matter of fact, I've read stories about Columbus molesting little boys, and documenting it in his journals. This is who these people are. They are never going to change. DJ, you got your hand up.
Yeah, not to go back in the story or change the subject or whatever. So, Black American, Billboard is one thing you could do if you got the money just to waste like that every month. But what about pamphlets that'll be dropped in your mail every month automatically, so that way it could get to a particular section of a county or whatever, or a whole county. Actually, don't cost much. You could do like a whole town population of say like, I'm gonna say like my little town or whatever. I think it's like a million people here for some reason, in this little town. You know what I mean? And I checked because just from my own personal business, just the post office, right? They do promotional mail. So for like $400, they'll put your thing inside of like a pamphlet or whatever the case be, and mail it out like that, or which is like the value pack thing. You get like the coupons, you could do that. That's very cheap. If you want to do your own mailing with your own particular thing, they'll do that too, as far as like bulk mail. For pennies on the dollar, bro. You could cover a lot of ground dealing with the post office. Like I said, just basic promotional stuff you could do is just, get a printer and just start printing out flyers, bro. And with information, QR codes on it, and just, go out to the supermarket and just start handing them out. That's what I'll be doing. My customers, I drop my deliveries to, I'll be giving them reparations DVDs. You feel what I'm saying? Putting the polo flies inside of their little delivery bag or whatever the case be. Yeah, we want to spread the word to everybody, So this is something to think about. Yeah, as far as the Gambian thing, all them motherfuckers over there need their ass whooped. Excuse my French, bro, but that's what it is. The Gambians and the damn British, you know what I mean? Because y'all know damn well we don't play that shit over here. Hurting no kids was Wu-Tang for the kids, bro. Fuck all that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. We got Rella on YouTube, and she's saying she has a credit kit, and she said she needs to have a rent party. She has a credit kit, and she needs to have a rent party. That's for DJ.
Oh, she got what now?
Yeah, she says she has a credit kit, and she needs to have a rent party.
A rent party?
Yeah, she got a.
She need a rent pay. Let's do it. I got 5 on there, Sister Rella.
I'm not sure.
I'm between those two, so but we gonna make it, Know what I
mean? I'm not sure if that's what she means. Let me see. Let me see if she can get a little clearer.
Let's start this GoFundMe for Sister Rella. Fuck
that. Let's see what she's saying.
So even with that being said, too, Black America Homeland, that's another thing I do too. So like how sometimes like people be trying to promote stuff or trying to get people to buy like certain product off them to raise money on a fundraising level. So that's what I do too. With the DVDs and CDs, I'll sell you a certain amount where you could go out and sell them, or if you need a certain amount for your own personal promo. Yeah, we could work it out, bro. But we'll talk about it, like you said, man. It's a time and place for everything. All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you mentioned New York. Okay. You mentioned New York, and I came across a post where they said that I think it's Columbia University is involved in redesigning Harlem or reimagining Harlem. Like they're soliciting for what the future of Harlem could be or what it could look like. And they say none of the black Harlemites residents are involved in any of this process of, you know, what the future Harlem is supposed to look like.
Well, Harlem has been gentrified, bro. You know what I'm saying? That Harlem, I think Harlem was like the first place to get gentrified over here in the tri-state area. Then certain parts of Brooklyn, and then obviously, you know, Jersey always been this weird sanctuary city. But you know, Newark is still holding on to 50% black American straight up. And I guess maybe mixed with some black immigrant or whatever. But yeah, man, you know, Harlem been gentrified years ago. Real talk.
Yeah, I know. I heard a little bit about that, but I didn't realize it was that bad.
I think they started that process when the Cosby Show was out, because I always said that, like, damn, you know, that's those Oklahoma hate. You feel what I'm saying? Where it's like you see folks doing good. Now we're gonna have to get these Negroes up out of here. We want them brownstones for ourselves.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Real talk. And when you think about the Harlem Renaissance, you know, that's everything we talk about when we say, hey, look, Fat Joe, you're gonna have to show me the hip hop in Puerto Rico in the 1930s and the 40s and 50s and the 60s. You crazy, bro? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know what I mean? Our stuff is on tape. Where's y'all stuff at? You know what I mean? Where the receipts at, fam?
Damn.
Yeah, I think it might make me reply.
Hey, you know what? The first time I ever heard about Puerto Ricans was the West Side Story, and you know, that came around like the West Side Story was in the 1950s, I think.
Oh wow!
And yeah, that's the first time I heard of Puerto Ricans, and then I remember back in the late 70s, early 80s. I used to visit my family members in northern New Jersey and in New York, and I remember we went to this we went to this amusement park. This is 1980 or 81. Went to this amusement park, and it was called the Great Adventure. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Oh
yes,
yeah, it's right here in what exit was the exit 7 off the turnpike. Great Adventure. Six Flags.
Okay, Six Flags, Great Adventure. So is that New York or New Jersey?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Okay. And look, and I remember going to that amusement park in 1980 or 81, and I saw all these, Puerto Ricans, and I was shocked, man. I thought I was in another country because, being from Virginia, I'm not used to seeing Puerto Ricans or a lot of people that didn't look white or look between white
my
and
sleep
black.
schedule has
really shocking to me, actually. And so that.
Well, I think majority of the Puerto Ricans that have come up here, they're all like the white, class. I think, but they're poor though, because my ex's grandfather, he white as day, which I just saw him not that long ago. So, but he used to tell me about the racism that he used to face from the white people. You feel what I'm saying? As well. So they, I think that's why, we have such a, what's the word? I guess like a collective understanding with Puerto Rican specifically. You know what I'm saying? At least those up here in the in the East Coast and the Northeast specifically. So, but other Latinos and other, African diaspora, not so much. You know what I'm saying? So, Fat Joe, yeah, again, a couple people could get a pass, but not the whole island. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. Well, to be honest, I never considered them white, because to me, white has a very specific
hue or complexion.
Yeah, well, not complexion, but meaning. To me, there's a meaning to it, right? And And to me, anybody that's Hispanic really doesn't if you got a checklist of 10, you got 10 you got 10 10 things that say what's a white person. They might check off 3, but they don't check off all 10. So to me, and it really, and to me, calling, Puerto Ricans or Mexicans, calling them white, to me, that gives them a bit of power. So I would never call those people white.
They're white. They're white.
I don't want to put nothing in their head.
But white isn't
so
power.
I never call those people white. I mean, some of them can pass the white and all these things, but believe me, I will always remind them that, hey, they're not white. They're not gonna be fully treated like they're white. They're gonna be poor. They're gonna be the powers they have, political power will be limited. So I'm not gonna call them. I would never call them white. Never. Because I've been to their countries, man, and believe me, they don't act like white people. They don't run their countries like white people. I mean, they're not white, man. So, yeah.
Right, for sure on that one, bro. For sure on that.
Yeah. That's just my experience living outside of the country, Yeah.
Right, and Puerto Rico got a lot of slave history too, as well. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and believe me, most of them, I say, I don't know, 70 to 80% of them got some kind of African blood. So, yeah.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna bring up this topic because this is lighting up fire on Twitter, and I know News Toter's gonna do it tomorrow. So this Great House, this is an account that I follow, and he's got the sympathetic Pan-African sort of bent to his account. Oh, Rella says, DJ, you a real one. So this guy, so this is what he posts. I mean, and he's got receipts to explain it. So here's what he says in a series of posts. The overwhelming majority of the enslaved Africans shipped from the port in Oda or Ouida were actually Dahomean citizens. In 1728, Dahomey invaded Ouida to end the enslavement of its people. After Dahomey took over the port of Ouida, slave exports dropped by 70%. So he lays out a receipt-driven explanation that the Dahomey were being enslaved by this other tribe and that they were shipping off these Dahomey citizens, and that they actually did not shut down completely, but they dropped it by 70%, and that they closed this one port, or actually took it over. The Europeans had controlled the port for 200 years, and then the Dahomey took it over. So I don't know. This is interesting. This is interesting information. That this guy's putting out, and again, he's got some receipts here. I know this whole movie has created a lot of ups and downs and in and outs in the community, and yeah, I definitely want to be able to listen to News Toter Space tomorrow to see how people, what side they take on it. But yeah, so this is what this person is saying, that these people it was their people that were being enslaved for much of that time, and they finally said enough is enough and put an end to it. I think that's kind of, I saw the trailer of it. I kind of think that's what it is about, essentially. But I know Black Twitter is not with it. And I mean Black American Twitter. At this point, it's got to be Black American freedman descendant Twitter. Hashtag.
Okay, so this what you're saying. This what you're saying. The homie people were under the
weed.
They been taken as slaves, right? And to fight back, you know, they united their people and they fought these people off. But in the process of that, they began to conquer other other tribes, and then they started enslaving those tribes. That's what you're trying to say? That's what he's trying to convey?
I mean, the first part, yes. He doesn't get into the second part of what you said. It does say they took over the port, and the amount of slaves traveling through the port dropped by 70%. So that sounds like 30% were still getting through.
Okay.
But whether or not now when I looked into the Dahomey, you know, they are on the list of there were 10 tribes, and I think it might have been Atlanta Black Star. I posted this story like 6 months ago or longer, but they were on the list of the tribes. There are 10 tribes that they credit with making the most money out of the trade, and the Dahomey was one of them. And then the one story I posted, this was like a year or more ago, was about that king Gezo, and I guess his father's name was Gezo also, or something like that. But at any rate, it describes him having a ceremony, a ritual where these Europeans came to the village, dignitaries, and he said, you know, we're gonna have a festival or whatever. And in this report, now this is Europeans writing the report, so you take it for what it's worth. But in this report, they say they dug a hole and created a bloodbath, a literal bloodbath, and cut off the heads of human beings and filled up this pit with blood for this ritual. And of course, again, this is written in the eyes of Europeans, and so the way they relay the story, I think this went in the newspaper. The way they relay the story, and this is where it kind of gets like, damn, you know, you can kind of see how they're over exaggerating the situation. But they say that, and this is what they relate to the people in this news article, is that they by and this is their savior complex, psychopathic, narcissistic, white preservationistic mindset, the demons that they are, they say that we are saving these people from a much worse fate. In other words, painting the king Gezo as, you know, Satan essentially, and that they are going to rescue the people from him and give them a better existence, I guess, is how that story ends up reading if you read the whole story of it. But and then someone had posted recently another report of, you know, and again, I don't know if these are probably written from European points of view and European minds. And so it's kind of like, can we trust a news source that comes from a European mind when we know how they demonize Arabs? You know, they whatever. If you're a part of this religious group, they demonize you. If you're this, they demonize you. I'm sure back when they were against the Vietnam, they were demonizing Vietnamese people. This is how they operate. This is what they do. So it's like, can you really trust that these events happen the way that they said they happened?
Hey, you know, Black, I remember this Arab guy on Twitter. He thought that, or he thinks that 70% of the slaves or Africans that were sent over to the New World, that's South America, Caribbean islands, and North America, that 70% of them were Muslim. And I found that very interesting.
It's possible.
You know, of course, course, in history they said they didn't have no religion, or they had some type of
no,
African
no. That's interesting.
African traditional religion, but Islam they never really mentioned about Islam, but
Well, that doesn't
Arab,
add
I
up.
think he's a scholar.
Yeah, that doesn't add up with
He
history.
thinks that 70% of the Africans that went over to the New World were Muslim.
That does match up. So the Pope, the Dum Diversus that was issued in the late 1400s, was targeting Muslim Saracens is how I'm going to pronounce it, or Saracens. But essentially, that holy war was against Muslims. And so it is very likely that the Africans who were attacking other Africans, just as today, nothing has changed, were other Africans more than likely, and were conquering territory, trying to convert people over to their religion, raping and killing the women, et cetera, which is essentially what they've been doing throughout the whole 20th century, you know, and now it's coming into the 21st century. So I would believe that in the in the movie trailer, the depiction of a you can only call them Muslims. They're black. They got turbans on. They got face coverings. They're riding horses. They look like Muslims to me. So I would assume that they are Muslims, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, I mean that the Pope and really white Christianity, and what did they call it? Oh, the Crusades. Yeah, the Crusades were white Christians, European Christians against Muslims, and that could be Arab or African. And it was to take all their lands away from them, take everything they possess, and enslave all their people, essentially. So,
look, their reason for doing that is that the Muslim, they were enslaving white people, the Europeans.
Yeah, not at the same scale, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, not at the same scale, not at the same level. So my understanding of Europe is it went through a lot of plagues. It went through a lot of plagues. A lot of people were dying from the plagues because they weren't clean people. And so they were just infecting each other because they didn't wash, or whatever the case may be. And they were spreading a lot of disease. I heard one story where there was listeria or something in a well, and this was in London, and everybody drank from this particular well, and so it got everybody sick. Many people died, whatever, blah blah blah. They had all these different plagues of viruses that ran through their population, and that's why you hear that the Moors came there and taught them how to bathe themselves and everything else like that. So because that's where the disease was coming from. They just weren't washing washing their bodies or whatever it is. But yeah, there was the Barbary pirates, which was Barbary Coast, which was white slaves, but it's really like prostitution more than anything. So it wasn't the same type of slavery in any way, shape, or form, but it was more or less more like organized prostitution, to be honest.
Right, enslaving women, making them into concubine.
Yeah. But I think if you go much back further, and this is my personal theory, that there was, when the first white people appeared, they were outcasts from whatever black society existed at that time. And I think it built in a resentment in them because of that. And they developed apart from humanity, to be perfectly honest. But they probably kept that genetic memory of whatever happened to cause them to be outcasted from the society. And they more than likely told those stories and passed them down. And it just became a part of their DNA to either fear and or hate, and a mix of both when it comes to black human beings on the planet. And when they finally got their numbers up and their strength up, and they started interacting with the different darker skinned races, um, in my opinion, they just, they felt like it was time to attack once they got the numbers, because they spent a lot of time attacking and killing each other, in the wars that they fought amongst themselves. But I think ultimately they just decided to turn on Africa first, Arabia. Now all their attention is on the Asian countries. Um, Even though they fought those Asian wars in the mid to early 1900s at this point, but it seems like they're circling back around for another potential war with them Asian countries. The only thing that's preventing it is because they got nukes. That's really, when it comes to America, at this point they haven't been willing to risk nuclear war. I don't think that's going to last forever, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it may not be in our lifetime, but I just don't, the way these people's minds work, I just don't see the deterrent lasting forever. I think if they ever got into a desperation situation, they would talk themselves into nuclear conflict. They're already talking about it now in Ukraine, small scale nukes, like, mini nukes or whatever they call them. So I just don't think it's out of the realm of possibility with these people.
So you're saying, like, once the European population reach 5% of the world population or less by 2100.
What?
To me, I just don't see them doing any type of fighting.
Is that real?
To me, I think they're just going to concentrate on the thing that they're good at, and that, that's business. Venture capital.
Oh no.
Running corporation. I think that's the only thing they're going to be doing. They won't have the numbers. I see by 2100. I even think that some European country could be, what do you call it, minority, majority. I can see that happening in some European country by 2100. The Africa, right? The African continent to have over 4 billion people by in 80 years. So, and I can see the African continent to be so overpopulated that I can see the Africans now going into Europe, going into the Middle East, going into South America, and going into North America, because all these continents, right? They need labor. They need people coming to their. They need immigrants. So I see Africans, populating all the major continents in 80 years.
So, man, I want to hit those points. Do you know, I think it's Sweden, they have a massive gang problem. Massive gang violence has been going on for like a decade, and it's all inside the immigrant population over drug sales or whatever. So I never knew that, right? I just discovered that like a week or so ago. So European countries are actually, they've been sick of migrants or immigrants, or however you want to call it. They are much more sick of them than we are over here with the Mexicans. So I don't know how realistic that's going to be. I think the labor issue.
The key is that their population are not growing, right? Under natural circumstances, right? A country like Sweden that has 14 million, under natural circumstances, it can go down to 4 million in 80 years. So they're gonna be dependent on Arabs, Africans, Asians immigrating to their country to keep their economy growing. This is what's happening in America. Look, these white people don't want Asians and Hispanics and black people coming to their country, but the problem is, right, their population is not growing. It's hard to get white people from other countries, so they're just letting anyone come into the country so they can keep their economy growing. I think that's the bottom line. Like in business, you have a bottom line, right? That's the bottom line, and they need people in the country. That's why they're not like Australia. Like I was talking about Australia. Australia only has 25 million people. The country is the size of the United States, right? But the thing is, America corporation, they know that, look, for us to keep our economy going, to keep our economy, growing at 3%, 4%, 5% per year, or 2%, whatever it is, right? We have to keep our population growing. We have to keep the labor force growing. We have to keep the consumer market growing. So I think that's the only thing they worry about. I think they are finished with, or they are, what's that word? They're finished with the premise, or the premise of a white, majority white country. I think they are over that now.
No.
I believe that, look,
don't agree with that at all.
We have no choice. We have to bring all these other groups into that country. But what we're going to do is we're going to make sure to insulate ourselves from these poor people. We're going to make sure that we're rich. And I think that's the white people's, that's their plan. That's their solution, to be rich so they can insulate themselves from the minority population.
Yeah, so this is an article, and this is actually Spectator Australia, Europe's new migrant crisis. And this was written within the last 2 weeks. So essentially, just scanning over this, they're basically saying that if the government doesn't get this under control, the people will. I do not believe that at all, because that is not how they operate at all. I believe they're going to try to replace human labor with mechanized labor, and that's in all these machines. But outside of that, when you said a 5% population in 2100, that's 80 years from now, roughly, a little less than that. That is.
They said the European population is going to be 5% of the world population by 2180.
Well, this is why we had the pandemic. This is why we had and that was a bioweapon. This is why we had the jabs. That's biotechnology. You are going to start to see a massive increase in bioweapons and biotechnology, because they are going to make sure that they are not 5% of the world's population. They will destroy the planet before that becomes the case. So I don't buy that at all.
See, this is the thing, right? You got two types of people, right? You got the white people that want to preserve the white, the white population. But then you got the other white people, that's all they care about, is being rich, making money, making profit, making sure that the company they own, the shares, the stocks, that they own the company steadily grows every year, right? See, to me, those are the people that control the world, right? And to me, those people don't care about, being a majority, or they don't care about that. They just care about them being rich. And you can see it, man. Look, you can see what's going on in America. Look, they don't. White America, why are they letting black Africans into the country? Why are they letting the Hispanics and Asians? Why are they letting these people in the country? Because they don't care about being the majority no more. They don't need they don't need to be. They know they don't need to be a majority in the country to control the country. They probably think, look, we can be 15, 20% of the country, but we'll still be in control. That's what I don't think. Matter of fact, that's what I heard from a white person from the alt-right. They feel like they don't have to be a majority of the country, that they can be a minority and still be have control of the country. And they use South Africa as an example sometimes. Because even though the Africans have control of the government, the white corporations there, they still control the South African economy. Anglo America, Sanlam, the company I used to work for. I used to work for Afrikaans, which is the racist people in the world. I used to work for that company, right? And Sanlam, they hired me because they thought that, hey, you're a westernized black person, so we're gonna hire you in your company. And they didn't have no local Africans working in their company at the time. So yeah, that's what I know, man. I mean, or that's my premise, that's my notion.
Yeah, I think you're maybe a very positive outlook. I don't see it that way, because I mean, as the title says, these people are never going to help us. They're not going to help Africans. I don't.
They're not help. See, helping, that's totally different.
Yeah.
They don't. They're not gonna help anybody. Look, they want you to remain poor. Is that they don't care about being a minority if you're a rich white person, you don't mind being in a sea of poor black people or Asian people.
Yeah, but the reality is that that's not going to work. They cannot be a minority population and survive. That's just not.
I believe that too.
Yeah, they can't.
I believe that, but for some reason they think that they can be a minority and rule the world.
I think it's a little more nefarious than that. I believe that we are going to see very exotic plagues, viruses unleashed upon the planet, and they may start getting a little more regional. But yeah, I just think that's the way they plan to do it, because that's the way they've been doing it, and there's no reason to think that it's going to change. That's just who they are.
Right.
They got.
Look, I think they started that. I think they tried that back 20, 30 years ago when in Africa, right? But I guess they figured out that even something like AIDS or HIV, right? Millions of people in Africa, millions had AIDS, right? However, their population outgrew the millions that were dying. That the African population, even though that millions of people had HIV and AIDS, right, and dying, there were millions more Africans being born, and they were able to to survive that onslaught of I mean, you know, some people think it was man-made, some people think it was natural, but yeah, the African, they actually survived that AIDS act that AIDS onslaught. I was there, man. I was there in I was in Africa in 1994 to 96. I thought at the time during when AIDS was out of control in Africa, I thought that the African population would be decimated, but those guys, man, look at 2022, man. There's 1.2 billion Africans now. So I don't know. So I'm just saying that it's going to be. I don't think it's possible. You can't. I don't think you can.
Oh man, are you there? Your phone cut out, or your mic cut off. God, I'm still here. I'm still with you. I'm still rocking with you. Oh man, no, your mic's way off. I can't hear anything at all. I don't know. I don't know if you can hear me. You might have to go out and come back in. Let me get another co-host just in case. Dang, DJ already went out and came back in. Cause I thought we had co-hosted. Yeah, Black American Homeland. If you can hear me, you may have to go out and come back in. Go ahead, DJ, while he's seeing what's up with him.
Yeah, you guys was talking about so much as far as like the immigration.
A lot.
Yeah, getting the jumbotron, man. Subscribe to Sister Mouthy Megan. She be talking about this stuff. You know what I mean? A lot of these Africans, they go to other European countries and just start gangs, start selling drugs. It was the same thing with like the Child Posse, did over here in the 80s and the 90s. Trying to take over certain neighborhoods, certain Black American drug blocks. A lot of that shit was real serious shit, but you see a lot of that happening over in Paris right now, where the immigration issue is just like, you would have to look at it yourself, you know what I mean, and make a conscious decision, like if that's good, bad. But a few years ago, I think it was the EU had some type of meeting where they forced specific EU countries. Germany, I know for a fact, because what's the old lady's name, Merkel or something like that.
Yeah.
France obviously was a part of it. And there was a couple other European countries they had to take in migrants from, like Middle East, Africa, Asia, I believe, too, as well. So, they got their problems over there too, man.
Yeah, they had so I was just looking, they had a migrant crisis in 2015, but they're thinking because the Ukraine war, there's a shortage on grain, that's going to force a lot of Africans into European countries. So I don't know if that's going to happen after the winter or next spring or whatever the case, but that's what they're anticipating. It may happen this fall for all we know, but yeah, but here's the thing. So they got the bioweapons, they got the biotechnology, which is killing people. I mean, they're both working to kill people off. But then you got wars. I mean, the way that they always killed people outside of viruses was wars. And we haven't had the big global wars that have killed millions of people really in my lifetime. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to have them. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that they can't orchestrate some type of war that does kill millions of people, because that's what they want to do. I mean, at the end of the day, they want to kill off some Africans, kill off some Asians. They don't for whatever reason, I think they feel confident in manipulating Latin American countries and keeping their population, essentially stagnant. They come here and they explode in population because I mean there's so many opportunities, so much wealth there, so many ways to make money down there where it's a little more poverty stricken and there's a lot more violence. You know, I don't know if their numbers are growing as quickly in their home countries, other than like Brazil, because Brazil seems to have a really high population, but all the other ones not so much. So, um, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting theory. I just know these people. These people are what they are. They're not going to change. They're not going to accept defeat and be in a minority population where the majority can have political control. That's a death sentence for them. They got to know that. They're not stupid. I mean, they get it. Everything they do is fear based, self preservationistic, and designed to cater to their fears. So they were able to do it in South Africa, and that's still a very weird thing because it seems like even now that the South Africans are quote unquote in control of the country, the whites and the Indians still are able to maintain control over some of the farmland and some of the businesses. Um, so that's an interesting dilemma of how they're still able to keep some level of control down there. I thought they would have pushed them into the fucking Atlantic Ocean by now, but I guess not. Um, yeah, so I guess everything remains to be seen, but yeah, within 80 years, that's like 3 generations roughly. They would be 5% of the population. So there's just going to be this continual decline, even when they're 10%, 20%, 30%. I mean, once they get below 50%, it's kind of a wrap, you know. I mean, Texas, they're under 50% because the Mexicans are now the majority population in Texas. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. If they get to like 40% of the entire country and that is repeated all over the planet in different places, I don't know, man. I think the people are going to rise up and make it a permanent situation and they will anticipate that and they would rather see the whole planet burn than to just simply be okay with you know being at the bottom. I'm gonna remove from the co-host, see if that helps to bring them back up, because sometimes that seems to be the thing
Yeah,
with
that's
this.
usually what you got to do, especially if Black Americans keep coming in and out of the room but not getting up here. Yeah,
Not
just drop
getting
them
up.
down, let them come back up on his own.
Yeah, because so Rella was on YouTube. She just said goodnight to everybody, but she couldn't even get in the.
Good night.
What's that? Say that again.
Good night, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me. You can hear me going once, going twice.
Yeah. I let her know. She kind of took off a little while ago, but she couldn't get into space, and I saw people getting kicked out, coming back in, getting kicked out, coming back in. That's been happening right from the beginning tonight. I'm shocked. There's like 3 or 4 people that have been able to stay in the whole time, but it just has been. This has been one of the worst. I remember there was one night where we could only have like it was kicking speakers out. I think I could only have like 4 people in the room at a time, and they just weren't letting nobody get into that space. This is crazy. Jesus, crazy.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. No, go ahead, Black.
Yeah. Look, the thing I do is right. I'm into statistics I'm into prediction, projection, things like that.
Predicting behavior.
The way I survive, or not survive, but the way I do business, right? I predict things, right? Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. But the thing is, that's something. This is something I've been doing for years, trying to predict the future, and I just try to use, statistics and information that's out there, and just try to use that information to predict outcomes or things. So that's just that's something I like doing. Something I've been doing all my life, and that's just how I survive in this world. This predicting things. Yeah. So if my information is off-putting, I apologize for that. But just my thoughts.
Yeah, no. The 5% is shocking. It's not off-putting at all. It's just like, damn. They dropped those bombs on Japan, knowing that the I don't know if they had a king or the emperor. The emperor had already surrendered, just to test them out, just to see how they worked in a real life situation. These people do not just give up. They don't just turn things over. They don't just surrender. They'll give up a few states because what can they do? But talking about giving up the country, no, they're not. They're not going to do that. That's over my dead body stuff.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe they would never give away the whole country. Yeah, I believe that.
No way. You can't. You gotta. It's almost like catching a rattlesnake or something. You know what I mean? You kind of gotta give them space to save face and all of that, and let them rationalize why things have gone the way they've gone, because they're gonna do the whole bioweapon across the country. Everything's locked down. We got martial law. Everybody's got to take this biotech weapon and put it in their bodies, and then we have to be the states that stand up and say abso-fucking-lutely not. Those that want to do it, they're gonna have to leave the state to do it, or whatever. I mean, it's got to be. We got to have some boundaries when it comes to that. And that can create conflict, but it's conflict that they wanted to create because they want to put poison in our bodies, and we're just not okay with it or whatever. So there's obviously ways that they can manipulate the situation. That's why you like state power. He was really, really intelligent when he talked about remaining within their systems, keeping the peace, everything like that, and remaining an ally, which of course we will do. If they go to war, we go to war, all that type of thing. But I don't underestimate these people and the amount of people that they're willing to kill, because they already say they only want 500 million people on the planet. Like all those rich people you talked about, that is their real goal, is 500 million on the planet, nothing more. So
hey, Black, what percentage of the world you think is European right now? That includes American European, Canadian, Australian, and Europe. What percentage of the world you think is European? Right.
So there was a thing that I posted, I think in the mid 1900s, they were at like 28% of the population of the planet, and that was the largest they had ever been in the history of the planet. And they have been they have been on a decline ever since they reached that peak. So I would guess maybe, because we're at 7 billion right now or something like that.
7 billion. Yeah, we're pushing almost 8 billion. I think about 7.5, 7.6.
pushing 8. So that would mean to be 10%, 800 million. Wow.
I think you're close. I think Europeans, whites are about 12 to 15% of the world population today.
Wow. Yeah. No one would believe that if you put that on, if you put that in a poll, no one would believe that number. That is insane.
Right. And then if you can go forward 80 years, right? If the white European population, if they continue being very selfish, not only to other people but even to themselves, because they're very selfish to themselves as well. As long as they keep on doing that, their population is going to decrease. Look at this, right? Look, my wife got mad at me because look, I'm the type of guy, I have my home, right? I love my home, and I got my wife and kids here with me, and my wife have family members that come over. It'd be like 10, 15, 20 people. And I don't like being in that situation when there's 20 people at my house. 20 more people at my house, right? And in a way, because I'm American, we kind of like live on our own and things like that. That's kind of that's the not the European mindset, but the Western mindset to want to live alone, maybe 2 or 3 people, that's it. But in the Philippines here, man, they used to like 50 to 100 people being in the same house. When it comes to parties and family get-togethers and things like that. And I just don't like that, man. And Europeans, man, when they're together, it just might be 4 or 5 people at a party for them. They're happy with that. So I'm just saying, man. I think 5% in 80 years is I think it's going to happen. And but the thing is, they don't care. It doesn't matter to them. I think they feel like they will still be in power even if they were at 5%.
Yeah, they say we're going to have these wars over water. We got all these natural disasters, whatever. The thing about water is, like salt water can be turned into fresh water. The earth does it in a very natural process, but there's a way that it can be done in an artificial process where you produce water and salt essentially. And so I don't know, at some point maybe we will be fighting wars over water, I guess, but I think before we got to fighting wars over water, we should probably just figure out the cheapest way to take the salt out of the water that is here, that is like 90% of the planet or whatever the oceans are. I don't know, that 5% number, it's an interesting number. They'll probably be regulated to the European continent at that point. They will start coming up with. See, I don't think they want immigrants in their country for labor, because all of their plans are for machine labor to replace human labor. They got machines that are doing drywall and that are literally doing drywall inside of buildings. So I think it's going to be a thing where you're going to have skilled people who operate machines, and you're going to need techs to work on the machines and work on the software, et cetera, build the hardware, all that stuff. But I just don't see us, because they could have mechanized machines that'll plow fields, that'll pull the fruits or the whatever the agriculture out of the ground, and that can be completely autonomous with no human interaction whatsoever. So I don't know. I think we're moving into, because they're talking about UBI, universal basic income, because, and that this is Elon Musk is on the cutting edge of it, that the plans that he lays out is that there's going to be no labor. It's going to be all machines, and you're going to have to pay people to survive because there are no jobs.
Right. Look at it. Right. In the future, right. You're right. They don't care about labor anymore. Now they just paying rent. They need renters and they need consumers. That's why they can't kill off the whole world, or half the world, or 3/4 the world. They can never do that because they need the large corporations in this world. They need consumers and they need renters. That's how the rich stay rich. They, you heard that thing that you don't own anything. You've been hearing about that. These people that are going to get this money every month without working, they will never own anything. They will never own a home. They will never own stocks or business. They will never own anything, right? The 1% will own everything, and the rest of the world will only be consumers and renters. And that's how the 1% going to rule the world. Is that the 99% is going to be completely dependent on the 1%.
Yeah, that's the way they want it. I agree with that. Go DJ's up.
Hey, let me know you can hear me. I want to read this article over here. Can you hear me still? 1 2 1 2.
Yep.
I can hear you.
All right. So CNN is reporting some migrants who were flown to Martha's Vineyard will still wind up in Florida anyway, advocacy organization says. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis spent taxpayers' money on flying migrants to Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts, and some of those people are still going to wind up in Florida anyway, said Domingo Garcia, the president of the League, LULAC, for those that know, which is the League of United Latin American Citizens. The roughly 50 migrants, touched down on an island earlier this week, surprisingly a community that was not expecting their arrival but quickly worked to coordinate and address the migrants' needs. On Friday, the group was taken into a military base to receive shelter and humanitarian support, officials said. The flight stunt was part of a series of efforts by Republican governors who, critical of federal efforts on southern border security, had begun transporting migrants to liberal cities and states. Also this week, 2 buses of migrants sent by Texas Governor Greg Abbott arrived outside President Kamala Harris' official residence in the nation's capital. Many of the migrants who were sent to Massachusetts did not want to stay in Martha's Vineyard because they had family or friends in other parts of the country like Miami and Portland, Oregon. And now they're trying to figure out how to get tickets to those places, Garcia said. 3 people he spoke to wanted to go to Florida, he added. It's a political stunt, Garcia told CNN over the phone Saturday. They're going to wind up in Miami. Migrants, and I don't even know why they call them migrants, they're illegal immigrants. A migrant is the person that goes from state to state within the same border, So see how they be trying to put the wording on this. But again, migrants released from, illegal immigrants released from government custody often move to other cities across the U.S. as they go through their immigration proceedings. 2 other flights of immigrants, they keep putting these words up, man. It's a tongue twister. The 2 flights of immigrants who arrived in Massachusetts and for which Florida's governor claimed credit were coming from Texas, not Florida. But DeSantis has for months, But DeSantis has for months been talking about plans to get his state involved in redirecting immigrants from the southern border and to liberal areas. And on Friday, he set the expectation for buses and likely more flights full of migrants paid for by Florida, adding that these are just the beginning efforts. Garcia said he spoke in person to about 11 immigrants on Martha's Vineyard on Friday and separately a few immigrants in D.C. Most of the immigrants were happy with the welcome they had received in Martha's Vineyard, but felt they had been used for politics, Garcia said. They enriched us immigrants. Excuse me, hold up a minute. Did they enriched us immigrants for 4 hours visiting them in the Martha's Vineyard? Now, hold up a minute. Okay. So he criticized DeSantis and Abbott over their treatment of the immigrants, saying the governors want to score political points with their base. Democratic leaders, immigrants advocates, and federal officials have also denounced the moves of the two governors. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre accused the governors of using immigrants as political pawns and said their actions amounted to a cruel, premeditated political stunt. Now, I want to take and say all that, but Lawyers for the Civil Rights, a group of attorneys representing more than 30 of the immigrants flown to Massachusetts on Saturday. Yo. I hear you. Oh, yeah, for sure. So, Lawyers for the Civil Rights group, Lawyers for Civil Rights, a group of attorneys representing more than 30 of the immigrants flown to Massachusetts on Saturday, asked U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Rachel Rawlins, and the state's Attorney General to open criminal investigations into the flights, also calling them a political stunt. I'm not sure what's criminal about that, though, but just carry on. A spokesperson for Rawlins' office told CNN they did not have a comment. Rawlins told reporters on Thursday she would be speaking with members of the Department of Justice about DeSantis sending the immigrants to Massachusetts, saying at the time she did not yet have enough information to say whether he broke any laws in doing so, and added their first priority was making sure the people who arrived were treated respectfully. A person for the Massachusetts Attorney General's office said the office is in touch with federal and state partners, gathering facts and evaluating all legal options related to the two flights. Our office continues to review all information relevant to the situation, spokesperson Chloe Gottis told CNN in a statement. Meanwhile, Garcia on Saturday described the scene when the immigrants left Martha's Vineyard for a joint base Cape Cod, already an emergency shelter designated by the State Emergency Management Agency. A day earlier, and local volunteers bid them goodbye. Everyone was clapping and cheering them on, he said. It's actually what America is supposed to be like. Not, but that's the end of it. And hopefully y'all caught all that, man.
I got it all.
For sure. So, I think this is something me and Greg Blackstein be agreeing on that, And I know you got your issues with the close the border situation shit, but like I said, over here in Jersey, it's like, damn, I'm about to go be full red on the ticket, bro. I don't even care no more. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, but I definitely agree with you, bro, that this is just a stunt to actually use these immigrants to send them to these sanctuary cities.
Mm-hmm.
You're not want to hear in this particular red state or non-sanctuary city. So what we're going to do is just put you on a bus and a plane and drop you off in Newark, New Jersey, and New York City, and Oregon, and California, and Miami, and certain parts of Texas or whatever the case be. Still, so at the end of the day, these Republicans, like you said, Greg, they want that cheap labor. That's just pretty much what it is, man. And at the same time, while the Democrats on the other side replace our black asses with these folks for cheap labor, because you get a bunch of Mexicans, they'll fix your whole roof for fucking 25% of the price an American company will ask for, and damn near do I guess a good or as good of a job. You know what I mean? So they don't have a problem not understanding that they are harming us as well. So it's like, what the hell are we supposed to do?
Hey, Greg. Look, I see where the Democrats can play this game. Look. If Black Americans want to move south to Republican state, because the states that we are, most of the states we're targeting are mostly Republican states.
Right.
Therefore, if we can reach some type of agreement with the Democrat Party, maybe they can set up something where, they can send Black Americans who are voters. This is the biggest difference, right? These illegal aliens or immigrants, they are not voters. But a Black American citizen is a voter, and that voter that wants to go to a Republican state like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, South Carolina, even North Carolina, all of these states. Only one is not Delaware. I think Delaware is a Democrat state. But
Louisiana,
all the other
Democrat.
states I mentioned are Republican states. So, so two parties can play that game.
Yeah, the only problem is the people who abuse and neglect us are never going to help us. As wonderful as it would be for them to put some financial capital into investing in us having the ability to move south, they fully understand that. And let's look at Gary Chambers, right, in Louisiana. He won his Democratic primary, had every right to be seated as the candidate, whatever the case may be. The Democratic Party in Louisiana changed the rules to make it difficult for him after that primary. This is who these people are. This is what they do. They do not want us in a position to where we have authority. In the state of Georgia, there's a 2-to-1 ratio of Black Democratic voters to everybody else in the Democrat Party. But Black people don't control the Democrat Party in the state of Georgia. The minority whites control it. So this is what, this is why I created the room, to say, if we're ever going to have a plan that's viable, it cannot depend on these people in any way, shape, or form. It just can't, because the only time they're going to do something is to help an individual puppet or a group of puppets that they feel like they got total control over, and that are die hard, vote blue no matter who, and will do whatever they tell them to do. Otherwise, if you have any type of a spine and a backbone, and you're Black strong, Black agenda, Black first, no, they're not going for that. They're not going to support that. They're not going to help it. In fact, they're going to try to do everything they can to derail it and be the opposition towards it. It's likely we'll have to run candidates as insurgent Democratic candidates, because these primaries are where you can win with very low numbers. But you're going to be a Black American political party Democrat, or whatever designation you come up with, so people understand you're not a Democrat, but you are a Black state of America Democrat, just to make it real easy. So they know. So they know the difference.
Chambers, he actually won the Democrat primary, but they want let him run against the Republican in November. That's what you're saying?
Let me see if I okay. So yeah, so we had a space. Lloyd, Lloyd Kelly's the one who pointed it out. He's like, "Hey, this is going on." And matter of fact, I had posted the story, and I'm just like, "Okay, this is what they do." A lot of this stuff, I don't. This is not. It's none of this stuff surprises me. But he was like, oh no, because he lives down there. He's like, no, we can't let this happen. Let me see if I can pull the story up, because he actually put out a whole video about it. It was something to do with giving him control over the party, or because he's trying to be the first black senator of the state of Louisiana. Let me see. Oh, there's three days ago.
Brazil was the leader of the Democrat Party. She's from Louisiana at one time.
Donna Brazile.
Yeah.
Yeah, she rose to like some type of national ranks or something. Was she ever an elected politician though?
She is sellout though, unfortunately. You know what I
mean? Yeah, she.
See, that's the thing. I think she ran for Congress or Senate, and I think she either won or she came close to winning, and they decided to give her the keys to the Democrat Party. She became the president of the Democrat Party. This is back in the I can't remember. I'm thinking this is back in the Clinton days.
Okay.
In the late 80s, late 90s. So I can see them giving Chambers, leadership of the Democrat Party in Louisiana or wherever they're trying to. But yeah. So you mean that? So let's say if somebody like Marcel, if he won that congressional primary, they can do somewhere they can unseat him, or they can say, look, we're going to give this to Mr. So-and-so because we just have something. We don't believe that you can win the votes in November, so we're going to give this back to so-and-so. I just can't think of his name right now.
Clyburn?
Yeah, Clyburn. Have you ever heard of that happening before, where a challenger won the primary, but they decided to give it back to the back to the main person that was supposed to win the Democrat primary? I mean, all this can happen,
Yeah, I'm reading through the story. I'm trying to find the sweet spot in the story. So it says Chambers points out polling shows him running well ahead of any other Democrat competing, including the white Democrat candidate Luke Mixon, favored by most party officials and elected Democrats who care to endorse publicly. Blah 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 blah. He said he'd pull enough vote away from Kennedy, who's the Republican, to make it a runoff. And then, courtesy of Louisiana's insistence on having a blanket primary that forces a general election runoff after Election Day across the country. Chambers gets one thing right. No poll shows any Democrat close to him, and he will finish ahead of all of them, even if not good enough to prevent an outright Kennedy win within 8 weeks. Blah, 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 blah. Kingmaker of Louisiana. Okay, so blah, 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 blah.
See, these are type of negotiating tactics that the Democrat Party can use, right? Like, they can give rewards to an individual black person, over the 50 million black Americans, or the 1.2 million black Americans that live in the state of Louisiana. Like, look, if we can't please the 1.2 million, let's please the 100 or 200 or 300 black Americans. I mean, they need tactics like that.
Yeah, so in other words, there is a lot of very shady stuff going on down there.
And look, they are the masters of politics, man.
I don't. Well, I know what you're saying, but this is like unprecedented. This is definitely unprecedented situation and what they're doing to him. I'm trying to think. That would have been in. Yeah, it probably was the beginning of August. I'll say when that whole, because he posted a whole video and everything about it, explaining how they were essentially stealing it away from him, or at least trying to steal it away from him. Dang it, man. What did I say? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I feel for the guy, man. He put a lot of effort in his,
okay. So here's what it was. Yeah, this was in August. It says the Louisiana Democratic Party last weekend bypassed a party subcommittee recommendation to support only Gary Chambers Jr. as his candidate in his uphill battle to unseat Senator John Kennedy, a Republican. Instead, party officials overwhelmingly voted to co-endorse Chambers and two other candidates, one who's white and one who's black. So this is what they're doing. They got a white Republican who is a incumbent candidate, and most times incumbents win because they got name recognition or whatever. So instead of them saying we're going to support Gary Chambers 100%, put all our money, all our weight behind him, they're saying we're going to split your vote. We're going to split the Democrat vote between three people: a black woman, a white man, and a black man. Even though the black man, is way out ahead of all of both of them and any other Democrat for that matter, because they don't want a black man to become senator of Louisiana, and they're playing for the opposition side. This is when we say two birds and one, Shepard was in there, two birds, same feather, blah, 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 whatever. Two wings, same bird. They are quite literally tanking his ability to win in favor of the Republican. This is why I don't, you can't respect anything that they say or do, especially when they talk about black men not voting and trying to use fear of the Republican getting in, because this is what they're doing. They're almost ensuring that this Republican senator is going to win again by trying to split the Gary Chambers vote into three different people. It's utterly ridiculous. Very, 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 very insane. I don't even understand why after the primary these three people can still run in the general election down there, but every state is different, and that's what it is. He's in a state where the rules are very strange, and they're manipulating it against the person who got the most votes. He got the most votes.
Hey, look, Gray. You mentioned that the black Americans in the state of Georgia are the majority of the voters in Georgia, are the Democrat.
Yeah. There's roughly 2 million.
It's the same in Louisiana. It's the same in Louisiana.
Is it really?
Yeah, but black people are the biggest. I forget the percentage, but they are the largest voting bloc in the Democrat Party. But the thing is, look, Louisiana white people are different from Georgia white people. I think Georgia white people sort of play by the rules of the rules, but I think Louisiana is probably one of the most corrupt states in the country.
Mississippi would argue with that, but I hear what you're saying. Them motherfuckers as corrupt as can be.
So wow, man, yeah. Hey, man, look, it's what time is it?
2:30.
28 East Coast time.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, 2:28 p.m. here, and
About to push off.
man, I'm about to head out, man. I'm just I'm hungry, man. I haven't eaten anything this morning.
I'm hungry as hell. Ain't gonna lie. Hungry as a mother.
So guys, I have to go. I appreciate it. I will be back on next week, same time,
same time,
same space, and yeah, and I'll talk to you guys later, man.
Okay. Have a safe week over there.
All right, DJ, take care, man. All right,
you too, bro. Hey, I'm gonna send you some information. Just look at it while you're eating your sandwich. All right.
All right.
For sure. Enjoy the weekend, my brother.
All right, goodbye.
All right.
Yeah. So the Asian, Barack is the one who pivoted towards Asia, and all of our military assets are headed in that direction over there on that side of the planet. So, I just don't. I think that there is another major war coming. That's going to kill a lot of people. I mean, it's not going to make a huge dent, but it's going to be a percentage of the population for sure. I think that's inevitable because you're dealing with a warring nation, and they're going to always find ways to create some type of conflict if given the opportunity. So, just kind of is what it is with that. But
nah, you're right, 100%. You know, like I said, bro, we all agree to agree, man. This is why, we try to find out 144 and try to get this work done, man. And it's a lot of information. It's mind-boggling. Get your brain hurt every night. You know what I'm saying? Just getting this information into your skull, bro. Your cerebral cortex, bro. It's like, you in school all over again. We got to do another 12 years of school, bro. That's how I feel being a reparationist. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Or a person that's actually doing grassroots work and work in general.
Yeah, I've been seeing those pull-ups. I've been reposting the pictures and there's been a couple of videos of them. Anytime I see them, you know what I'm saying, I'm reposting them. So it's good to see that people are coming out, attending and everything. It would have been, so like it's city, and I see that. I think it kind of would be nice if it was like regional a little bit more, because then maybe they could have got like a much bigger crowd. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's nice to see them, and nice to see people posting the pictures so that people can see that folks are coming out to them and supporting and everything. Yeah, I wonder if they're giving out materials or whatever, because I haven't really seen that, but
yeah, I'm not sure as far as other states as much. Like I said, being the night shift guys, you know what I'm saying? We don't see a lot of action on the day shift as far as what the hell is really going on and staying in the loop. So, I'm connected to my Jersey chat, but, we ain't, and, not to say we're not on one accord. It's just hard for us to be around each other because, over here, I'm in Essex County. A lot of folks might be in down in Camden County or some shit like that. And, or certain parts, like I said, I'm in Essex County, but, I might be in Newark or somebody might be in like fucking Verona, bro. So it's like, all right, you know what I mean? Only way we could really meet up is in like right now, is in these spaces. And then come Wednesday, we haven't had I think I might have this conversation with him tomorrow. Like, yo, I don't know it's Monday or whatever tomorrow. I mean, the next day. Oh yeah, tomorrow is Monday because today is Sunday already. You know what I mean? So yeah, we need to meet up in Newark somewhere, man, and just start doing some pregame promo and like real heavy. Like, yo, Wednesday, come back over here for reparations. I mean, I've been trying to tell everybody I possibly can. I'm pretty sure everybody's doing the same thing too, man. It's just hard, like you said, to collectively try to go out here and promote it. It's short time. You know, this is something I usually don't even involve myself in because I don't want to put up with the antics of scrambling. You feel what I'm saying? And trying to get shit done because you know it don't never work out in your favor. You know what I mean? It's best to really pre-plan as much as you possibly can. But you know, just pray for the best, man. You know what I mean? Because it can't get any worse from this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wish there was one even within an hour of me, but no, I'm like stranded in the middle of nothingness over here. I would even go over into Ohio if I could, but I think I want to. Well, I don't.
Are you further? I mean, are you closer to Ohio than you are to North New Jersey?
Yeah, much closer, much closer. Yeah, like Ohio. Ohio's like, well, let's say Cleveland because that's like a major area, or Columbus. They're probably about the same distance, like 2.5 hours, depending on how fast you go. You know.
But I mean, shit, bro. If you come to Essex County, man, just bring a sleeping bag with you. Crash in the studio. You ain't got to pay for no food and all that shit. So that's all I can do, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got free room in B&B over here in their studio or whatever, and just say one shit.
Right. Man, that would be a lovely thing. Man, if I knew I had a couple days off, I would definitely take that offer up. But I've been burning 6 days a week. You know what I mean? And I finally do get a day off tomorrow. Well, I mean, Saturday's my day off.
So what train station are you near? How about your way? Because City Hall Newark, Penn Station Newark is only literally like around the corner from Newark City Hall, bro. Like you could walk from the train station to City Hall. But if you want to catch the train in, I'll pick you up, bro, and so that way you gotta walk and catch the bus over.
I'm thinking a train ride from where I'm at is probably like driving is. I used to drive to Morris. It's either
Morristown or Morris County.
Yeah, so it's right across the bridge from Philly. So I think it is Morristown.
Okay, so if you make it to Morristown, you only maybe about another 20 minutes from Newark, bro. At best, you know what I'm saying? 30 minutes, depending on how you driving, you know what I mean?
I used to do it in tractor trailer. They give you 11 hours to drive, and technically, when you would log it, it'd be 5.5 hours, but it probably took a little longer than that in a truck. So in a car, I'll be comfortable. Say 5 hours is how long it would take me to drive over there. 5 hours back.
You in the pits, yo. You in the pit side, yo.
Yeah.
Damn, my bad.
Yeah, I'm thinking a train might be. See, the trains. I did look at getting a train one time. I don't know where I was. It might have been Delaware, but I think that's a little bit longer because they do stops and they might do some other whatever. I don't think there's like a direct straight, non-stop or whatever.
Right.
So yeah, I'm not totally sure on that part, but that's kind of what my plan is. So this bar, I got this bar working, and I left a message earlier this last week, and then they actually called me back. Normally these people they never call me back, but since I got the city involved, they're being a little more responsive, and I'm being like, okay, yeah, let's go. So they're telling me now, and even in an email over the phone, they're like 3 weeks or so, and I'm like, well, look, that list that the city gave you, only half of it is what I need to get open. You don't got to finish the whole list, because the other stuff on the list is much more time consuming. That could take months. So they're like, yeah, okay. I'm like, yeah, because like it's been a very long time already. So they did send me a receipt of that conversation and an email saying 3 weeks. So I'm gonna wait 2 more weeks, call them up, see what's up, see how far they are. Because there was a while where I would call once a month, and I think that kind of let them get a little too comfortable with not working. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna hit them every 2 weeks to kind of keep the pressure on. This is like a good time because college students come back. Matter of fact, college football started 2 weeks ago, I want to say. Yeah, because they played their second game last week. So this is like third week of college. So you got that college crowd, the local crowd. It's just a good time to have an indoor, venue, especially on the weekends, and try to generate some extra income or whatever. Because the most productive thing would be for me to have this one here, try to buy one over there, which I did see a couple bars for sale in Dover. I don't think.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I got a spot for you. I swear to God, I got a spot for you, yo. And it come with the liquor license and everything, yo. We'll talk in the back channel on that one. And look, the property, they ain't even asking that fucking much for, yo. And it's still abandoned to this day. And I'll be seeing the white folks and, the Arabs, sand niggas or whatever you want to call them. They be looking at this property, but they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I do, though, because I'm from this neighborhood. You feel what I'm saying? We could literally fucking run the table around here. So, yeah, I'll definitely be posting that information to you, bro.
Okay. Yeah, because because then I mean, it's like, not that I wouldn't have to work. Obviously, you're still working if you got a business, but I wouldn't have to go drive a truck, dedicate 12, 13 hours a day to that, 5-6 days a week. And I could still.
Right. So look, check this out. Real quick, just to even hit you to the, because I ain't gotta tell everything. So it's an old bar down the street from where I live at, bro. We used to call it the Dollar Bar and shit. It's a whole little wall type building and shit. It's connected to a gas station.
Okay.
On the same block, but it's another store or a house, like a house type store. It's like one of them blocks. Like you just need to buy the whole fucking thing. Buy the whole block, bro. You feel what I'm saying? And then there's your gas station, the little Dollar Bar, because in New Jersey, you can't buy a liquor license unless you buy the building that's connected to the license. Because they gave out too many licenses back in the 70s, bro.
Wow.
So you got to buy the property along with the license. You can no longer move a license around here.
Wow.
In the state of New Jersey.
Wow.
And that's been like that, I think, since like the 70s, 80s or something like that. I've been in and out of these bars, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I've been knowing certain shit, you know what I mean? But this particular place, the building is just either one or two things. You're going to have to put some bread into it, unfortunately, because it got burnt down for whatever the reason. And, the years of wear and tear from the actual natural weather, it's probably best just to really buy the property and just knock the fucking building down and try to, build another one.
Jeez.
But, like I said, it's another building that's connected to it.
Okay.
Or it's just like a part of a store because it got a gate on it. But I think it's one of them house stores and shit where there's a house on the side and the store is on the main front of the avenue or the main street or whatever.
Gotcha.
So I think that's what that property is. But I'll send you some pictures and all that other shit. But like I said, I think to this day, I think they only asking $100,000 for that shit, yo.
Oh yeah, that's cheap.
Yeah, with the license, the liquor license, and the building. But that's just that one little spot. I guess might have to holler at the person at the gas station or whatever of that other property. And I can't even think what the hell that other little property that was on the corner that's connected to like the house. What the hell did that shit used to be, yo? I can't think for shit, bro. You know what I mean? And look, you ready for this? This particular area and location is a gold mine, bro. Why? Because you're connected to all the highways, yo, and byways. This is basically in commercial area, yo. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, what you call it? I don't want to give out no route names and shit, but like I'm gonna say 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's 3 highways, bro.
Okay.
Connected to this one little strip that trucks go in and out of. Because in my town over here in this little North area, I don't call my town, my town's name because I just feel like it's fucking North. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I know what you mean.
All this shit is North. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, at least until you cross over to the Union County side, you know what I mean? So all this shit is North to me because we call it, up the hill, down the hill. You know, I'm going across town. That just means I'm going to the other side of Newark, but it might be East Orange, but that's Newark to us. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't been around these places, so we don't look at it as any different and shit. You know what I mean? Even though it's a border and an imaginary border with different town names and shit. You know what I mean? So, like I said, this particular area, bro, it's a fucking gold mine, bro. And then if the right person were to get it, and I actually know what to do with this shit. So, like I said, you know, back in the day, it was really a dollar bar. So, you know, it was a lot of ruckus and shit, you know what I mean, and like issues or whatever back then. But what I would do with this particular place is compete with the liquor store that's actually next door to me now. Turn that particular place into a packaged goods spot, bro, and just sell like, you know, wholesale liquors and shit, you know what I'm saying? And beer and shit, you know what I mean? But sell it cheaper, obviously, than what, you know, our competitor down the street is selling the same Bud Ice for $1. We got it for 90 cents every day or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just undercut the shit out these motherfuckers because these tellers around here, they don't care for our community. They never done any type of community funding projects. And you're serving black people, yo. So my whole objective is, you know, we need to start gentrifying their businesses. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I feel like I could really do that shit if I had the capital backing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I already got the people. If I tell motherfuckers that I got my own liquor store, that's free security because ain't nobody gonna let me take it on from me. That's automatic free security. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Word up, you know what I mean?
Now, or
right
the
in the neighborhood, right on the block. You know what I mean?
So in Jersey, because this is now in this state, there's a different license for different types of businesses.
Yeah.
So
sure.
if you have a bar, you can't be a distributor or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's a different type of license. Is it? Do they have a blanket license or?
No. In New Jersey, if you have a liquor license, and like I said, it was originally the dollar bar as a bar, so you could sell packaged goods still.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So you know that wouldn't be a problem if you sold a 6-pack. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or you sold a pack of shots, a 12-pack of shots.
Oh,
you
wow.
know what I'm saying? Because you know they taking it home. And so you know, but I want to suggest opening the bar part. Just keep it like a packaged goods type distributor place because you got the license. But I guess that's something you're right. You will have to actually look into it because you know they fucking wordy to give code to shit and there's different licenses for different things. For you know, and I've heard that before. Like you know, I've argued with these people over here in the business office, bro. Trust me, man. I had a chick tell me one day that I'm not allowed to sell CDs on the street because that's considered sidewalk selling. I don't got a store, so how am I sidewalk selling? You know what I'm saying? And if you won't give me the license because you say you don't want to give it to me, but the town ordinance says I'm allowed to obtain it as long as I pay the fee, and these are the rules and regulations, why you won't give it to me? Yeah, keep playing with me, I'm going to sue the shit out y'all. Everybody in that room, eyes just look right at me. Oh yeah, you don't think I don't know? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Come tag your lacking police come fuck with me again. Watch what happens. You know what I'm saying? I mean, y'all gonna all be up out of a job. You know what I mean? But ever since then, they ain't never really fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? I think one of the judges put a word in for me too, because he kept saying that I kept coming to court for the same shit and being found now guilty selling CDs without a license, bro. But it says on y'all books that you're allowed to obtain a license for my town, but you won't give it to me because you don't want nobody peddling in a small town. But you hold up, you're hurting my entrepreneurial spirit, and you're violating my civil rights to be a business owner. I gotta start somewhere.
Right.
Gotta start somewhere. And me being an artist, a musician, an entertainer, ain't no entertainer ever in history needed a Led Zeppelin, Biggie Smalls needed a peddling license to sell their music. Get the F out of here. You know what I'm saying? Come on, what's wrong with y'all people, man? But this is, like my great aunt said, towns and cities, when the politics, they the bloodsuckers of the people, bro.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
I don't mind that one, man. I don't lie, bro. So, like I said, you know, I think this little spot is like really a gold mine because I think it could be turned into something like maybe like a breakfast spot And the reason why I say, well, one, my fat ass, I like breakfast, so you already know. Pancakes, waffles, bacon, bring it on. I'm eating all of it. You know what I'm saying? Extra grits. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, put sugar in my shit. Don't add me, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Sugar and extra butter in that motherfucker, yo.
Yeah.
If you ain't got no sugar, put some grape jelly in that shit. It's the same, you know.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
What about honey? Honey.
Yeah, honey worked too with the grits, but unfortunately, the honey, because it's like a liquid, it waterfies the grits and shit a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So something a little bit more solid, like a jelly that's already sugary. You know what I mean? So you just got some jelly grits and shit. You know what I'm saying? Word up, or some sugar, because sugar is a solid substance, but it eventually dissolve or whatever into something. You know what I mean?
Right. You know what's crazy? Growing up, because my stepdad, he was a farmer, so he always ate grits and shit. I never we didn't get along, so I didn't want to do anything that motherfucker wanted to do. But anyway, I would eat cream of wheat as a kid growing up. That's sugar and butter.
Damn farina, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then so as I got older, when I finally did eat grits, I was like, well, damn, this shit is like cream of wheat. It's just like the little kernels or whatever it is, a little harder,
just a little thicker. It's a little thicker if you cook it right. You get the right grit cooker, because everybody can't cook grits, bro.
Gotcha.
Anybody can cook cream of wheat though, but everybody can't cook grits. Grits is like a fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you got to be a skilled chef at that shit. You know what I'm saying? To cook some grits, bro. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Very similar, just the one's a little more grittier than the other as far as my taste palette, but
right.
Yeah. Who makes? I think the Waffle House makes grits.
Yeah, they should make grits. But fuck the Waffle House, man. I don't even understand why people even go to that type of places. You feel what I'm saying? Nowadays, especially out in LA, like Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, like, you can't go there. You see what happened to that brother PNB Rock. Like, come on, man. You can and there's no disrespect to the owner of that. He a black man, you know what I mean? But you gotta understand this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it shouldn't be no, if you, regardless of you're entertainer or not, you should just be able to go where the fuck you want to go. You feel what I'm saying? But it's not like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Depending where you at, bro.
Man, that is a very sad story. And if you've been in the streets, from the stories I read, he had already warned his chick not to do it, told her not to do it. Matter of fact, he had an interview with the fucking Drill King demon, DJ Academics, who's probably more responsible for more black people getting killed than anybody.
Facts.
But he said, I'd be telling my girl not to post the location. I'd be going at it with her, blah, blah, blah. And that was like a week or two before this incident. So it's almost like if you know that game, you almost got to think she has something to do with it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, damn.
I mean, hey, bro, at this point, like, but then well, and I kind of fell out with it. I'm gonna go back on and go to my little hood channels and shit and get the scoop on it for real. I'm just letting it die out, you feel what I'm saying, as much as possible. But they saying he might have had some beef with some Crip homies, maybe, or maybe some other gangsters and shit. You know what I mean? Who knows, bro? So and he was warned not to do certain shit. So who knows what type of lower issues jokers be having, man? And then you know how it is in the streets and shit. You trying to be an entertainer. You got the little pookies in the race. They want to try to press you and shit. You know what I mean? Because you got bread or whatever the case be. And you know how this shit is, man.
Right. Because I mean, they're heavy into extortion out there and checking in and all that shit.
Right.
So that's like, damn, it seemed like he was living out there. It didn't seem like he was on vacation or whatever. Because, I mean, you know what I mean? He seemed like he was too comfortable. Had the kid with him and all of that. Matter of fact, in that interview, he said he had his kid with him too. They was in either a mall or it was either a mall or a Walmart or somewhere. They was in something, and he said, he got into it with some dudes, and he was like, they be out here tripping, and they was asking where he from and all that shit. So it's like, what are you doing in that environment if you're not really about being in that environment? You know, like, damn, holy shit, bro. It's just, it's hard to understand. I mean, I get it.
Matrix too, by the way, you in the Matrix too, bro.
Oh shit! Damn it! Okay, let me see. I'm
do what you got to do. Take your time. So, you know,
yeah.
With that being said, you know, on this intermission, y'all, check the circus show. Word up. Free hot dogs upstairs, damn it. You know what I'm saying? Come back in 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? We taking a lunch break and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a quick smoke break. We need a Newport.
Oh, we got a new speaker up here. That's good.
That's what's up. Oh yeah, my phone black, so I don't even know what's going on right now.
Is it really?
Word up, man.
Yeah, so no, it's just like, if you ain't, I don't know, it's weird. I just, like, for instance, if you're in that industry, you should be involved in all of that, the gossip, the what goes on, the back and forth, what regions, and you should know where you can move and where you can't, where you can hang out, where you can't. Like, this is not just your career, it's your life. So you shouldn't be naive walking around with your kid and being confronted by dudes on a regular basis. It should be like, no, I can't have my kid around this. No, we're not going out. You know, whatever. We're going to go to the white side of town or whatever is considered the safe side of town, whatever that is. It's just a lot. A lot.
Word, man. Word up, man. What's up, Stepper, man? What's going on, bro?
What's going on, yo?
Hey, I'm just over here bullshitting. What's the word?
Stacey Abrams out here still bullshitting us with this black man talk.
Oh yeah, she ain't got no love for us. Hey, yo. Oh my God, bro. I went to war with 2 black feminists the other day, and they was, you know, on some straight Pan-African shit, I guess, yo. Couldn't get a fucking word in, you know what I'm saying? And trying to tell them, hey, look, this shit y'all doing is positive, but it ain't going to lead to nowhere. You can scream till you blue in the face at these politicians. We need to be pulling up for reparations every day. All these national issues as far as, like, you know, no disrespect to Jackson. We understand motherfuckers ain't got no running fucking water or drinkable water. But damn, if we had our reparations, aka our inheritance, we could just fucking fix our own fucking problems. But, you know, reparations is the long game. So it's like, what the fuck we doing until then, bro? We need to start moving faster, bro, because you clearly see these black politicians that ain't got no love or no care for us, man. And thank God our women are starting to wake up little by little. You know what I'm saying? They see what's going on, but some of them don't want to change still. Just as well as some of us men don't want to change. We still voting blue no matter who, bro. And yeah, Stacey Abrams, she don't even mention black men, bro. She don't never mention us. Just she don't even mention black women as much. She's just immigrants all damn day, bro. You know what I'm saying?
She's campaigning for black men this year. Now. Yeah. She got campaign promises for black men. And she's doing a lot of media on black men.
Well, that's because she's losing.
Hey, like Sister Chris McKinney said, don't fall for the okie doke. These jokers is failing. They need help. Kevin Sanders is right. You know? They don't got your best interests at heart, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's the only reason she's going after black men, because she's losing. She's behind in the polls, and she can't win without the black male vote.
Right. Hey, matter of fact, I guess we're gonna have to revisit Stacey Abrams, because we done bombed her like twice in like the last month or two and shit on News Starter. So we're about to have a space soon about Karen Bass as well, because you know she's doing the same thing out there in LA to the brothers. You know, now you need us, Karen. You know, because you running for mayor over here in Compton or whatever the case be, or LA, wherever out there she at. You know what I mean? Get your ass out of here. What you doing for us collectively and for us men? Because you be screaming at black women.
I heard that she does support reparations though, and she did write the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act.
True and all that, but you know she ain't got no black male agenda. See, you only see the black woman agendas going on. What are black male agendas? That's why Ice Cube was mad at Vivica Fox and them saying like, "Yo, yeah, when they were saying like, yo, we need something for the black women and shit. Ice Cube like, hold up a minute, ain't y'all black though? You know what I'm saying? Why you trying to divide the fucking genders up and all this other shit?
Yeah, exactly.
So long as the government's at it, be there for our black women, some of them going side with them, man. Unfortunately, yo. So that's the problem, bro, right there, yo. And that's what I be saying and shit too, bro. That's why, the whole black male hate thing exists, bro. Everybody want us gone, bro. You know what I'm saying? Some of our own too, bro. Real shit.
I'm looking at a video of Stacey Abrams walking off. Tariq and she reposted. Somebody asked them about reparations. I'm gonna put it in the jumbotron for you.
Facts.
You can take it out if you want. Actually,
get on the far right side, Step. We got our social and shit, you know what I mean? We promoting our own website, bro, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Get on
the
social.
Real Black Twitter. Fuck that, you know what I'm saying? The Real Black Twitter's on social, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What is it? It's September, October, November, man. Yeah, so November, that election ain't that far away. It's only a couple of weeks, like 6 weeks or something. So it's crunch time.
I really like how they pulled up on her.
Yeah, who this? Audio, why you saying that? Auto,
didactic, autodidactic.
Yeah, I know, I'm showing that one. Dietetic, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dietetic.
Autodidactic.
Yeah, I said that at first, though, you know what I'm saying? But, with this AAVE, African American Vernacular English, you can pronounce that a couple ways.
What is that? I've heard that before.
Man, it could be this, it could be that.
Autodidactic, is that like able
but yeah,
to
that's the English way for it, though.
switch from left to right?
Hold on, I'm trying to hear what he said.
Oh, my fucking alarm. My sleep alarm's going off. Yeah, autodidactic. I think that's left to right. Oh, self-education. Self-education. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a good name. Whoo, jeez, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, she couldn't even stop to answer the brother. That's fucked up, yo. You know what I'm saying?
She don't got it. Yeah.
Hey, man.
She don't
Black
got
male
it.
hate, fellas. So see it right there. Black male hate, bro. You know what I mean? That shit crazy.
So that is problematic because if she became governor, she could implement reparations in the state of Georgia like day one.
Right.
So I don't know if she's ever mentioned it or what her record is against that, as far as if she's ever talked about it. But the voters need to know that definitely before that election pops off.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying to Black American Homeland, and the same thing I said to you and then to Angela and everybody else. Hey, look, I think the root to our peoples is that you got to go hit the street, man. That's the whole argument of the grassroots shit. But, we're the worker bees, so it's like, who the fuck got time to say and do all this shit, yo? But I think, for those folks like us that are up here, whatever little infrastructure we have, you know what I'm saying? We got to start utilizing that shit in a way to reach the people down in the street. Because like I said, hey, it was 8 billion people on the planet. Only 4 billion people stream. And out of that 4 billion, how many of our people is up here actually on the daily, with the exception of us, listening to reparations talk every day, Black State of America, immigration issues, whatever it be, right? It ain't many. It's like a very 1% or whatever and shit, you know what I mean? So, but we already know, again, majority of our people is really down in the street. And if we were able to yield some type of information to them, a flyer, a pamphlet, a business card, you know, hey, look, go to this website, but do it on a mass scale. That's the argument. We got to promote it on a mass scale. And I don't think that shit is hard. The same thing with Black America Homeland. Hey, man, don't let Charles Blow get all the fucking credit. You know what I'm saying? Especially when he ain't even trying to credit you. It's like, yeah, I learned this information from such and such. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem and shit, bro. And it ain't hard to get that type of information out there to the people, bro. We just got to just go on a campaign, bro. You know what I'm saying? State to state, coast to coast, or, you know, give folks that's willing to do the work in each state and put money towards them. You feel what I'm saying? To say, hey, look, you know, you got to be promoting reparations every day in the state of New Jersey. You feel what I'm saying? You know, you got to be bringing people up to this lives and shit like that, these spaces, to the social, and get them to understand what's going on. So that's what I've already been doing the last 7 years. But hey, man, again, how can we multiply that, fellas? Any solutions?
Well, you know, talking about the platform, right? So back in the past, whoever owned a newspaper, you know, the newspapers actually they made good money, but they also had sort of like political power in a sense that they could influence people, and like the news toter situation, right? You know what I mean? People want the news. It's catered towards Black Americans. And so having a platform that can grow organically, not today, but next year, 6 months down the road, there could be a lot of influence that comes through that. You know, it's one of those things where we get the people who we converse with on a regular basis over there, and then we try to start getting some larger and like influencers, as they say. So like I think rather than even going the dollar a day route with Twitter or whatever, I think I am gonna do the whole DM for promos. You know how people have that DM for promos. These influencers on their accounts, and it'll be Black American influencers. But I would say, look, you know, this is a platform. I'm willing to pay you instead of paying Twitter. I'll pay you to promote it and see how that goes. Because I've actually never done it. I've heard that that's a good way to go. See what that does, you know, and actually, but they gotta create an account for me to pay them. You know, it's that type of thing. I'm gonna pay you to create an account, but yeah, like a pin post tweet for a certain amount of time to try to get some of their traffic over there as well.
Right. So again, right. Check this out. So, like I said, I got my own little infrastructure, right? So instead of paying somebody to do that work, just go get the materials that we could press the information to, and just go out and start handing that shit out for free. I ship you a couple copies. I know you say no. You always saying I ain't got time for this shit, but you understand what I'm saying. Those that are willing to do the work, I'll send them the material, and they'll hand it out in their respective neighborhood, and get, you know, obviously there's going to be some type of a learning curve. This is why you know, I try to preach to how to make money off your talent. You know, I got to get to that part two eventually, because that's going to be the real get 'em of, you know, who's done what in the last 2 years. The video's old now. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and I've moved on several times from that. You know what I'm saying? Several times, bro. I done flipped into different things and shit. You know what I mean? So, again, bro, you know, Black American talking about getting a billboard. I think when we have a collective of people that can sponsor a billboard, yeah, we could get a billboard. Yeah, but why should you be the only person to come out of pocket? You feel what I'm saying? This is what I'm trying to explain to Sister Angela. Hey, you know, the reparations DVD that took technically $700, yo. $200 from you, and the $500 of material that I put up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Of the DVD itself, you know, the paper cases and all, and the time to write it up and do all this extra print shit. You feel what I'm saying? They all came from out of my pocket, bro. I didn't see anything from that. You know, there's nothing to recoup or whatever the case be. It's just, and it's not wasted time or energy or anything like that. Like I said, the folks that I've given this DVD to, they are thankful for that shit. You know, shout out to Sister Tyrell and Brother Chef. You know, they blessed with some ink. And, you know, I made like 200 pull-up flyers or whatever the case be. Straight full color too, you know what I'm saying? And just gave them out, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's just really, you know, I hate the last minute thing where, you know, we're doing a pull-up at the last minute, but hey, you know, we together on the shit. I'm with the fucking shits. Let's go, you know what I'm saying? So I just wish we had more time, like you said, to promote it, especially over here in Jersey, man, because folks like that shit, like, you know, they know what's going on for the next couple months of shit, you know what I mean? And it's a lot of, you know, mishaps that are, you know, even on my part, which I'll probably get to this shit while I'm talking to y'all right now. You know, I need to get back on Facebook. I've been on Facebook for like, you know, I mean, I'm on there, but I ain't really fucking doing what I'm supposed to do over there. So I don't know if anybody from our pull-up created a Facebook event log, you feel what I'm saying, or an event invite. You see what I'm saying? Because all the folks I know here in North shit, I know they're going to be I'm going. You feel what I'm saying? I'm going to that reparation shit, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to get to it because I don't think nobody did it, you know what I'm saying? And that's a free way to promote, bro. It's a free way to promote, bro. So, like I said, hey, if you create a social, and I know it's aggravating, it's a lot of information you got to maintain and be on point with this shit. Hey, man, you're going to have to make that social Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, you know, whatever else is out there, YouTube or social YouTube. You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, when I do videos and shit, you could post that shit back to social YouTube. You see what I'm saying? And monetize that video. I don't give a fuck about not being paid off it because I'm already getting paid. Most likely if it's on YouTube because I went through a distributor like DistroKid or whatever. Now that's another thing we need to start getting on where I feel like that's we know that's really where the money at, this distribution, bro. Wow. No, that's a whole beat down fucking space right there though. But you know, like I said again, the physicals, right? So you know, with the type of content we got, I think it would be real interesting if somebody were to see these type of headlines on a DVD inside of a Walmart, bro. You feel what I'm saying? But you know, taking the time to call Walmart buyers and get in touch with the district managers and you know what's going on. You know, hey, look, we're not even looking for y'all to buy. Just sponsor this shit. You feel what I'm saying? Sponsor these DVDs and you'll make your money back by turning around and selling them back for $1. You feel what I'm saying? A DVD because it's really information you want to get out there for free anyway. I don't see Walmart not wanting to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because the physical disc is already pennies on $1, bro. So you're going to make your money fucking back. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, you know, shit like that I need to get on. But, you know, being one person, bro. You wear a lot of hats, but you can't implement them all. You know what I'm saying? Can't be there and you know, doing the work for all of them. That's why ain't no iron team. We need a whole bunch of jokers. That's why I said, hey, look, those you want some doctor shit? Go over there with the medical professionals. You want some banking, finance, business shit? Come over here on this side, you know, with the capitalists. You know what I'm saying? You feel me, Black, yo? No bullshit.
Yeah, I'm on. So there's a YouTube, Miss Trigger, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure who this is, but man, she's saying she posted the site on Facebook, and Trouble from Birth. Okay, awesome. So yeah, she's on YouTube. She said she tried to post it on Facebook. They blocked her from posting it. She tried to put up 4 times, but it doesn't.
The best thing to do
show up on her page. Yeah.
It's post state. I'm gonna send you a video in your Twitter DM or whatever, right? So the best thing to do, what I learned from Facebook, is to stay off the main feed when it comes to talking about these things we talk about. Because that's when the algorithm really picks up. This is why I say create a like page. You see that? So that way the like page will take the hit. You see what I'm saying? And with a like page, now you can create a group. You feel what I'm saying? And when you connect the like page to the group, when people like the like page, they will also get recommended to the group. You can make the group private. You see that? And only those, same thing as social. It's the same thing. Make the group private, and only those that know need to be here that need to be here. Or those that are in the know are in the know. You know what I mean?
Damn.
So, yeah. So, and that's just half of it. Just make a social WhatsApp account. Connect that WhatsApp back to Facebook. It's all the same company. You see what I'm saying? So now you got the algorithm or the SEO, search engine optimization, working for you for free. You ain't even have to pay a joker. See that? And just the icing on the cake, connect that same social account from your Facebook like page to your Instagram page, bro, and make all those accounts business accounts. You know what I'm saying? A Facebook like business account, Instagram business account, a WhatsApp business account. You know what I'm saying? You know, and connect all that shit together and start promoting on all those pages. Like I said, everything we post to social, and this is the easiest way to stay off the fucking dead shit. We was gonna post whatever it was from YouTube anyway back to Facebook, because that's like really the only apps we're really posting from one place to another.
Right.
Is YouTube videos. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So why post YouTube videos to my Facebook page? Nobody ain't gonna give a fuck about that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'd rather post it to my social and then take the social post and post it back to Facebook. So, you know, hey, you know, what is it? Curiosity killed the cat, right? So, hey, why people keep posting in social links? What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
Let me look at this shit.
Right,
damn, for real, y'all up here? Damn, you ain't even tell a nigga. You ain't even tell a nigga, son. Damn. Word up, you proud. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, I tweeted you the link. I Facebooked you the link. You ain't look at it. It wasn't anything important. You know what I'm saying? Even though I told you, hey, look. And it says that in the copy link, hey, I think you would like to be a member of social. But maybe people think it's some fucking, you know, some back page shit. You know what I'm saying? Some Black Planet shit, yo. Word up. Fucking Triple X, Word up, man. So, you know, hey, man, trying to convince the people, that's the hardest shit, bro.
Excuse me. Goodness.
Brush.
Thank you. Oh man. I'm sitting there trying to fight to stay up.
Hey man, go ahead in the space, bro. It's all good. I'm on my way in the studio and shit. Unless the stepper got something to say.
Yeah, we do got. So we got a couple of people on YouTube, and we got you know, us three here. But yeah, let's go ahead and just wind it down. You know, the space was about these people, and we know who these people are, who abuse and neglect us, are never going to help us. And it ain't always those people. Sometimes it's our own people. Unfortunately, I don't really like to point that out, but when it comes to politics, we all understand that these black politicians are really those people. They are not our people, all like that. And that's very unfortunate, but that is the way that it is, and they are not going to help us. They're just not. They're going to help everybody but us. And you know, all things being equal, we got the plan, we got the strategy, we know it's going to work, we know the numbers. There ain't nothing that's going to stop us but us. That's it. And all we got to do is execute it and make the sacrifices, which there really ain't no real sacrifices. You just got to leave what the place that you're comfortable in being at. I mean, that's, to be honest, that's the biggest sacrifice. You got to be willing to leave the place that you're comfortable with. That's it.
Right.
You know.
Hey, yes, that's settle into yourself, man. Hey, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, bro. You know what I mean? I've been doing this for a very long time. So it's easy to meet someone such as yourself that's doing the exact same work that I'm interested in, like you said. And, you know, that's how you find your other family, as they say. You know what I mean? So, hey, you know, we all reparations up here, bro. That's all it is. And you know, hey, Van Carnell, you know, reparations, what does it look like to you or whatever? You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to think about. So, hey, reparations to you is Black State of America. Reparations to me, hey, man, I'm trying to take back the music business. You know, reparations to Angela is Angela. You know what I'm saying? Oh, she was born to talk. That's what she say. That's her quote. You know what I'm saying? Word up. Shout out to Malcolm Misha. You know what I mean? You know, sister Mouthy Megan. You know what I mean? She on this immigration issue hard, bro. You know, Latasha, you know, wherever she at. What's up, sis? You know, you on your CPS shit. So, hey, man, we like fucking Voltron, bro. That's why, like, you know, when I told you the idea of the compilation shit, it was like, you know, you was keen on it too. Like, oh, shit, yeah, let's really do that shit. So, like, you know, just in my head for a while and shit, like, damn, how I'm gonna do this shit. So it's like, just start working on little by little and shit. And I came up with that picture, the collage that we got for the DVD. Okay, so now, boom, right? Matter of fact, let's stay up for a little while longer. I know you tired of shit, but you could just listen, bro. So check this shit out, right? And I know there's folks on the YouTube that probably don't want to get off right now because I know I'm wide awake smoking and shit. You know what I mean? For those that get you something to eat, shit. You know what I mean? So with the DVD, right? So this is one way we can start generating money off our talent, right? So again, I got the infrastructure, but obviously I still need the content. So what we doing up here, this is content, right? So what are we here to take this content, you just invest into yourself like you normally do? Because like you said, you putting all this money into Facebook, their algorithm, their advertising shit, their AdSense shit, and you're not getting it. It wasn't that you were looking for a return, maybe fiscally, but obviously a return on the numbers of followers, people liking the content, people engaging with the content. That's the type of return we're looking for nowadays when we invest into this digital stuff. But if you're talking this black stuff, okay, yeah, you can pay me to advertise the shit, but guess what? I'm gonna block it because all they gotta say it doesn't meet Facebook rules and regulations. See that? So you just gave these jokers X amount of dollars. You know what I'm saying? For them just to block you, about your causes and efforts and shit, So once I told that shit to Angela, she got quiet and shit. Was like, damn, you right. Yeah, come on, mama. You know what I'm saying? Come on, it ain't really even that hard and shit. But when you ain't thinking about it, you ain't thinking about it. See what I'm saying? So why not just take that same money, Black State of America, instead of getting a billboard? Everybody ain't gonna see that because they don't live near Route 10 and 22 and 55 and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They might hear about it and people might send them a picture of it. But what it would be better if we could just mail you straight up to your house a pamphlet surrounding reparations, a DVD, flash drive, something. These pieces of material are old as time and they're fucking cheap as fuck right now. And it's a way to still communicate. Everybody I understand there's billions of people online. But again, grandma ain't coming up here to talk to no about no reparations, But she'll pop that DVD in and, turn the TV on and shit, you know what I'm saying? And say, oh shit, I'm with it. Let's pull up, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And that's kind of what I see though. But, it's really messed up because it's like you don't have the time to sit here and teach the folks. And I think that's really what it's going to have to fall down to. Got to teach the folks. So to carry on what it was, I am going to say. So like the reparations DVD, right? So you should be selling it too. I know you say you don't got the time to sell it, but every time when you do these spaces, you could be promoting your own DVD link. You feel what I'm saying? And it's basically what I'm talking about is just basic drop shipping, bro. So when somebody purchases a DVD from your link, obviously, you'll hit me with the address. I'll package it up. And you just hit me with what is it, like $3.50 to send one single DVD out now? It's fucking high as hell. It used to be like $1.50, bro, before this fucking COVID bullshit hit and all this other stuff, So, and gas price is fucking issues, you know what I mean? Even though that's coming down, but it's still messing up my pocket, bro. Because it's costing me well over $80 to fill my tank up, bro. And I ain't even talking super, bro. This is just regular. You know what I'm saying? So, we're riding big boy, you know what I mean? But, yeah, if you create your own links, bro, you can start generating money off your talent because this is your work, you know what I'm saying? And then, we're all collectively sharing in the same amount of work while we posting each other's shit. So we could get those type of investments that, if everybody put up 25 cents, that's just, me going to go get DVDs at a cheap fucking rate and just pressing them up the same reparations DVD and just giving them to people, bro. Just get this shit away to our people, bro. So that way they can start understanding the shit. But a way to make money off it too. Okay, so let's check this out, right? So the pandemic, whatever you want to call this shit, COVID shit hit, right? So you got a lot of black businesses, that, been in business for a while, we know that, but wind up taking the hit because of what was going on. And, maybe some of them are still there, but they're barely holding on. So, go support that black business or whatever the case be. And, a lot of these businesses, black folks, specifically black American Negroes, I don't think they understand that, that money that was lost from the time they were closed or wasn't getting the same amount of customers anymore. you ain't gonna never see that money again. That shit is over with, yo. You
Right.
feel me? That's like you had an opportunity to collect unemployment, but you chose not to, and you lived off your savings and shit like that. Nah, man, go get that unemployment, yo. So a lot of us wasn't able to get triple P loans, SBA loans, and all that other good stuff, even with the T's crossed and the I's dotted. Why? Because we know we Negroes. So if we are able to just pretty much fund our own shit, bro, it will work out better that way. You know what I mean? And I think we could do it because, like, at the end of the day, our peoples is already up here. But again, down in the street is a whole different ball game, man. We need to start getting ourselves out down into the street, y'all. For those that's listening, you know, take $5, $10, $20, yo. Whatever it is you can afford. I know everybody hurting. I'm hurting right now. But I'm putting up bread. Black State putting up bread to build this social website. You know what I'm saying? We should be doing our part too. You know what I mean? So, you know, whatever little bit of money you might have, take these pull-up flyers and just press a whole bunch of them up. You know what I mean? You know, if you're a kid in school and you're listening to this, go talk to your principal or the teacher. Say, look, this is what we're doing. I need to go into the office and press a whole bunch of these. Yeah, let me get a stack of paper. You know what I'm saying? 500 sheets. You know what I mean? And that shit don't cost nothing. I tell people too. You know, I tell you where to get the ink from. You send it to me, or if you want to just send me the money, I'll make you flyers or whatever it is you need to make up. And I don't even do print like that, as you know. But I'm about to get into it because I see it's a need for us to have our own black straight print company. You know what I mean? That still do physical print, newspaper, articles, magazines. That shit is important, bro. Physical shit is important, bro. You know what I mean? But we don't get that part. Damn. So back to these businesses again, right? To try to stay on point.
Fighting, bro.
They need a new product. A joker might be cutting hair. He may not have time to do anything else. But if he had a product that was sitting on the barber mirror, say like some mixtape DVDs, some flash drive shit with some information on it. Damn, what's that? Oh yeah, we playing that on the TV over there. Go listen and look at it. Oh, word, whatever the price is. Oh shit, let me get two of them joints. You know what I mean? Just made a sale, so we are able to get these brick and mortar black businesses. You know, these restaurants, these barbershops, these hair salons specifically. A lot of our women hang out in the salon all day, or whatever type of establishment that you know the women might be in. Get these folks to start buying this type of information, so that way they can turn around and sell it back to their people. Not only to help promote the reparations, but obviously it's to make money off your talent. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that I'm really concerned, not concerned about, but really trying to do. Try to really take the time out to go to these black businesses. But I think you're right 100%, bro. I definitely got to get the hell out of Jersey because it's hard to even find like black, Negro American or African American or whatever it is type businesses. We're like scattered up here. But I know if I were to go to the South, I'll fit right in doing what it is I'm fucking talking about. You know what I mean? So, I'm going to definitely have to get on my ball game and really just bounce some fucking word. You know what I mean? Or at least, like you said, we working 6 days a week, man, but I'm going to have to take some fucking vacation time and just get the shit done. But it costs money, bro. So it's like we need our peoples to start investing into the shit the folks that are really doing the work. Start investing into the folks that's doing the work because a lot of us, me, I don't work. You feel what I'm saying, bro? I don't work. You know what I'm saying? I sell mixtapes all day, CDs, and I do side hustles and shit. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Rivera? I'm trying to bring you up, bro. So with that being said, if we could find a way to try to start generating some other revenue within the community while having other businesses support these other businesses, you might be a tax consultant. What's the system that had the candles, bro? You know what I'm saying? Get your taxes done, we'll give you a free candle and shit. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know if you still up there, Black, but what's up, Rivera?
Yeah, I'm still here. Man, I tried to buy candles off of her site and it wasn't accepting. You couldn't put stuff in her cart. I let her know. She said she got up and running. So I'm gonna circle back. But then I also bought some cologne off of the other person who was promoting that type of product. So I'm waiting on that to show up. But Yes, I'm definitely want to get them candles. So, you know, that's the other thing about these black businesses. If you got e-commerce, you got to check your site and make sure that, you know, you don't have to buy nothing from yourself, but at least make sure that the click through works and the cart works, and you know what I mean?
Right.
Like the whole
Right.
system is up and running.
Right. Right. You can hear me, bro? Going once, going twice. Can you hear me? Hold up a minute, damn. Yo, you can hear me? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you.
For sure. My bad. I was in over here trying to tweet something. I wasn't sure if the mic was on or not. But nah, yeah, you right, 100%, bro. 100%, bro. Ain't no arguments there, man. You know what I mean? For sure, 100%, bro. You know what I mean? What's up, Rivera, man? What you doing up here this morning, bro?
I was say, damn, the thing working.
Yeah, this shit been acting janky all day, all night. You know how Twitter is, bro. That's why we got our own shit now. So look in the Jumbotron far right side, bro. Social. Sign up for social. We got our own wave, bro. So come on over, bro. But go ahead.
I'll find it here in a minute. Kind of driving right now.
For sure. Be safe out there, bro.
No, I was going to say, you know, I always, and I remember, I think it might have been a couple months ago that I heard Black Majority State talking about everybody kind of moving to a specific area. And I would get on Clubhouse and tell them, hey, there's this guy. And I kept forgetting your name, man. I said, this guy on Twitter, and he's talking about, you know, I thought it was brilliant. Even on here, I think it's brilliant. And going back to what the other guy was saying, you know, just now, as far as, you know, living in New Jersey and these larger states, you know, the economy is, I won't say the economy is failing us that much, but I'll say that, you know, as far as, I don't even know if it's inflation, but I know that it's not only just becoming gentrified, but the price of living.
Yeah, they got to have a word for it and have to have a motto and a figure to point the finger at. So it's inflation, yeah, but not really because,
right,
you know,
they don't want to put that
print money.
Right.
They print the money.
So the point I was going to make was, you know, the past couple months I was always talking about how these immigrants, you know, lady, come on. It's 2 a.m. Get it together. These immigrants, they don't want to move out here. They don't want to move to the South. They know better. And I always like to make the point of the African lady that I used to go to a store just for y'all jump on me, pre-diaspora wars or diaspora, whatever you want to call it, back and forth. And I used to get the little shea butter or whatever it's called, doo-doo butter or whatever, doo-doo soap. not the cake soap. And I would get it for my girl. But the story is, you know, the lady, as long as I was patronizing her business, as long as I was spending a bunch of fucking money, getting fucking bundles of this damn, you know, soap, she had no issue. And when I seen her in public with her husband, and I was with my, you know, girlfriend at the time, she didn't want to have anything to do with me. She acted like she didn't know who I was. And it wasn't an issue of, you know, respect as far as you're with your husband. You know, I was with my girl. Really, the conversation was, oh, that's the lady that they get this stuff from Ghana or wherever the fuck they were from. And it's, you know, she was explaining how they make it and all this other stuff. They use natural shea butter and it's from the earth and all this other shit. Yeah. But then when I see her in public, she didn't want to deal with it.
Wow.
So I guess my point is this. They're afraid to move south. And the point I was actually going to land with that was when this lady had gotten into it with some white lady, I had seen her again, like maybe a month later. She looked at me like I was supposed to help her. And when all the white people, because they do this, converged on her and was like, oh, no, you're freaking out. Because the first thing that she came out of her mouth was, look at her and how she's treating me. Look how this lady's treating me, the white lady. She expected for Southern white people who are on code, even though these people aren't hillbillies, they know. They see you as a Negro.
Mm.
They see you as a less than human being.
Mm.
They don't see you as an African or this person who came over and is trying to do better. They see you just like you see us.
Mm.
So,
Crazy.
For her to kind of like look for black people, and the people that were around her didn't even have nothing to do with it. The black folk that was around her. So, I think that it's important. You were talking about being in New Jersey. I think it's important to be around people that look like us.
Mm.
And not only just that, but for a fact you don't have to deal with any. And I know we're trying to maybe stray away from the whole quote unquote tether word and getting on to the ones that maybe not off code as far as the Africans or the Haitians. But if you don't want to deal with them, come out here. I guess that's the bottom line. Because they don't too much move out here unless it's
where you at, bro?
Yeah, unless it's some church shit that brought them out here, some missionary bullshit. Like we have Oral Roberts out here. They'll pack that whole university up with Haitians and Africans. And I mean, their attitude is just so strange. And they all stay on one side of town. So, yeah, come on up to the South, man.
Where you at in the South, bro?
Well, I live in technically the Midwest. They call it the Southwest, but I live in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, true. That's what's up. Shout out to Tulsa. Man. Black Wall Street, baby. Man.
But no, I agree that we should all move to states where there's already a majority black populace.
Yeah.
I think that's brilliant. I've never heard anybody really make that kind of statement before. And it's brilliant because once you get that voting power, I mean, there's no excuse at that point, especially if you got these specific states are all connected to each other in proximity or whatever. It's, I don't know who came up, if that was just Black Majority's idea or if that was something one of their elders came up with. But for me, that when I discussed it actually with my parents, they were like, well, we were planning on moving out there to Tennessee. And that's not necessarily in that area that he's got, just one of the states he's got listed, but they wanted to move to Tennessee because a lot of our family lived out there. And that's where, I would have more cousins and stuff to interact with. Whereas out here, I ain't got no family other than my two sisters, my mother, and my father. That's it. Nobody I know lives here in Oklahoma other than me, my two sisters, and my mother and father. So I think that it's important that we be around people that, don't know how to really explain this without sounding less intelligent. But I told you.
You're saying it right, bro. You're saying it right, bro. We need to be around our peoples, man. You know what I'm saying? Even if we ain't blood, but we kinfolk. You feel what I'm saying, cuz? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it'll eliminate that whole Hispanic kind of, because I think that when they see us, it's not that it's like, I think they are more aware because they don't look like us. And that's the same thing with like the Puerto Ricans, even though they're Hispanic, the dark-skinned Puerto Ricans, if you will, and Dominicans. The few that I worked with when I worked for Sprint, they got the fuck out of here ASAP. They lived here for a couple years. Oh no, man, it's not for me. That kind of shit. They got their hands
Adios, amigos.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I had a buddy. His name was Vigilio. He's from the DR. He's from La Romana, someplace. Black dude, right? And this was 2000, maybe I'd say 2006. And we went someplace to look at one of the schools. So I'm driving and trying to concentrate and driving.
Yeah, be safe out there, brother. I feel you. I'll be driving on late night too, man.
Well, at the end of the day, we got pulled over. We got pulled over by OHP, Oklahoma Highway Patrol. And he had a green card. And, it has his name, and it's got Hernandez or whatever is his last name. Rio was his last name. And they couldn't believe that he was Hispanic. It listed him as Hispanic. Black dude. And they, up in there, good old boy, it's the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma. Oh, this is fake. And they held us up for a speeding ticket. For a speeding ticket. And there's no way there's something else going on, and you guys got drugs or something. There's something that's not right about this situation. You guys are not, something ain't right because this person is saying that he's Latino. You're black. You're not Latino. You're not Hispanic. This is a fake green card. This is fake registration.
Wow.
Whatever he was saying.
Crazy.
And, you know, when he finally got the information back, he had to let us go.
Damn.
And that was one of the conversations. I mean, this was a 2-hour drive back to Tulsa, Oklahoma. We had to have that conversation where I was explaining to him that, I know you keep saying you're Taino and all this other shit. And at that time, I was in my 20s, and I still was, I had yet to be on code as far as the understanding about, and I'm really kind of just learning now. And I'm glad that Twitter is one of those places where I can learn. Because you're not going to get this kind of information here in Tulsa, Oklahoma from just some random black folk on the street. So I'm glad I'm able to listen to you guys and learn more and go into the streets and preach the gospel. There's a lot of us aware of this kind of information. But yeah, man, explaining to him that, you know, hey man, they see you as a nigga, man. Oh no, man, he fucking with us, you know, And I'm like, nah, man, I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah.
Are not this Taino, Spaniard, African last. That works for the light skinned motherfuckers.
Yeah.
With the straight hair.
Oh my God.
You don't look like that.
Crazy.
You are a nigga. Hey man.
Right.
You can speak all that shit that you want. They don't believe none of that shit.
Oh man.
Wow. Yeah.
But now you're right though. You know what I'm saying? And look, that's why a lot of them getting a, you know, N-word wake-up call now. You feel what I'm saying? Where a lot of these, you know, you can say tether because that's a word. You know what I'm saying? It ain't to be rude. You feel what I'm saying? Because it is what it is. What y'all doing? Y'all being on some tether shit. Specifically, like these Nigerians, right? So what we starting to understand about Nigeria, right? And not to say all, because we use context terminology. We don't mean all Nigerians. We just saying the ones that are doing this bullshit. Because we talk to Nigerians every day. Hey, these jokers that's going around the globe, taking over, selling drugs in other countries, gang banging and all that other shit and starting problems. Because a lot of the problems that are in a lot of these countries right now, specifically Europe. Hey, Greg Blackstate, I don't know if you're still out with us, but you know, you was talking about that earlier. A lot of these problems these European countries are having is because of these African and Asian and Latino immigrants, bro, coming into the white European establishments now.
Yeah.
Greg, whenever you want to, and I was gonna say whenever you want to end the space for real, just end it because I know you tired or whatever. Just go ahead and end it, bro. You know, because I'm over here. So.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Riviere is what it looks like. So you said your parents want to go to Tennessee. Any chance they're talking about Memphis?
No, this was way back when I was in like maybe middle school. My father was a chemical engineer, and there was multiple opportunities for him to move to other places, and he got some job offers, and I think one of them was somewhere. It wasn't Memphis, and it wasn't Nashville. It was like one of those weird cities in Tennessee. And we got family that lived like kind of close to those areas. So the thing was we were going to all move out there. And I don't know what ended up happening. I think he went to Saudi Arabia with this. It's a company here called the Williams Brothers, and they ended up giving him a little bit more money and you know, gave him a better position than the position he was in. But I guess long story short. The story, when I explained to them, you know, everything that y'all are basically saying, you know, now that my parents in their 70s, I think at that time my pops might have been 50, maybe 50 something. Explaining to them that had we moved to a place, not necessarily even just Tennessee, but any place in the South, even Missouri, where my family, you know, the majority of people that were there, I mean, it's hard to explain. I can talk to my family about these kind of things. I can't talk to anybody random off the street here. It's literally like me going up to somebody and trying to tell them to become a Mormon. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to talk about it. It's too much information. I mean, if it's not going to benefit them, they don't want to hear it. I hate to say it. Tulsa is really a very strange place. And we don't make up a large percentage of the population here. And I guess one of my greatest gripes, and I keep saying this in all these spaces, is that the black people here that, you know, basically got the property from their grandparents or great-grandparents, which was passed down, all that Black Wall Street property, man, is sold. And I keep saying I need to post these videos. I need to get a program to cut these videos up, man, because I've got a bunch of footage of, where they literally drop the bombs, and it's signs that tell you they just put all this shit up. This has now become a tourist destination.
Crazy.
I would say less than 10 years ago, no one gave a fuck about Tulsa, Oklahoma. When this shit got on Vice and all that other stupid ass shit, all of a sudden this was a tourist destination for white folk.
Damn.
All of a sudden our Juneteenth became big deals. Now we got, these headlining acts coming here. Couldn't get nobody to come to our Juneteenth.
Damn.
Couldn't get nobody to come out here. Now it's a huge event. So
that's terrible.
The other thing I was going to say is that the sad part is the people that are on these blocks from, I'd say, we got Denver, Archer, Pine, Greenwood, Cheyenne. There's multiple other blocks other than just Greenwood, Archer, and Pine that are part of the Tulsa bombing, right? And a lot of those homes that were in proximity to the bombing are being sold to white people.
Wow.
And they'll tell you straight up why they're buying it. They'll tell you why they're buying up all their property. We're buying it because it's a historic neighborhood. And, they'll get that property for little to nothing. They'll get it, like I said, grandmother passed it down to grandson. And grandson will get that, cash money. These guys that come from California or wherever, $100,000 in hand. The house, grandma probably bought it in maybe 1920, maybe 1940 for little to nothing, 10 grand max. If you look it up on Turelia, you'll see a lot of those houses. And I'll give you the zip code if you guys want to check. It's funny. 74127 is the zip code where all that Black Wall Street stuff was. So if you look up Denver, Cheyenne, any of that stuff, you'll see those houses. But anyways, a lot of those houses were sold 1920s to the 1940s for little to nothing. I mean, $5,000, $10,000. And they were sold recently, 2016 on up, $100,000. You'll see that MRAP or whatever it is. They don't really give the name of who bought it, but you'll see it being sold for $100,000. And one of the things that I've seen a couple of times with some buddy of mine who sold the houses, I'm like, man, you sold that for $100,000. You need to go back on Trulia and look how much they're selling the house for. Or you need to go back on whatever, maybe Craigslist or whatever little website you can rent homes and see how much they're renting those homes for, man. They're renting a fucking house out for $2,500 a month. They're selling the house for $300,000 for the house. Renting it out for $2,500 a month. And guess who's renting it out? They do little modifications on it, put a new AC unit in there, maybe put some new drywall, stucco, whatever the house up, make it look nice on the outside, paint it, put some paint on it, put some new shingles up. Little simple shit. Maybe $10,000 worth of work. Resell the home for $200,000. Well, because you saw $100,000 cash, and I don't know why we do this. I don't know why we see cash and we think it's something good. Cash, cash, I ain't got to deal with the bank. I ain't got to deal with this. You got cash in hand? Oh, yeah, you have it. And it's just, it's crazy and it's mind blowing because I remember, and I'm going to end with this. I know y'all ready to go to bed because I go on the rant. I need to park actually. That's the way I can think. What's mind blowing is when I was a little kid, on up to, I'd say about maybe 20, 29, 30 something. So I wasn't here for very long after that. That neighborhood was completely black. I mean, completely black.
Wow.
You didn't see any white people up there.
Wow.
And there's, we have the Canes Ballroom, which is downtown, and that's a white kind of like establishment. That's where they, they do country music shows and shit like that. But if you go up right up underneath that bridge, that entire neighborhood where the bombings happened, predominantly black. I mean, I'd say 98% black.
Wow.
Maybe there was a couple hillbilly white folk there, but that was it. A couple.
Wow.
But for the most part, it was the hood. It was literally the hood. And going back past, like going north on Cincinnati, that was all the hood. And now, I would say maybe about 2-3 miles from that Canes Ballroom area where that bridge is, that entire neighborhood is now predominantly white. I mean, everything white owned.
Wow.
Nothing is owned by black people.
Wow.
And
wow.
I think it's just going to progressively get worse.
Wow.
Because people are being offered money, cash.
Crazy.
And, what they, the offering, what they want for the house, maybe they want $70,000. And some white dude, got millions of dollars, come right into our neighborhood, knows that that's the historic district, and go and buy the house for $100,000. You want 70, I'll give you 100. You want 100, I'll give you 150. And it's just not, it's not wise. And I can't tell nobody. Nobody want to hear it. Bro, it's my house. I do whatever I want. I got the house, and then I bought another property out deep Turley. I bought a bunch of properties, and I'm renting them. And I'm sitting there, and I'm trying to explain, okay, well, you got 4 properties in deep Turley, but you're renting them low income, which is nothing wrong with that. But you're only getting $400 a month.
Damn.
Then they tear the house up. You got to fix all this shit up.
Damn.
These motherfuckers are renting their houses out for the house that your grandmother owned, bro, for $2,500 a month. I don't know. Anyways, that's all I want to
say. Man, that is
Nah, man, I'm here, man. Like I said, hey, bro, you saying a lot of shit, bro. And I understand, bro, what you saying, like, the family don't be wanting to hear that shit. The friends don't be wanting to hear that. They be clowning you, hey, bum nigga reparations and ain't never come and get a job and all that other shit. Yeah, we hear the shit, bro. So, you just keep pushing to find your 144, bro. That's all it is, man. And as far as, like, trying to gentrify the hood ourselves, man, they take a collective, they take the whole village, bro. You know what I'm saying? Our folks don't want to do the work, bro. That's just what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to do the work to own a business. We don't want to do the work to keep the house and the family. I just had a same situation over here in Jersey. This little area I live at, right? But it's this one block, bro. It's like this. You would think you rode through like Beverly Hills or some shit, or like in some movie scene where it was just fucking nice ass houses, bro. So one of these houses, bro, you know what I'm saying, that my father's mother and them lived in for years, bro. My cousins told me they just sold that shit, bro.
Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. We got people moving here from Harlem. Broke my heart. Heard this dude told me a story, maintenance tech. And it was an older cat.
Hey, before you even get to that story, bro, like I said, I'm right here in Jersey. I don't mess, because I'm outside every day. You feel what I'm saying? Like I said, I sell CDs, so I'll be meeting fucking people, white, black, yellow, blue, added up. There's so many folks that don't move from New York post 9/11, bro, over here. And like I said, I'm always saying, rather, that we had a mass migration from up here in the north. Because I was living in the DMV for a while, too. You know what I'm saying? When the recession hit, I was living in the DMV, bro. So we had a man when I came back in 2010 to Jersey. And then I'm going to say from when I really cranked up my business on the CD side from that time until like right now, basically, most of our folks have moved down south again already, bro. That migrated up here in the north, or like their father or their grandparents might have came up here from the south. You feel what I'm saying? They went back down south, or a lot of our folks up here done passed away or just moved to other places, bro. You feel what I'm saying? So we like scattered up this motherfucker. So yeah, go ahead, though, bro.
No, I was in relation to the stuff I was just saying. This guy, he moved out here maybe, and this might have been years back, but he moved out here a couple years prior to when I met him. And he was talking about how his mother had this house in Harlem. Lady sold the house, $300,000, house worth $1 million. And I guess that was something that was just going, because all that gentrification bullshit that was happening. And it was just something that was a norm. And now that I'm seeing that here, I don't know what's going on, man, but that is breaking my heart that these historic areas are being bought up and we taking pennies. And I remember reading actually a news article about this woman that had the same thing. And I guess the family was trying to sue because they didn't realize that they had been like manipulated into selling that home or selling the brownstone for nothing. Only for literally a couple days later for them to sell the fucking house for $1 million. $1 million.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. You know what I mean? So it's like, things change, bro, after a while, like, maybe these old folks or whatever feeling like, they don't need, to hold on because ain't nobody here no more. The folks that they knew are gone too. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like,
it's not the old folks. It's the kids.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying too as well. Kids is going to be a kid. You feel what I'm saying? So if they, if that kids rather live out in LA and New York, don't care about the country tradition and the family jewel of the house and shit that great grandpa built with his bare hands and shit. You feel what I'm saying? They don't care about that because they moved on with their life. I see that every day, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I'm going through that right now, where I know a lot about this music industry, but I can't get my little cousins and shit to come over here and learn none of this shit, bro. I got hella equipment just I'm sitting right in front of it right now, fucking with it. I don't even know if you hear that, but whatever, you know what I'm saying? So they don't want to come over here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Learn and just be about this shit. And you don't got to be the producer. You could be the lighting technician making $50,000 to $100,000 a year. You feel what I'm saying? Where we just pointing the spotlight at the opera singer and shit. You feel what I'm saying? Making bread and being in the union and shit and going to different shows. And you see what I'm saying? You could be the DJ if somebody need to do a party shit. You might do a party somewhere. The Prince of Saudi Arabia might fucking invite you to DJ the shit. You know what I mean? So you're getting paid. You see what I'm saying? But, we're the working bees, bro. We would rather just go get a job, bro. Just go get a job, bro. Instead of creating our own fucking jobs. I could put our people in position right now, I feel. But like you said, man, can't get a nigga to listen, man. So it's like, what are you to do? So, okay, the solution to that is the only thing you can do is worry about those that are willing to do the work and listen. You feel what I'm saying? So don't stress yourself, bro. You being a black man, we got enough problems. You know what I'm saying, dog? So, talk to those that, are like-minded people, already intelligent, a little something that you know already. And it's just like, hey, look, like you said, you got to get a little more information under your belt. Start speaking more, start holding your own spaces, bro. Hey, what's going on in Oklahoma for the fucking day? Nigga need to pull up with you and shit. What's up? You know what I mean? Hey, grandma, all right down there and shit. What's going on with the reparations down there, yo? Shit, every day, 5 o'clock, do an Oklahoma space, bro. See what I'm saying? And start getting your talking points up and start taking your information that you getting and speaking about. And hey, look, y'all, got my own little podcast. Come up here and talk about what happened on 5th Street the other day. You know what I'm saying? Niggas shooting it out and shit. Or, like you said, the fucking mayor and the governor and all them, and you just regular, folks that's, got family tradition and heritage and lineage down there, they selling the family jewels. Like, damn, what's wrong with y'all niggas, yo? You know what I'm saying? You need to have spaces about that and promote it. So, like, you come up and schedule your own space a week from now. Start making some flyers. Say, hey, look, come up here on this Twitter space. We're going to talk about not selling out the hood. You feel what I'm saying? But we need to re-gentrify the hood. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's where we're from. That's when our ancestors built this shit. That's the type of stuff you need to be on. And you don't worry about who going to like it or not. That ain't going to do nothing, as far as, like, stress you out even further and shit. You know what I mean? Just continue to make music, bro. You know what I'm saying? And, whoever like the stuff that you put out, they like it. And whoever don't, they don't, bro. You can't hold nobody hand, you know what I'm saying, or force anybody to like anything. That shit ain't going to work. That's why it ain't going to never be no real black 100% collective. Everybody ain't going to be on accord. And, you know what I'm saying? You just look at these Africans, man. They tribalistic as heck. 5,000, I think, 5,000 tribes throughout all of Africa. And they all got, like a weird hate or some type of segregation from each other. You can't even travel across Africa as an African. You know what I'm saying? You need passports for different check locations and shit, bro. Damn, we ain't gonna hopefully never do that shit in America. Damn, yo. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man, I forgot you said something I was gonna add to it. The youth. The first thing was with the housing thing. So what happens is a lot of times, and I spoke with a brother who, because I do maintenance, and one of my things was I work for a lady.
Shout out to the maintenance homies. I'm a maintenance nigga too.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man. Come your ass out to the South, man. Them Mexicans, bro, I work for a lady who was a realtor, a little Mexican lady. I got hip to the game. And even the white people out here that hire these Mexican dudes, they get paid, man. They undercut the fuck out of the dude who's mulling plumbing and all that other shit and the drywall guys. I've been noticing that they out here in the rich neighborhoods too, doing like, you know, the driveways, redoing people's driveways and shit. I'm like, damn, man, I know you ain't, hey, I know you get paid for that. But one of the things I was gonna say was I was speaking with a dude, and he told me what happens is it's not the grandparents. When the grandmother dies and the home, you know, basically she probably put the home in, which she shouldn't have did. She should have gave it to the eldest and you know, sit down and have a conversation. And I think that's one of the things that all people really have a problem with is dealing with death. And I'm glad me and my sisters were able to have that conversation as far as my parents' home. Because the middle sister is a realtor. So it only would make sense that she gets the home and whatever she plans on doing with the home, you know, hopefully she won't sell it. Hopefully we can rent it out or something because it's a big ass house. And plus they bought it in the 80s for $80,000. But anyways, what happens is.
But hold on a second. That should be in the family will, but you know, and I guess like you said, that's up to your parents. You know, whoever they want to gift it to or whatever. But make sure they put down. You need to go talk to your parents, man. If they sound mind, sound body, they got all the right brain function there. They know what they're doing, even in their old age, bro. Don't put it in your will that we ain't allowed to sell this house property ever. You must pass it down to another person. Otherwise, I'm gonna come back and haunt your ass. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Well, what happens is multiple kids get put on the wheel for, you know, getting the house.
Right.
They can't come to an agreement whether the house should be sold, rented out, kept. What happens is that motherfucker I can't remember what the word is, but it can become so stagnant that the city just takes over.
Yeah, it's called eminent domain, bro.
And no one gets anything. And the house goes up for sale and the bank takes over.
Right. Yeah.
I couldn't believe that shit.
Yeah, that's a form of eminent domain. Look that up, though, bro. Eminent domain with an E, bro. Eminent, you know what I mean? Domain. So when you start researching that, now that right there might be your key to success to try to really convince the folks that's down there in the Oakland that's left. You know what I'm saying? That's they got their family houses. You got the deed and it's all paid off. You're just paying the taxes on the shit or whatever. Hey, look, start studying this eminent domain shit with me, yo. So that way we can start teaching our folks that it ain't cool to sell our grandma house, yo. Fuck that, you know what I mean? That grandpa built with his bare hands, you know what I mean?
Especially if the house is paid off. And if the property little thing.
Hey, bro, I got 2 stories for you on that one, man. So check this out, right? Some of the folks I know up here. Happened to them twice, man. Where the houses was paid off, man, but certain members of the family wasn't paying the taxes because they, you living here, everybody else done moved out. Well, this the family house, we fucking come here. You feel what I'm saying? So why you ain't tell us that you weren't paying the taxes on the house? You feel what I'm saying? And I'm talking about a floor flat or 2-floor flat, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? 1 story or whatever and shit. You know what I mean? House. And another joint that was a 3-family with a finished basement, bro. You know what I'm saying? That had 2 rooms down there. You know what I'm saying? So y'all turn around, just gave that shit back to these fucking crackers for nothing. All because you didn't feel, one, you didn't, was too, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess pride strong. Hey, look, I fucked up. I need this mortgage money. And the other shit did. And one of the siblings just never told the other siblings, yo, hey, I'm not paying the rent because I'm moving out of town. You know what I'm saying? So you just nothing. And the Jew nigga own that shit and renting it out to some niggas now. Man, listen, bro. I know, bro, what you talking about, bro. And then like I said, both of these properties were bought by men, fixed up by men, taken care of by men, and nurtured by the women, yo, the house. But the siblings, bro. You know what I'm saying? How y'all fuck up grandpa and no shit like that, yo? You know what I'm saying? I just recently went through some shit personally with my family. When my grandfather died, and them fighting over his fucking will and all this other shit. The man ain't even had none. Job, from my understanding, I guess he was broke. I don't even know, because it was what it was, bro. But he wasn't living fucked up. Nigga had Cadillacs and all this other shit. He's just, I guess he knew how to flip loans, for what I'm looking at some of his paperwork and shit, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, he just took care of his own shit, yo. You know, he ain't never asked nobody for nothing, you know what I mean? But everybody asked him for something, you know what I mean? So, you know, that's how I be, bro, you know what I mean? So, you know, you got to tell your parents to yield that will, man, and make sure that shit is ironclad. And you and your siblings, y'all on the fucking court with this shit. It ain't gonna be no change. You feel what I'm saying? This shit ain't going nowhere. You feel what I'm saying, bro?
Oh my goodness.
And Black, I don't know if you up here, if you want to end this shit, because it is 4 in the morning. I think I'm about to take it down my damn self.
Yeah, I got one more question for Riviero. In the Oklahoma area, there's this black attorney, Demario Solomon, I believe is his name. Have you heard anything of him in the state, in the city? You know, because he's active everywhere as far as we can tell. But do you have any like on the ground, you know, opinions of what he's doing, or have you seen him or anything like that? Still up here, still active? No. No. Oh man, I don't know if Twitter got him. Oh yeah, he's connecting. Dang, are you still there, Riviera?
Yeah, he coming back up. Hold on,
Okay.
give it a second. My bad.
Yeah, because I'm fucking fighting. I'm about to fall and nigga falling and I can't get up. Okay. Riviero, if you're back, I don't know if you heard that question. There's an attorney, Demario Solomon. He's very active in Tulsa. If you had any experience with him or people, you know, talking about him, he does civil rights cases for the most part, but he is handling that Black Wall Street case. No, damn it, still ain't heard nothing. Shit. Okay, all right, that's a sign. It's time to go.
Yeah, he might be in the matrix, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it looked like he just dropped way out. Yeah, we gonna go with it. We just gonna shut her down.
Show.
I'm over here falling asleep hard, man. Because that look, my work schedule got swapped, so I'm supposed to be asleep now. Normally I'd be up, but yeah. So man, good night, everybody. Definitely tap into social soxcial.com. There is an app. The app says Mighty Networks, but if you're signed up on the social network on your phone, laptop, whatever, when you click on the app, it will bring you to social. I've been using that. Matter of fact, I want to tell you that too, DJ. I don't know if you got the app, but the post pop.
I got the app. Yeah, I got the app. I've been telling everybody, just download the app. Don't go to the .com. Just follow the link back, so it'll lead you to the app. And because you know everything is application based. Because you know the .coms, you don't have control of that, because that's on the interweb. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But our application is developed, so you have some control over it. You see what I'm saying? But go ahead though.
Yeah, it just them posts just pop right up, and there ain't no fighting it or whatever. So yeah.
So they not popping up on an actual web part, that's social.com.
It's very, you know, sometimes I gotta refresh the page, do different things to try to get it to actual you know, to where I'm gonna see the graphic of the link versus just the words, you know, just the text link, the hyperlink or whatever they call it. But yeah, so on that app, it just pops right up. It's the whole graphic and everything. So yeah, on my laptop, it pops up too. It's just this phone, you know. It is what it is. This browser, I guess. I tried the Chrome browser, but it was pretty much the same thing. So, but yeah, that's cool. You know, we always in touch. So I'll just say good night. Have a safe Sunday.
Hey, for sure, yeah. And go Giants, man. Let's get it, baby. You know what I'm saying? Catch me in the ball sports on social. Catch me in the ball sports. You know what I'm saying? Cowboys, y'all ain't shit. Y'all going 0-16 this year. Let's go. Social, man.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, bro. Enjoy the night, man. You know what I mean? Tomorrow,
okay.
bro.
Okay. All right. Peace.
Peace.
All right. All right. To the YouTubers, we done. We shutting it down. We shutting it down. All the way down. I was napping. I don't know if I napped out for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. I don't even know. But that's what we do, man. We gonna be, as long as I ain't behind the wheel, I can fall asleep anywhere. All right, good night, everybody.